Hi guys, my name is Dipender and this is Desi Codes. I'm back with another fun series. Now in this particular one, we're gonna build a full stack Kanban style React application from scratch. That being said, let's take a look at what we're gonna build. So now to begin with, we have an auth screen using which the user can either sign in or sign up. They can toggle the auth mode using the button which we have right at the bottom. Now we'll also handle the case of displaying messages. It could be notifications or errors using toasters. So for instance, if the user enters wrong credentials, then in that case, we'll display a message in such a way. So now let's log in, which will take us to the internal screen, the board's screen, and there it is. Now, as you can see, it has a neat UI. Right at the top, we have a top bar containing the image, the logo on the left side, and the two buttons on the right side. So we have the create board and the logout right over here. In the center, it says that no boards created because the user has not created any boards. Now, in order to create a board, they can click on the create board button, which will pop open a modal where the user needs to enter the board name and select a color for it. Now let's enter a board name, and this is something which could not be empty, otherwise it will throw a message in such a way. Plus it should not contain any sort of special characters because those are not allowed, as you can see. Now after entering a valid board name and selecting any of the colors, by default the first one is selected, and after selecting the color they can create a board, and when the board gets created it gets added right over here as a board card. As you can see that each board card, it will contain the board name, the created at timestamp, and the same color which the user picked as the border on the left side. Now in order to open a board, they can click on the button which we have right over here, which will take the user to the internal board screen. And as you can see, it has again a very neat UI. Right at the top, we have a top bar containing the back button which will take the user to the back screen, the board screen, and right next to it we have the name of the board. On the right side, we have the last updated timestamp when the board got updated, the last updated, and next to it we have the delete button to delete the entire board. Below we have the three different tabs which automatically gets created whenever the user creates a new board. Now in order to create a task in any of these tabs, they can click on the respective add circle button which we have over here, and it will pop open a modal asking for the text of the task. Now this is again something which cannot be empty. If they try to leave it empty, it will throw an error. So let's enter something, and now when we click on the add task, the task gets created. As you can see, we are also displaying the loaders in the respective way. Now once a task is created, they can drag and drop a task from one tab to the other one. That is possible. And again, whenever they make any sort of change, it could be creating a new task, or it could be something dragging and dropping a task, even deleting a task. Whenever any sort of change happens to the board itself, it gets synced with the database. Like we'll be updating the same thing in the database in the respective document, as you can see. Now the user can even rearrange the task in the same tab, and everything works in the expected way, and everything is synced with the database. Now that being said, the user can even delete the board itself using the button which we have over here. If they click over here, it opens up a confirmation box, and after they kind of click on OK, it kind of wipes away everything related to that board from the database. Now we'll also be working on making the application responsive so that even on small devices everything looks neat. As you can see, the board screen in itself, it looks pretty neat. Rather than showing the big buttons, we are displaying the icons in the expected way. And if they try to open an individual board, the internal screen in itself is again responsive. They can click on the button, everything works the same way. And the other thing is, in order to take it a step further in terms of responsiveness, we'll be working on a conditional UI, which is that on small devices, if the user clicks on any of the tasks, now this is something which will not work on large devices. Like over here, if I try to click over here on individual task, nothing happens. However, on small devices, if they try to click on any of the tasks, it pops open a UI, the modal, shift task, which has the task in itself, and it displays the current status as it is the highlighted one, and they can shift to any other status or any other tab. As you can see, everything works in the expected way. Now this thing is done only to make the entire experience a bit more seamless. Now that is it for the entire application. Now let's talk about the tech stack. What all are we going to use in order to build this application? Now for the front end, obviously we're going to be using React.js. For the UI library, we will be using the MUI, formerly known as Material UI. And for the internal navigation, we will be using React Router DOM. Let me just pop open the package JSON in itself. As you can see, we are using React for the front end and React Router DOM for the internal navigation. For the store, in order to store the global values, the global state, we'll be using Zustand. It is again a pretty minimal library, and in case you don't have any experience with it, it's perfectly fine. It will be covered within the course in itself, within the series in itself. And for the drag and drop feature, we will be using React Beautiful DND. Again, you don't need to have any sort of experience, even for the MUI library. Now for the backend, for the entire backend, we will be using Firebase. We'll be using it for the authentication, for the database, and a few server-side functions, which we're going to cover later. And again, you don't need to have any experience with any of these. You just need to know a bit of React.js. You need to know what it is, how to kind of build application with it, what are components, all of that, the basic stuff. And the rest of it will be covered within the course in itself. Now that being said, let's start with this application in the next one. Alright, so let's get started. And now the very first thing that we have to do is to create a React application. So for that, we're going to make use of Vite build tool. It quickly allows us to set up applications of certain frameworks. So let's head back to the code editor. I have VS Code set up, like it is opened. We have an active directory right over here. So right in the terminal itself, we're going to add in the command of npm create Vite, Vite, that's it. And it will ask us to that it needs to install certain dependencies if it's not already done. In my case, I've already installed the dependencies, so it's not asking, and it's directly skipping to the project name part. But in your case, it may ask you to install the dependencies. Anyhow, so it's asking us for the project name. So as I'm already within the active directory, I'm gonna add in as dot the current directory. So then it's gonna ask us the framework that we wanna install. So let's go with React with just JavaScript. So as you can see, it installed, like it has set up the entire thing, and now we just need to install the packages. Let's do that by npm install. In the meantime, we can take a look at what we have. So within the assets, we have this react.svg, which we don't need. We have app.css, we don't need that as well. In the app.jsx, let's remove the entire thing, create a fresh component from scratch, and let's keep it to that for the time being. In the index.css, we can remove the entire thing, and instead let's add body with a margin of 0 and padding of 0. So the thing is that on certain systems where the resolution is a bit too much, so what browsers do by default is that they add a bit of margin and padding. So in order to have kind of like a standardized styling, let's just kind of strictly set it as margin padding to be of 0, 0. And in the main.jsx, we don't need to change anything. So now that the dependencies are installed, the next thing that we have to do is to install the MUI package, like the library. So on the MUI.com homepage, we have this thing. We can copy it to the clipboard, the command to install 3 different packages which are required for the MUI library. Like along with these, we also need to install a few other packages. For example, let's install the React-router-DOM because for the routing mechanism, and let's also install the icons package, which comes by the MUI library itself, but we have to explicitly install it. It doesn't come included within the package. So on the installation page, if we scroll down, we're gonna find the package right over here, and there it is. So let's just copy it to the clipboard, add it right over here as well. And later we will also be installing few other packages like Zustand, whatever you may want to call it, as the state management, and also Firebase. but just for the timing, let's just install the ones which we need at the moment. So let's just install these packages and let's discuss the overall folder structure, like how it's going to be. So within the source directory, we're going to have a directory called screens. And within this directory, we will be adding all the different screens of our application, which includes three screens, in fact. So there's going to be this screen, which is the home page slash the auth screen, as it allows the user to either sign in or sign up using this toggle button. And then we'll also be having this screen, which displays all the different boards, as you can see right over here. Oops. Which displays all the different boards of our application. And within this, the internal screen, which will contain the actual board. So in short, there are going to be three different screens that we will be working with. So we need to have the routing and screens, and then we'll also be having another directory by the name of components, and this directory will contain all the reusable components of our application. For instance, the top bar, some custom buttons, stuff like that. Anyway, so now that the packages are installed, let's get started. All right, so let's continue. Now the next thing that we have to do is to create a theme. So the MUI library, which we are working with, it comes with a default theme, obviously, and we want to create a custom theme which fits in with our needs and requirements. So a theme in itself, like in plain simple terms, you can say that it contains global configuration stylings which the components use under the hood, and it also affects many different areas of the application or the project that you're working with. So the theme that we want to create should fit in with the feel and look of our application. So for that, let's create our custom theme. So within the source directory, we're going to create a new file by the name of theme.js. Now in here, we need to import a function from the MUI material package, and the name of the function is create theme. It speaks for itself. Now in order to create a theme, we just need to execute this function by passing in an object in which we can override the values which we want to change. Now the create theme function works in a way that you can nitpick the values that you want to change, and the rest of it will be deep merged with the default theme. In short, you are not creating a theme from absolute scratch, but you're just overriding the values, the default values. So the thing that we first have to do is to change the mode. So within the palette, which is a theme configuration variable, we have a value, we have a property called mode. Now mode means the mode of our theme, whether it could be light or dark. By default, it is light, as you can see. And if we take a look at the feel and look of our application, we can sense that it is more of like a dark application. So we are gonna hard code the mode to be of dark. Basically, it affects the way that the application looks. If it is light, then certain components, they work in a way which are in contrast with the light theme. If we set it to be of dark, it does the same thing other way around. So right over here, let's get inside the palette and now we can change the mode to be dark. Now the other thing that we have to do is to change a color value. Now within the palette, we have a background property within which we have default. Now this default is actually a color code, and this default will be used in a way that it is going to be the background of our application, the entire application. So let's first change the color value, and for that, let's get inside the background default, and for the color value, I will take a look at the final version right over here. Let's just copy this color code. You do the same thing. You can pause the video, and it's not an object, it is a color code, like as a string value. Let's set it to be of this. So now that we have created this theme, custom theme, let's head back to the app.jsx, the app component, and now we have to use it. Now in order to use a custom theme, a custom MUI theme, we need to bring in the theme provider component. Now this theme provider essentially wraps a scope, and all the different components within that scope, all the different MUI components within that scope, they will be utilizing the custom theme that we created. Now within the theme, like to the theme provider, we first have to pass in the theme. So for that, let's first import it as well. Let's pass it down in such a way. And now within the theme provider, the next thing that we have to do is to bring in another component called CSS baseline from the material package. Now CSS baseline is a component which brings in some standardized styling. In If you have used normalize.css, it is somewhat the same. Like it comes in with a set of different standardized stylings, and it does a few things in order to make the entire thing feel a bit more normalized. Now, one of the things which it does is it sets the background default color of the theme to be the background color of our application. So if we just place this component right over here, and let me just spin up the server using npm run dev, and if we take a look, we're going to find that the application, like the background color, is the color that we have set in our custom theme. Basically what it does is it sets the background color of the body element in the DOM to be this specific color, and you can confirm the same by using the inspect tools and checking the body element. Anyway, so now that we have a theme and we have successfully implemented it, like we are using it, let's jump onto the part of implementing routing in our application. So let's do that in the next one. Alright, so now let's implement the routing. Now, if we take a look at the final version of the application, we will find that there are three three different screens in our application, just three screens. One we have is the home page, sort of like the auth screen where the user could sign up or sign in. And then we have another screen right inside of it, which is the boards screen. And on this screen, the user can view all the different boards which they have created. And one other that we have is the actual board screen where they can kind of interact with the board and do all that stuff. So in short we have three different screens in our application. So let's work on the very first one, which is the auth screen. So for that, right over here within the screens directory, let's create a new folder by the name of auth screen. And within this folder, we're going to create index.jsx, and it's going to be the component of the auth screen. So right over here, let's set it to be auth screen. And now let's actually take a look. Let's inspect this, take a step back, and let's see what exactly do we have over here. So we firstly have this logo right over here. Then we have some text, then two input elements, and we have a button to log in and a button, sort of like a button to toggle between the login state. So that makes sense. And now let's work on it. Let's construct this UI. So for this, we first need to import a few things from the MUI library, and I'll explain along the way what these are. So we first need to import container. Now container speaks for itself. It is a component which contains certain UI. You can configure it in a way to align the content inside of it as per your needs. So we will be importing container. Then we also need to import stack. Now stack speaks for itself. It is a component which stacks elements either vertically or horizontally, or in its context it means either column or by row. Column is by default, which means top to bottom. And we also need to import, let's see, this input element which is outlined input. And lastly, we also need to import button and also typography. So that we have imported the stuff, let's wrap the entire thing of this page inside of a container component, and right within it we need to place in this logo. So for the logo, you can again download the resources. I believe you have already done that. You have downloaded the resources from the YouTube description or from going to the desicodes.io website, and you can just do that from there, or maybe from GitHub. So I believe you have downloaded the resource code, and I'm gonna do it right now, as in like I have obviously the final version. So let me just copy the logo.svg and place it within the assets directory right over here. So now that it's done, let's get over here. So now we need to import the image, the logo image. Let's do that, logo.img, and we need to get to the assets. I believe I may have to break this video because I can feel the video lagging. So let's just quickly work on this page first. So now that we are importing this SVG icon, in order to use it, we will be using the image tag HTML image, to which we are going to pass down the src attribute and setting it to be the logo image which we are just importing. Let's also set some alternative text and let's set it to be flowboard in such a way. So now in order to view this screen, we have to implement the routing as well, obviously. So in the app component, let's import the components which we need to successfully implement routing, and we need to import it from the React router DOM package. So we need to bring in the browser router, the routes, and the route component. Now below the CSS baseline, we're going to place in the browser router, which will wrap up the entire thing, within which we're going to have routes. Within this, we're going to have the individual routes. So to the first route that we have over here, let's pass down path and set it to be the root of our application, the slash, the root of our application. And to this, we will also pass down the element prop. And to this thing, we have to specify, we have to pass in the component which we want to render on this specific path. And the component that we want to render is the auth screen that we have just created. For some reason, I think it did work, the auto import. Yep, it is working. Perfect. So now if we just save it and if we refresh, we should be seeing the logo. Beautiful. So now that it is done, there's one thing which I want to change, like in what we have. Now the thing is that we are using the normal HTML image tag, which is perfectly fine. There is nothing wrong with it. But while working with the MUI library, I personally like working with just the components that the library ships with. And if there are certain components which the library doesn't shift, for example, like there is no particular component like image as such import and use. So for that case, what we are going to do is we will be creating our own custom component. So for that, now again, it's a tiny bit of customization which I personally like. So within the components directory right over here, we're going to create another directory by the name of utils, which means utility components. And right over here, we're going to create image.image.el, which means image element. And in this file, we're going to bring in a function from the MUI library. And I seriously think I should break the video because I can sense the system lagging. Anyway, so the function that we need to import is styled. The styled component allows us to style any component. So right over here, we're going to export default. We're going to call this function and we're going to pass down a component. In our case, it will be just plain image HTML element. And we're going to call this function by backticks as such. We don't really need to pass down anything. We're just using it in a way so that it is actually, it is like the image element is infused with the features that the material UI component comes with. So right over here, we can use the image element which we have just created, and if we save it, everything remains the same. But now you may think like, do we even need to do this? It's perfectly fine, you don't have to do this, but there are certain pros, certain benefits of doing this. One of them is that now that it is infused with the features, with the power of material UI components, we can use the SX prop on this component and we can pass down this custom stylings in such a way. In case you don't know what it is, it's perfectly fine, don't need to worry. We will cover SX props, like how it works and what it is used for. But in short, you can think of it like it is similar to the style component, right? And basically like style component with certain features, certain powers, you can say. So as you can see, we are able to use the SX prop, which comes only with the material UI core components. Anyway, we don't need to do that. Now we need to work on the rest of the UI. Alright, now before we continue working on the author screen, there is one thing that we have to do, and it is to import the Google font which we're going to use in this app. So we will be using Lato. I believe you may have already found the code to import this font, maybe in the documentation, sorry, maybe in the resources section or on GitHub. So once you have the code in hand, or you can just go to the official site fonts.google, get the font by yourself, select 400 and 700 as the weights. Let's just copy the code to the clipboard, and now within the index.html we can place this code right over here, making sure that these are closing tags in such a way. By the way, the first two statements basically means that the browser, in whatever browser the user is using, it gives this import a bit more priority compared to the other resources, as font is something which should be given top priority. Right. So once we have placed this over here, it doesn't mean that our job is done. We still need to tell the MUI library to use this font, and for that, we need to change. We need to change something in the theme that we are working with. So just like palette, we have another theme configuration variable by the name of typography, and similar to palette, this one it consists of everything related to text or typography. So one of the variables, one of the properties it has is font family, and by default it is Roboto. So we're going to change this one. So right over here, let's get to typography. Let's change the font family to be of Lato, and just to be on the safe side, let's set a fallback font to be of sans serif in such a way. So now that we have done that, the MUI library will be using this font. So let's head back to what we have. So we need to add this text now. Let's do that real quick. So right below the image EL, we can place in the typography component, which is essentially used to display any sort of text, and we can just place it in such a way. Now, in your case, you may have to type it in, or maybe you can just copy the same thing from GitHub. And I'm gonna add in a break tag in such a way to kind of break the line. Now, one other thing that we should probably do is to wrap the entire internal content of the container inside of a stack, because this thing will be useful once we get to the point of aligning the internal elements. So now if we take a look, as you can see, that doesn't look right. So in order to fix this, what we need to do, but before we fix this, we need to understand why this thing is even happening, like why the image is taking the entire space. So the thing is that the stack component internally uses flex, the CSS flex, to align or to align items, to kind of spread out a layout. So the default align items property, CSS property, the value of it is stretch, and that's the reason why it is stretching. It's taking the entire space. Earlier said that the default direction of stack is column, so it means the main axis is vertical, so it's stretching in the horizontal axis. So in order to fix this, on the stack component we can pass down align items to be of center, and once we do that, it's looking much better. Now let's set the text align to be of center, so that the text itself is also aligned in the center. So that does look good. Now we need to add a bit of spacing to the top, and for that, on the container component right over here, we will be passing down the SX prop. I think it is the right time to introduce this prop. So think of it similar to style, but infused with certain features. So right over here, we need to add margin to the top. So instead of adding margin top in such a way, we can go with the abbreviation of MT in such a way. Now whatever value that we set it to be, it will be multiplied by 8 pixels, because that is kind of the standard spacing which the material library uses, not the material UI but the material library. Is It is a styling framework which was introduced by Google, and it comes with certain principles. One of the principles states that the spacing should be of 8 pixels, like it should be consistent. The value that they finalized was 8 pixels, and as the MUI library is based on material theme, so it obviously adopts the same thing. So whatever value that we pass in over here will be multiplied by 8. So as we are setting it to be of 10, it's going to be 80 pixels, and that's what it is. Beautiful. Now on the stack component, we will be passing down spacing as well, and we can specify the spacing between the elements inside the stack. So if we set it to be of 6, it's going to be 8 into 6, 48 pixels. Let's see. I think that's looking a bit nice. Maybe we can reduce it to be of 4, and I think that's perfect. So now we need to change the color of the text as well. So for that we can set color, we can pass it down directly, and setting it to be a RGBA value 2525 255 255 255 0.6, a bit of opacity to make it a bit light, and that is looking sweet. So now let's work on the input elements. So for that we can use the outlined input in such a way. By the way, there is also one other component called text field, and this component internally uses outlined if we set the variant to be of outlined. But as we already know just by looking at it that it is like an outlined component input, so we don't need to import text field and then tell it to be outlined. We can just directly import this component in such a way. So for the placeholder, for the first one it's going to be email, and for the second one it's going to be password. And if we take a look, well, that is kind of looking ugly, honestly. So what instead we can do is these two input elements inside of a stack in itself. To this stack we can pass down spacing of 2, and that's looking much better. Now for these input elements to take the entire space, can do, actually let's take them outside of the first stack. So the first stack will contain these two things, and the other stack will contain the outlined inputs. I just realized that in the final version we are indeed using text field, because as you can see text that this text of email, it is sliding to the top. So this is something which only comes with the text field component, doesn't comes in with outlined input. So I believe we have to import the text field itself in such a way, and instead of using placeholder, let's go with label, because that's what it is. And now if you take a look, yep, as you can see, this is actually the label text. So that's fine, but as you can see it's kind of taking the entire space. So we can constrain it down, we can kind of reduce, we can constrain the width. On the container component we can pass down the maximum width prop and the width. So the maximum width basically takes in the breakpoint. We need to specify a breakpoint. So there are 5 different breakpoints: large, medium, small, extra large, extra small. You can take a look at it in the default theme right over here, that these are the 5 breakpoints and these are the values, like the dimension of it. So in our case we will be going with XS, which means from 0 to 600 pixels. And now if you take a look, that's looking perfect. So yep, that is looking indeed perfect. And now we need to add some spacing between these two stack components. So for that, right on the stack, which is the first stack, we can pass down MB margin to the bottom as a prop, directly as a prop, and set it to be of 6, which means 48 pixels, and that is looking perfect. So now we just need to work on the button and the other two components, the button and the button to toggle between the state. So let's just do that in the next part. Alright, so let's continue. So now we need to add 2 other things on this particular screen. One is a button and the other one is a text. So let's do that. So firstly, in the index.html, let me just quickly change the title to be flow board in such a way. So now heading back to the auth screen component, the auth screen that we have, right in the stack which is having 2 text field components, we're gonna add in the button one right over here, right inside of it. And let's just set the text of it to be of login, but later it will be dynamic based on a state. So if we take a look, there it is, there we have the button. So we need to have the styling in a way which, like, it has some sort of background color. So for that we can change the variant of the button from I believe the default is text, so we're gonna set it to be of contained, and that's looking much better. And lastly, outside of this tag component, we can add in the typography component, and we can set it the text of it to be already, or maybe do not have an account. Now the thing is that even this text along with the text of the button will be dynamic based on state. So now if we save it, let's add a line. Let's add text align to be of center and margin to the top empty to be of 3, and that's looking much better. So now let's first change the colors that we are seeing at the moment. So as you can see, the color of the button that we have over here, as well as the color of the active state of the text field components, is sort of like blue. So we need to change this color, and we can do that by changing the primary color. So the theme that we are working with in palette, as we earlier covered this thing, it contains everything related to the color. So there is this primary color, and almost all the components that we use from the MUI library, they first tend to use this color, which is primary, and that's the reason why we are seeing the color over here, like the primary color being used. So obviously we don't want to repeat ourselves changing the color of each element that we see. So we just need to change the color of the primary, like we just need to change the primary color in the theme that we are working with. So for that, let's head to the theme, and inside the palette we can get to the primary. Now primary is it's a color object, like it takes a color object as a value. We cannot directly set the color code right over here. We have to pass in an object, and within that object there are different variants that we have to specify. However, the only one which is required from our end, if we want to override the primary color, it is the main one. So for the main color, I will be copying it from the final version. Obviously you can kind of do the same thing, or you can just pause the video and copy the same color code. So we just need to specify the main color, and the rest of the shades or the rest of the variants of this color will be auto generated by the library. So now if we take a look, well, that is looking much better, almost the same as what we have in the final version. So there are two other things in terms of UI which I want to change, sucker for perfection, which is this border radius. As you can see that what we have at the moment, it has a bit of border radius, like around the edges. As you can see, a bit of curved. So in order to fix this, what we not fix, but in order to change this, what we can do is, in the theme itself there is another theme configuration variable called shape, which just consists of a single property called border radius, and the default value of it is 4, and this value is again used by many different components from the library. So if we just set it to be of 0, it will affect to all the, like it's going to affect all the components which are dependent or which are using this property or value under the hood. So as soon as we set it to be of 0, it means no border radius. We can see the difference in the text field as well as in the button, and that's looking much better. Now in terms of the UI, there is one other thing which we can fix, and it is the button actually. So firstly, right over here we can set the size. We can pass in the size property and set it to be large, and that is looking exactly the same in terms of the UI. And also we want to change the text transform. We don't want to show the text inside of a button in uppercase. So in order to fix that, right in the theme where we have the typography, we can get to the button and we can specify the stylings of the text in this button, like specify the stylings of the typography. As you can see that we are within the typography theme configuration variable. So the thing is that it has to be related to the typography, and that's what we are doing. We are specifically telling all the button components in our application to use this styling for the text. So right over here we will be setting the text transform, and I'm going to set it to be of unset so that it just show the text the way that we add it to be. And also let's set the font weight to be of Let me just check. 700 in such a way, and that is looking perfect. Beautiful. So that would be it for the UI, and now we just need to work on the state to toggle between the register and sign in one. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so let's continue. So now that we are done with the UI of the auth screen, let's jump on to the functionality. So we need a few states for this particular screen. We need a state to display the respective screen, whether the user is trying to log in or sign up. And we also need some state to store the values of these input elements. So let's head back to the auth screen. And the very first thing that we have to do is to import the use state hook from React. So right over here, we're going to create a state by the name of isLogin. And as it speaks for itself, the value of it is going to be a Boolean value. So by default, we can set it to be of true. And based on this state, we will be displaying the respective text for the button and the text below. So right over here, we can add in an expression, and we can check that if it is indeed log in, then we want to show this text. Otherwise, we want to show register right over here or sign up. And similarly, we can do it for the text below, but instead of adding an expression over here, let's just kind of keep it clean, add it right over here at the top. So auth text is what we're going to call it. If it is login, then we can set it as do not have an account. Otherwise, we can set it as already have an account. And we can just show this text right over here. Now, in order to toggle between the two states, when the user clicks on the typography, we want to kind of toggle the states. So for that, right over here, we can pass down onClick, a callback as a function. And right over here, the state that we have, sorry, the function that we have, set is login. We want to call this thing. And we are again going to pass down a function where the first argument is the old state. So we want to just reverse the value, whatever it is. If it is true, then we are just kind of changing it to be false. So now if we just save it and if we just take a look, well, that is looking perfect. Login, do not have an account. When the user clicks on it, register, everything works perfect. Lastly, let's make this look a bit more clickable, the text that we have. So for it, on the typography component, we can pass down SX and we can set the cursor to be of pointer. And that is looking much better. So now we need to have a state for the email and password. Let's do that. Now we can create individual states for like email and password. We can do that. But rather than creating different states, we can just have a single one, which would be an object containing the two fields, email and password. Again, it is kind of subjective, as in it depends upon the structure of the form and also like how you want to structure it. Anyway, so right over here outside the component, we are going to create an init form, which will be the default form state, as in the initial form state. So it's going to have email with an empty string and password as an empty string. So right over here, let's create a state by the name of form and set form. Using the use state, we're going to pass down the init form in such a way. And now we just need to bind the values for these text field components. So right over here, we're going to pass down value, and it's going to be form dot email for the first one and password for the other one. Similarly, we are also going to pass down a name attribute, which has to be the same as of the property names in the object, and also an on change handler, which will call a function called handle change. And let's just create that real quick. So now also something I kind of forgot to mention right at the start. Now, if at any point you feel like I'm kind of rushing in, so feel free to slow down the video, or you can just pause the video. I just feel like these are the basic things. Like wasting time or exaggerating stuff on this part would be a bit redundant, as this is something which you probably already know, like creating functions, on change states and stuff. So I am kind of speeding up this particular part, but if at any point you feel like it's going a bit too fast, you can slow down the video, you can pause the video, watch it at your own pace. It's perfectly fine. Do not worry, once we get to the like a bit more complicated part, I will make sure to slow down. And also, you probably already know, if you have watched the like previous series on this channel, or even a few parts in this tutorial itself, like in the series itself, where I spend quite some time explaining things like how they work, what theme is, and what like theme configuration variables are, stuff like that. So that's the thing. Let's just create a function by the name of handle change, and it's going to get the synthetic event object from which we will get the name of the input element which caused where the event occurred, and also the new value of it. So right over here we can do it inline, calling the set form. We're going to pass down a function to it, and the argument is going to be the old form, which we are going to spread out in such a way. Then using the square brackets, because it's going to be a dynamic property name, from the event.target.name we're going to get the name of the input element, and the value of it is going to be event.target.value, in such a way. So now let's just log the form just to see if we have everything in the expected way, and let's check. Yep, everything is working perfectly fine. So that's sweet. So now let's create a function which will be called when the user submits or when the user clicks on the button. So right over here, it's going to be an async function, because later we will be making some network request within this function, and we want to call this when the user clicks on the button component right over here. So that's it. And for this, let's just also work on the disabled part. So when the user clicks on the button component, sorry, if we take a look at the final version, we can see that this button is initially disabled, and as soon as we enter some value in these two fields, it is enabled. So let's just have the same effect. So right over here we can pass down disabled as a prop, and form dot email dot trim, and we can just check that if it is an empty string like this one and the password one, if it is an empty string, in that case we want to disable the button. Let's just refresh, and string, one second, yep, missed the. So now if you just take a look, yep, it is working. So that's perfect. So yeah, we are kind of done with the states for the input elements, as well as the state to toggle between the sign up and sign in. And in the next part, I believe we should integrate Firebase. So let's do that in the next one. Alrighty, so let's continue. So now we're gonna bring in Firebase to our project, and for that you need to go to firebase.google.com. You need to log in, and right over here, right side top, you're gonna find the button to go to console. So once you click on it, it's gonna bring you to the page where you will see all the different projects that you currently have in your account, and it could be that you do not have any project as such, like at the moment. So we need to create a new project. So for that, let's just click on the add project button. Right over here we need to give it a name, and I'm going to give it flow board as such, and enable Google Analytics. We don't really need that, so let's just switch it off, and it's going to take some time. In the meantime, let's head back to the code editor, and we need to install the Firebase package in our project. So for that, right over here, let's go npm install Firebase and let it install. And there's one other thing which we have to do, and it is to install the global Firebase tools in order to use the Firebase CLI. So now that the project has been set up, we need to go to the build tab, and right over here we're going to find the Firestore database. So this is something which we have to create beforehand before we even get to the CLI part. So let's just create a database real quick. Otherwise, it kind of throws error while we set up the Firebase project locally in our system. So over here, let's just go with test mode. We will be writing rules later. And let's just select the location, the default one. It should work. And make sure that you have the Firebase tools CLI installed. Just go npm install this thing globally. Make sure to add the global tag, which is right over here, and let it work. I believe the database is now set up, so that's perfect. So now right over here, I will check. So now after installing the CLI tool globally, let's head back to the code editor, and right over here we're gonna enter the command of Firebase login. So, well, we do not want to share any sort of analytics. Let's just decline it. And the next thing is that it's gonna pop open a URL in your browser, and it's like a Gmail login, and you just have to select the email using which you wanna kind of log in to this CLI tool. Basically, the one which you wanna kind of associate with the CLI tool. So in my case, I've already done that. The CLI login is done, and now we can actually initialize the Firebase project locally. So right over here, we're gonna enter the command of Firebase init, init, in such a way. So it's gonna ask us a few things. For example, like what all features slash products that we want to use of Firebase. So over here, we're gonna need the Firestore, the cloud functions, and the emulators. Make sure that this one is actually important. We need to install emulators, and yep, I think that would be it. Firestore, functions, and emulators. So it's asking whether we want to create whether we want to go with an existing project or create a new one. In our case, it's going to be an existing one because we just created the project. And right over here, I actually have two different projects by the same name, and let me just check which one it is. So it's the lowercase one, which I think would be this one, but still, just to be on the safe side, it is this particular one. Okay, so that would be this one. So now it's going to set up the Firebase project locally, and in the meantime, let's head back to the project. Well, actually, we have to kind of select a few things. So it's asking which file should be used. Let's just go with the default one. The same thing for the indexes. Then it's asking for the functions. In the meantime, let's head back to the Firebase, and right over here we need to get the one, like the configuration for the web application. So we can get for iOS, Android. So in our case, it's going to be web, obviously. And let's just give it a name, flow board. And the next thing that it's going to give us is the configuration which we need, which is right over here. So let's just copy the entire thing to the clipboard. Let's head back. It's asking what language we'd like to use. So let's just go with JavaScript. ESLint, nope. Do you want to install the dependencies? Yep. And let install. In the meantime, in the source directory, right over here, we're going to create a new file by the name of Firebase, and we're just going to paste the entire thing which we just copied. Let me just remove the comments real quick. We don't need them. And and now I'm just going to paste a few things from the firebase.js file from the final project. So you can copy the same thing from GitHub. Like you can just go to the firebase.js and copy the same thing. So I'll explain you what these are, and let's just quickly complete the emulator part first. So we do need the authentication emulator. We need the Firestore, and also the functions. So yep, these three. Let's just complete this thing. Let's just go with the default ports. Enable UI for the emulator. Yup. Which port do you want to use? Let's just go with the ones which are available. Do you want to install? Yep. So this is done, and now let's actually take a look at what we have. So make sure to copy the entire thing from the firebase.js in the like from the final version on GitHub, and you just need to replace this part. Now basically these are the configuration which we need to set up. Like these are the things which we need in order to use the Firebase features. So over here, what we are doing is this configuration, this thing right over here, it is sort of like the address to your project. You don't need to worry about kind of mistakenly sharing this on the client side. It's perfectly fine. These are actually meant to be on the client side, right? Because these are the address. So do not worry or do not stress on kind of hiding it or obfuscating it. It's perfectly fine. You can just put it in such a way. So over here we are importing the initialize app function from firebase slash app. So this thing basically initializes the firebase application and the features that that firebase provides. For example, firestore authentication functions, these are part of the firebase, right? So this app instance is actually required. Like we need to use this app in order to actually access these features that we have over here. So we are importing get auth, which we will use to do everything related to the authentication, whether it is to sign in or create new users. Get firestore, again, it does the same thing under its own umbrella. As in order to interact with the Firestore database, we need to have this thing, and get functions to execute cloud functions, which we will get to later. And at the end, we have this thing. We don't need the ignore part over here. So over here, what we are doing is we are checking that if process.env.node environment, this node environment, if it is set to development, which means that we are in the development mode. If that's the case, then in that case we want to use the emulators, right? We do not want to directly work on the project that we have like set up on the Firebase console, like the one which is live on the cloud. So we will be using emulators, and there are a bunch of different reasons why we want to do that. One of the reason would be that firstly it's fast because there are no network requests as such. You're just making requests to to some server which is locally hosted. That's the first reason. The other one is it is secure because you're not directly mutating or working with data on your actual database like on the project. And the third reason would be I would say that it is economical because you're not making kind of requests, so it's not accounting towards the billing. So these are kind of the three reasons even stated in the official documentation of Firebase, like why we should use emulators, and that's what we're going to do. So yeah, I think that would be it. And now we need one other command which I will be copying from the final version from right over here, and I'm going to explain you what it is. So just go to package.json, and in the scripts we're going to add in a command of this thing, firebase hyphen emulators. This is the name of the command which will spin up the firebase emulators. Now if you want to change the command, it's perfectly fine, and this is the entire thing which runs. So what it does is that firstly, just using this command we can run the emulators, but the stuff which is like right next to it, it's basically telling Firebase that when the emulators are turned off, like when we switch them off, then make sure to export the data on exit so that we don't lose the data that we worked in like during that period. And this thing right over here means that while starting up the emulators, make sure to check the this particular directory, and if there is some sort of data, just fetch that in. So basically we are persisting the data which, like whatever data is created, or it could be data related to authentication files to stuff like that. We're just persisting it and making sure that Firebase emulators work with them whenever we kind of exit or run the emulators. So that's that. Make sure to save this, and now that we have everything set up, we can actually we can spin up the emulators using the command of FB emulators in such a way. And it's going to take some time. In the meantime, we can actually, there is nothing for nothing. Yep, and now it is indeed working, and we can take a look at the emulators right over here. Yep, this is the one. The emulator suite is working, so that is perfect. Although it took us some time to set it up, but you can be rest assured that this thing actually pays off in the long run, setting up Firebase emulators. All right, so now we are done with this thing, and we have the project up and running. Let's head back, and we will be working on creating new users, like in the authentication one. So let's do that in the next part. Alrighty, so let's continue. So now that we have the Firebase project set up, we have the emulators up and running. Let's move forward and let's work on the authentication. Now the thing is that if you have watched any of my previous series, you must know that I always tend to explain things in depth so that all of us are on the same page, and even you have an idea of like what's going to be the next step, like what direction we are going in. So before like right jumping onto the authentication and adding the code, all that stuff, it is important for us to be on the same page. So for that, let's just discuss the overall idea, like what's going to happen in our app, like how we're going to check the auth, how we're going to store it, stuff like that. So the application that we are building, the thing is that when the user opens the application for the very first time, at that moment we want to check the authentication, whether or not the user is authenticated. And after checking it, we also want to update state in our application, and the state has to be sort of global, like it has to be in a way so that it could be globally accessed. So we want to update the global state, for which we will be using Zustand, if that's the right pronunciation. So Zustand is a state management library similar to many different libraries out there, and it is very minimal. It's very easy to work with, very simple, and even the APIs are easy to work with. So we're going to use the Zustand store for the as a global store for our application. So within the store, we're going to have a value which is going to be is logged in. So this value speaks for itself. It's going to be a Boolean value. By default, it's going to be false, obviously. Like when the user is coming to the application, we're going to assume that the user is not logged in. And after the user lands on the app, after checking the state, we're going to update the store value in that way. So that's how it's going to work, and based on this state we will be implementing route protection, as in route guards, which will make sure that only the right user is viewing the right UI or the right screen. So that's going to be the thing. Now there's one other thing which we have to take care of, and that's like when the user lands on the app, and during the period, like during the time when we are checking the authentication, there's going to be a split seconds or maybe a few milliseconds, you can say that, like that the user is going to see the UI, however we are still checking in the background. So you must have seen that glitch in many apps out there, like in many platforms, in fact, where you might see the unauthenticated UI for for a few seconds, for a few milliseconds. I must say that, and after that you see the authenticated one. So the thing is that that sort of experience doesn't look nice. And what we can do is we're gonna have another value right over here, which is gonna be loader or loading, and the loader is gonna be true by default. So the thing is, the way it's going to work is that once we check the authentication status, regardless the user is authenticated or not, we will be updating the is logged in. Oh, sorry, we're going to update the loader. So the loader will be turned off as soon as we check the authentication, and alongside we will also be updating the is logged in based on the authentication status. So that's kind of the overall idea. That's what we're going to do. And using this loader, we will be showing sort of like a global, not global, but sort of like a component. And this component will be shown to the user even before we implement the routing, right? So the user comes in, they're going to see the loader for a few milliseconds, and after that based on the authentication status, they're going to see the right UI. That's the overall idea. Now that being said, let's jump onto the app, and right for that, in the app component, we're going to bring in a function from Firebase auth, and the name of the function is on auth state changed. Now this function will be used with the use effect hook from React, and we're going to implement it right over here. So right over here, we're going to use the use effect, and to this we are just going to pass down an empty dependency array because we just want to call it once. So the way it's going to work is that this on auth on auth state changed function will be called, like it sets up a observer, and it will be called whenever the auth status changes, like whenever the user logs in or logs out, this function will be called, and it will be called with the user. So in order to set it up, we first have to pass down the auth instance that we had set up in the Firebase file, which is this particular one. So let's just import the auth first from the Firebase file, and now we have to pass it down as the first argument. The second argument is going to be the observer function, and this function will be called with an argument, and the argument is going to be the user doc. So the thing is that this function will be called, the second argument will be called with the user doc only if it exists. Otherwise, it will be called with null, like the value of it is going to be null. So that's the idea. For the time being, let's just log the user doc right over here, and this thing returns back an unsub, which we can call when the user, when this component unmounts. It's sort of like a pattern, but in our case, as it is the app component, let's still call this function. That's kind of the convention of kind of removing the listeners, you can say. So right over here, we are logging the user doc, and now if we take a look at what we have, let me just refresh. App has already been declared. That the reason could be that over here, yep, I copied it twice. Anyway, so now let's save it and let's take a look. And as you can see, the value of it is null. The reason why it is being logged twice, I hope you do know, it's because the, like, we are in development mode and React runs the application in strict mode, so it kind of renders component twice. So that's kind of the thing. Like if we just remove this thing, I seriously suggest that you do not do that, but still, just to show you, it only runs, like it's only rendering component once, and that's how it's going to be in production. Anyhow, do not remove the strict mode. It is for your own sake, and it's something that you should always keep there. So now that being done, what we're going to do is now, as you can see, it is null, so that's fine. However, we want to show, we obviously want to see this thing being changed. So before we even implement the register thing, all of that stuff, what we're going to do is right over here in the authentication emulator, like in the emulator suite, right over here, let's just manually create a user just for the time being. Obviously, we will be implementing the entire thing properly, but just for the time being, let's create an email. Let's set it as test at Gmail. Password is going to be 123123, and let's just create the account. Alright, so now that we have the dummy account, let's work on the function which will take care of the rest. So the handle auth function will be called for both the cases, when the user is trying to sign in or when they're trying to create a new account. So we, inside of here, we first need to check what exactly they are trying to do, and we can do that by taking a look at the is login. So if the is login, if it is true, then it means that they are trying to log in. Otherwise, they are trying to create a new account. Now, regardless, like what they're trying to do, it will trigger some network request, and Firebase will kind of do the rest of the things. So we have to take care of the catching of error. Like we want to take care if any error happens, stuff like that. So for it, we will be wrapping the entire thing, both of these cases, inside of a single try and catch block. And we're going to take care of the error later. Like we're going to display the error in a toaster, but just for the time being, let's just log it out in such a way. So now inside the is login, we want to trigger the request. Sorry, we want to make the request to Firebase to log in the user, to sign the user in. And for that, we need to have a function. Let's import it from the Firebase auth package. And the name of the function is sign in with email and password. Now let's also import the other function which will be used to register a new user to sign the user up. And for that, we need to import create user with email and password. Both of these functions work almost the same way, like with the same arguments. So now within the is login, we're gonna await the request and we're gonna call the function sign in with email and password. Now this function takes three different arguments. The first one is auth, similar to the on auth state changed, where we pass the auth. And I think instead of calling it user dog, we should just call it user, as it is user object. User dog would something be like a user document from the database, and this is not that thing. So just for sake of clarity, I think we should just refer it as user object, as it contains information about the authenticated user, the profile information, stuff like that. So let's just call it user. Anyway, so the on auth state changed, we passed in the auth instance as the first argument. We're going to do the same thing inside of here. So let's first import the auth as well from the Firebase file. And now passing it as the first argument, the second argument is going to be the email, and the third one is going to be the password. So we can get it by form.email and form.password. Doing the same thing in the else statement, where we want to create a new user, and at this point we're going to call the create user with email and password, passing in the same arguments. So that's perfect. Now the thing to keep in mind is that, because I have personally seen this in many different tutorials, and like where the instructor suggests that after a successful login or sign up, we should manually push the user to a specific route. Like once the user is signed in, we should manually push them to a specific route for the authenticated user. Well, that's kind of the imperative approach. That manual approach is not really required, because we will be having we're going to have the entire application set up in a way that each component, each module is going to work independent. So right over here in the auth screen, this thing should only take care of the job assigned to it, sign which is to authenticate the user, whether to create a new account or to sign the user up. And the rest of the things, like pushing the user to the respective route, should be taken care by the route guards, which we will implement together after. I think it would be the second part, like the next step after we are done with the authentication. So the point is, we are not going to navigate the user manually from within this function. We're just going to make the request to sign the user in or to create a new account. So now that we have this thing set up, what we are going to do is, over here we should also have a loading state. So for that, right over here, let's create loading and set loading. By default it should be false, and using this state, like we should use the state on the button right over here. So on the disable, we are currently checking for email and password, and along with these we can also check for loading. So adding in the or operator, it basically means if any of these values is true, then we are just disabling the button. So I think that would be it. We need to call the set loading right at the top, and we only want to turn it off if it is if there is some error, because if everything worked perfectly fine, route guards will kick in and push the user to the respective route, and it means we don't really have to change the state of this component. That's important, because this component will be unmounted. The auth screen will be unmounted as soon as we go to a different route. And if you try to change state of a component which has unmounted, it's gonna throw error. Got pretty excited over there. Anyway, so that's the thing. So we only want to change this thing to be like false if there is some error, obviously, because the user will remain on the same page. So that being done, let's give it a shot. So inside the app component, we are logging the user in, like the user object. So this thing will constantly keep a check of the authentication status. So I think now we can actually try this thing. So let's actually try with an email which doesn't exist. And over here it says user not found. So that is beautiful. So if we try with an email which is exist but with the wrong password, it's gonna be wrong password. Perfect. Email which is not valid, invalid email. So that is sweet. That's exactly what we want. And before I try with the final one, like the actual, like the working email, let's just take care of this message that we have. So we can get this message from going right over here. Like this is actually the error code. If I try the same thing, you will see that this is the error code. So if we take a look at the format of all the different errors that we just saw, whether it is an email which doesn't exist or it is a valid email, it is a valid email, but the password is wrong. So all of them, they kind of follow the same principle as in the auth slash and then the error message. So what we can do about it is we can, as it is a string, we can split it by auth in such a way, and the second part is going to be the actual error, right? And if it is, like if it does have like some sort of ampersand, we can, what we can do is over here we can split it again by the hyphen, the dash, and we can just join it using space in such a way. And I think that is perfect. This is how we can actually show the error. Let's place it real quick right over here. It's going to be the message and error code. We're just going to do this stuff and log the message over here. Later we will be logging it, like we're going to display it in a toaster, but for the time being this thing actually works, so that is sweet. All right, so now is the main part, the show time, where we will try with an actual password and see what's going to happen. As soon as we log in, boom, the observer function triggered, and it just gave us back the user object, and this is coming from the app component, line number 12. We can confirm it right over here, the user object. So it contains a bunch of information about the user which we don't really care about for our app, and the only thing that we care about is that yeah, there is some user, like there is an authenticated user. So we just want to update the state saying that, like update the Zustand store saying that all right, there is some logged in user. So let's do that in the next part. All right, so let's continue, and now let's set up the Zustand store. So for that, heading back to the editor, let's first install the package using npm install or npm I Zustand, and in the meantime let's take a look at the documentation. Now it is a fairly simple, intuitive and straightforward state management library to work with. All we have to do is to import the create function from Zustand, and that function basically allows us to create the store. So let's do that right over here. Now that the package is installed, right in the source directory, let's create a store.js file which is gonna be the store. So in here we can just import the create function from Zustand, and let's create the store. So this particular store will be later passed down to the create function in such a way. So the way it works is that it passes down a function as the first argument, and that function is set, and this function has to return back the store. So over here, as you can see, that we are returning back an object within which we can include all the different variables, the values that we need to have. So as what we discussed earlier, that we are going to have two different values. One is going to be the loader, which we will show during the time, like when we are checking for the auth status, and the other one is going to be is logged in, based on which we will decide which UI or which screen the user should be on. So over here, let's create loader, and by default we discussed that it is going to be true, and the other one is going to be is logged in, which is going to be false, because we are just going to assume that the user is not authenticated or unauthenticated. Anyway, so the thing is, now in order to change this value, we are going to create a function right over here. We're going to create a function, and the name of the function is set login status. So we will be calling this function with the status, and this thing is obviously going to be a boolean value. Basically, we want to set the is logged in status, is logged in value to whatever the status is. So returning back, we're going to call the set function that we have over here, and we're going to pass down an object. Now we also have an option to pass down a function, in which case it is the previous state, just like what the use state hook does, pretty similar to that. And over here, we don't really need the previous state, so we can just remove it. So now what we need to do is setting the is logged in to whatever the status is, right? It could be true, it could be false, whatever it is. But the key point, the key part is that we set the loader to be false. That's the reason why we have this value in the first place. So that's how it's going to work. And now what we need to do is right over here, let's actually give it a name. This create store, let's call it use store in such a way, and we can just export default the use store in such a way, because this is also going to be a hook from which we can get the values out of our store. So right over here, let's call the use store hook that we just created. And this is something important. Make sure to import it from the right place, because there is a hook by the same name from the Zustand library itself. But what we want to import is the one that we created just now. And in such a way, we can just get back the values. So right, as you can see, it gives us the type checks, like we have all the different values. And in our case, we need the loader at the first place, and also set login state. It has to be status. My bad. Set login status. In such set login status. Perfect. So now before we use the value, let's actually see whether we are even getting the values. Let's just log loader for the time being, and I'm going to open the console. Let's just refresh, and it should return back true, and that is perfect. But now the thing is, logging values to the console, it is not pleasant experience in terms of like in the development mode. So there is a way to enable the dev tools in Zustand, and for that all we have to do is to import the middleware, Zustand/middleware, and the middle name is dev tools. So we just have to wrap the store in such a way, and as soon as we do that, the dev tools should be enabled and we should be able to see the values. Beautiful. So now what we need to do is right over here, the set login status. We will be using this value. Let's do that. And the way that we're going to use the values is right over here, the login one. We will be calling the set login status. We're going to call this thing, and we have to pass down a boolean value. So this user object that we have at the moment, the thing is that this user object, if it is an object and if we coerce the value of an object, it turns out to be true. And the other thing we already know, like if the user is not authenticated, then in that case this object, like this value, is going to be null, and if we coerce the value of null, it's false. So right over here, we will be coercing the value by adding double logical operators and passing down user in such a way. And now if we just save it and if we just refresh, we're going to see that right over here we have two anonymous actions, and the value turned out to be the value is true. I got confused at the moment for a second. So the value is true because the user is logged in. Now the thing is, this anonymous action, it doesn't feel nice, and later it will be a bit problematic or confusing to work with. So what we can do is that the function which we have over here, it takes two other arguments. The second argument is actually the replace value, whether you want to replace the entire store with this value, and by default it is false and we have to keep it the same. We should keep it the same. And the third value is the name of the action. So over here we can just set it as set login status, and now if we just save it and take a look, it should throw set login status, and that's beautiful. And let's also test the logout. For that, let's just remove the cookies, and it should be false now. Let's see. Yep, it is false. So that's perfect. And the reason why it is kind of logging twice or logging in the dev tool twice is because it's the strict mode. Anyway, so before I end this video, let's just work on the loader quickly. Let's have a loader which is displayed right over here in the center. And for that, in the components directory, right over here, let's create another directory by the name of layout, and within this we will be having all the components which are related to the layout and are reusable. So let's just call it as app loader.jsx, and right over here let's construct this component. So in order to construct the component, let's just keep it simple, and we just need two things from the MUI library. So we need to bring in the stack and the circular progress component. Right over here, we will be returning the entire thing inside of a stack, and we can just place in the circular progress component in such a way. On the stack component, let's set the align items to be of center and margin to the top to be of 10. So let's head back, and I can just sense my system lagging. I hope the video is not laggish. Anyway, so let's import the app loader which we just created. And now what we are going to do is we are indeed importing the loader value from the store. So if this value is indeed true, then in that case we want to show the loader. And just for the time being, I will be not changing the loader value on the set login status function, which means that it is going to remain true. So now if we take a look, well, that does look a bit nice. Perfect. And now let's just set it to be false, and there it is. So we're going to see this loader for a split seconds, and then we see the actual value based on the authentication status. So that would be it for this part, and in the next one let's work on the let's see. All right, so now that we have the global store set up, we have the Firebase integrated, emulators are working, and even the authentication is working now. Let's just move forward with the application, and now we're going to be working on the internal page, the one that the user sees when they successfully authenticate. So this is the one that we're going to show the user, the boards screen, which will display all the different boards that the user has created. So let's do that. So heading back to the code editor, right over here within the screens directory, we're going to create a new directory by the name of boards screen, and this particular screen will be the boards screen component, the one that the user sees. So let's do that real quick. Boards screen, and right over here, well, actually before we start working on the boards screen, we need to have the route guards in place, the ones which will take care of kind of pushing the user to the right path based on the authentication status. So for this, we will be having two components. We're going to have private route and we're going to have public only route. Private route speaks for itself. It is a normal convention. I believe you must have kind of done something similar like this, or maybe exactly the same in any of your own projects, where we kind of need to make sure that the right user can access the right screen or right path. So the private route speaks for itself. Only the authenticated users can view it, and the public only route is the one which only the unauthenticated users can view, which is going to be the auth screen. Like if the user is authenticated, doesn't make any sense for them to land on this path. So let's do that. For that, inside the utils folder, which is inside the components, we're going to create a new component by the name of public only route. And the way we are going to make use of it is that inside the app component where we are right away kind of displaying the component, we are rendering the component, we will be rendering the public only route component in such a way, and we're going to pass down a prop, a component prop, uppercase C, just to kind of know on the surface that this is a component, and it's going to be the reference of the component which we want to display. In this case, it's going to be the auth screen in such a way. Make sure that you're not actually kind of rendering the component over here, just the reference of it. So now let's actually work on the public only route, and for that we just need to import two things. One from the React router DOM package, and it is to navigate, basically kind of redirect them, and the other one that we need is from the use store hook that we created earlier, this particular one. So right over here we're going to execute this hook, which will give us the access to is logged in. And what we want to do is we want to return back checking the is logged in. It's going to be a boolean value, and if the user is indeed logged in, then in that case, because this particular component will be used, like it's going to be getting the component, and we only want to show this component if the user is not authenticated. That's the thing, public only. So the user should not be authenticated, and if the user is authenticated, we want to push them by using the navigate component from the React router DOM package. We want to push them to the to the board screen, the internal screen, right? And let's also tag along the replace path, sorry, the replace prop. And if the user is not logged in, then go ahead, you are actually the right person, the right user to see this component. So that's how we are going to construct it. And now now we just need to import it. Let's import it real quick, the component. And now if we take a look, actually we also need to register the board screen component that we just created, and we want to show that screen on the board's path. And for this we will actually be creating another component, but just for the time being, let's just kind of show it in this way because we haven't created it yet, the private route thing. And one sec, let me just organize it real quick. So it's going to be the screens over here, this is going to be the utils. All right, so now if we take a look, and if I refresh, let's see, public only route, and at the moment are we logged in? Nope, we are not logged in. Makes sense. So now let's just log in, and now we should automatically be pushed to the board's screen. So that is sweet. So as you can see that we didn't manually push the user to the board screen. It was done by the route guard that we have in place. So that's perfect. So now let's do the same thing for the private route. Again, in the utils folder, let's create private route.jsx, and in here we can paste the same thing. Let's just change the name to be private route. It's gonna get the component, and we kind of need to do the same thing, but the other way around. So we can just add in the logical operator. So it's just going to reverse the value, and the private route means that the user, only the authenticated user should see the component. So if that's not the case, if the user is not logged in, right, if the user is not logged in, then we want to navigate them to the auth screen, which is on the root of our application. Otherwise, go ahead, you can view the private route. So now let's head back and use this particular one, private route, in such a way, and over here we can pass down the component, which in this case is going to be the board's screen in such a way. So now if we save it, and now if I refresh, as you can see, we have the loader. We checked the auth during that time, and because the user was logged in, we are on the board screen. And now comes the test part. So if we intentionally try to visit the root of our application, we should automatically be pushed to the board screen. So that is again sweet. So now if I just remove the cookies in such a way, we are automatically pushed out, as you can see. So that's perfect. So now that we have the route guards in place and they're working perfectly fine, we can work on the board screen UI. So it looks like this. So let's do that in the next part. But there's just one thing which I forgot to mention earlier. The reason why I haven't kind of tagged this input element as type of password, and that's the reason why you can actually see the password. It's because the video recorder that I'm using, it kind of the shortcut keys they stop if I click on any input element with the type of password. So that's the personal reason. In your case, go ahead, change the type to be of password. All right, so see you in the next one. All right, so now let's continue, and now we're going to be working on the board's screen, which looks like this. So the very first thing that we will be working on is the top bar component, which we have right over here, right at the top. Let's get to it. Let's just first log in our app as well. The top bar component, which we have over here, it will only be displayed on the board's screen, right? Because the internal screen, it's going to have its own top bar, you can say, because a top bar which looks a bit different. So it means that this component is mainly associated with the board's screen. So for that, heading back to the code editor right over here, inside the board's screen directory, let's create a new file by the name of top bar in such a way, and let's work on it. So for that, one sec. Okay, so over here, let's create this top bar component. And for that, we need to import a few things from the MUI library. So we're going to bring in that app bar component, which we will be using as a base. Then we also need to import the toolbar, which works in conjunction with the app bar, as in to provide padding around the edges. And then looking at it, for this we will be using the image element that we created earlier. We also need to have button. So let's do that right over here. So now we will be wrapping the entire thing inside the app bar component. In case you don't know what it is, you can look it up in the documentation. App bar basically allows you to create that sort of like top bar kind of thing, as you can see over here. So let's do that. Let's use the app bar, and right within the app bar, we're gonna have the toolbar, because this thing actually adds the padding around the edges. It kind of gives some breathing space, you can say. And within this, we need to add the image element. Let's see. Yep, that's working. And for the source, it means we also need to bring in the logo. Let's bring in the logo, put it in this way. Source is gonna be this thing. Alt is gonna be flowboard, and then we also need to have these two buttons, but these two are kind of grouped together and are on the right side. So for that, let's actually import the stack component to group these two buttons together. And within this, we're gonna add in the two buttons. The first one is create board, and the other one is logout. And the first one, it has the background color, so we're gonna change the variant to be of contained. And on the stack component, let's set the direction to be of row, because the default is column. And let's add some spacing of 2 between these two buttons. And now let's actually import it inside the board screen component right over here. So we will be wrapping the entire thing inside of fragments, and right at the top, like, we can import the top bar component that we just created. So now if we take a look, there it is. It is indeed looking pretty nice, although we need to fix a few things. So let's do that. Okay, so over here inside the top bar component, we want to set them apart, right? We want to set these two elements apart, and for that, the toolbar component internally uses the flex direction, but justify content works with the space between, then it is of row. And yep, it is indeed row. That's perfect. And let's actually reduce the size of the image. It's looking a bit odd. And for that, right over here on the image EL, because it's a component infused with the MUI core components features, so we can just use the SX prop and we can set the height to be of 25 pixels, and that's looking perfect. So it is indeed looking exactly as what we have in the final version. And this one other thing which I want to clear, which I want to clear right away, and that's like inside the board screen. If we just add some content, like you don't have to do this, but we will see that this text that we have over here, this text is actually behind of the app bar component, like this top bar which we have. Because if I remove this, we can see that there it is, the text that we added. And the reason why this is happening is because the app bar component that we are using, let me just put it over here, the app bar component which we are using, it has the position of fixed by default. So we're just going to change the position of it and we're going to set it to be static. And once we do that, there is our content. So that's perfect. And now now we need to add in the icon, I believe this icon, and change the color. So let's do that. On the button first, we're going to set the color and let's just set it to be of inherit, which is white. Perfect. And we also need to add this icon. So let's import the icon from, we're going to call it logout icon, and we're going to import it from the icons package. And the name of the icon is exit something, exit to app. Yep. So now in order to use this icon on the button component, we can pass down start icon prop and we can set it in such a way, the logout icon. And now if you take a look, we should see the icon right over here. So that's beautiful. And similar to start icon, we also have like end icon, just for the record. And now it basically adds the icon at the end. All right, so I think we are done with the top bar. And suck of perfection. So now we are done with the top bar, and now we will be working on the boards. So this is something which is going to be exciting. And actually, before working on the boards, we should be working on the modal, this particular modal. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so let's continue, and now we're going to be working on the create board modal, which looks like this. So let's just break it down into different parts so that we have an idea of like how we are going to structure the entire thing. So we first have the modal which contains the entire thing. Then we have a sort of like a modal header which goes at the very top, and it consists of some text on the left side and a button to close the modal on the right side. Then we have an input element, and in the end we have the colors. Sorry, it's in between. In the end we have this button. So that's kind of the overall the structure of the modal. Let's just jump right into it and let's build this bad boy. Now in order to build the modal, or in order to work with modals, we're going to be using a component from the MUI library which goes by the name of dialog. And it's a simple component which allows us to kind of create modals in such a way. So that's what we're going to go with. Let's head back, and right over here, as this particular modal is something which is part of the board screen of this screen, so for that reason alone, we're going to create the component, the modal component, right inside of this directory. So let's just name it as create board modal as the name of the component. Let's create the component as well. And right at the top, we need to import a few things from the material library. So we first need to bring in the dialog component. Now there are other components by the MU, like which, there are other components related to the dialog component, as in there is actions, like dialog actions. Then we have dialog content, and I believe there is dialog title, and all of these components which kind of work together in order to construct a dialog component, but it's not like you have to use them. It's something which the library provides. As you can see in one of the examples, that over here it is importing dialog actions, content text, content title, all of these components, and they work in a way to kind of form a modal. Like you can use them, it's optional. So the thing is that we it's not really required for us to use all of these components, because if we go in that direction we will be having, like, in the end we're going to have a component, a modal component, but it kind of looks very much material UI theme lookish kind of. It gives that feel because that's kind of the goal of this library. It allows us to, like, it gives a bunch of different components which are based on the material theme. But it's again subjective. It's again depends on the design and feel that you're going with. And mostly, like, from personal experience, I tend to kind of create everything from scratch, or like build the, like, blocks by myself rather than using these curated components. Anyway, the point is that we won't be using any other component other than the dialog. So now let's also import stack, typography, and box. Now box is similar to stack component. Earlier in the previous version of material UI, the version 4, box was the only component which was, like, majorly used to construct the UI, the layout of your application, your components. And it it is, you can think of it similar to stack, but it doesn't have display of flex. It has, I believe, display of inline block. And earlier we used to kind of create our own custom version of box which worked like stack. And I believe the material UI team not team material UI team, they saw this need where a component was required for such cases to kind of align different items and stuff like that, so they introduced this component. Anyway, so enough talk, let's just build this component real quick. So we have the dialog component, and this component, it takes in a prop of open, which is a boolean value. Like, it takes a boolean value, and if we just pass it down in such a way, it is implied that it is true. Now this thing has to be true, only then the dialog component will be visible. So we're just going to pass it down in such a way. So right within it, we're going to have a stack component for the upper part, the modal header, you can say, which includes this part. So within this, we're going to have a typography and the cancel button, the cross button. So let's do that. Right over here, let's also import the close icon from the MUI icons package. The name of it is close. And let's also import one other component called icon button. Now it works similar to the normal button, but it is built for icons specifically. So right inside the stack, we are first going to set the direction of it to be row so that they sit next to each other. Then we're going to add in typography. Let's set the variant of it as H5 to make it a bit large. And let's go with this text, create board. Right next to it, we're going to have the icon button, which will contain the close icon in such a way. And in order to set them apart, we can add in the justify content to be of space between. So now let's just save it, and let's head back to the boards component, the board screen, and let's just place it right over here. Later we're gonna have a state to conditionally show the modal. Anyway, so over here, let's just import the create board modal, and let's just place it right over here. So if we do that, we should be seeing the modal, and there it is. Does it look nice? So let's just fix it. So firstly, inside the create board modal component, what we're going to do is we're going to pass in the prop of full width, which will tell it to take the entire width. And it works with another prop which goes by the name of maximum width. And similar to container, it takes in breakpoint as value, and by default it takes, I guess it is medium. Let's just test it out. Well, it's not medium, I think it is small. Yep, it is small by default. So we're just going to set it as XS, which is extra small because we don't really require that much of spacing. So that looks nice. And now over here, the stack component, let's just pass in align items to be of center so that these two sit together. Like uh, they're aligned in the center, the typography and the close icon. So that's perfect. Now on the icon button, we can do one other thing, a tiny tweak, which is to set the size of it to be of small so that the clickable portion of the icon button is a bit less. And now what we should do, that right within the dialog component, we're going to wrap the entire thing inside of a of a parent stack. Like the entire internal content of dialog is going to be inside of a stack. And let's just set the padding of it p. We're going to pass down p padding for like on all the sides, and setting the value of it to be of 2 so that it's 16 pixels on all the sides. And now let's do one last thing, which is to shift this thing into a component of its own. Like this particular part is a modal header which could be reused. So for that, I'm just gonna cut it out from here, and inside the components within the utils, right over here, not utils, but I think inside the layout, let's create modal header in such a way, and it's gonna be the modal header component where we just gonna show this part and making sure that we import the required components. In this case, it's going to be stack, typography, and icon button. Also, the close icon right over here, and and now what we have to do is that in order to make this component reusable, obviously we need to pass down the title in such a way. So let's just pass it down title, and we're gonna pass it down. Maybe let's just go with that convention of kind of passing it down as a child or children, but that would require like two tags opening and closing in order to use it. Let's just go with title, and now let's just pass down title right over here. And also we sorry it's it has to be inside of an expression, and along with this we also need to have that on close function. So this on close function will be called when the user clicks on the icon button in such a way. And now heading back right over here, we can use this modal header, the reusable component that we just created, but we are unable to import it for some reason. I seriously hope my system is not lagging. You guys have no idea how much time I have wasted because of this thing alone. Anyway, so I think we have to import it. I have to import it manually. Let's go to the components. It is inside the layout, the modal header, and let's pass down the title to be of create board in such a way. Let's see whether or not it's working. It is working. Beautiful. So now that is done, now we just need to work on the rest of the stuff. Let's do that in the next part. Alright, so let's continue, and now we're going to be working on the rest of the create board modal. So the very first thing that we're going to do is to reduce the size of the typography that we have in the modal header. Let's do that. So right over here inside the modal header component where we have the typography, at the moment we are passing the variant of h5. Let's just change it to be of h6, and it's going to reduce the size. That's perfect. Now let's also make it a bit bold as what we have in the final version. So for that, right on the typography, we can pass down the font weight prop and set it to be of 700. And as you can see, it reflected the change. Now there is something which I just realized that I kind of forgot to cover earlier. It is something which I should have done right when we started building the UIs and the layout. So the thing is that the MUI library which we are using, the UI library, it provides a bunch of different components, and we have used quite a few so far while building the application. So there are 4 components in particular which are referred as CSS utility components. Now these are the stack component, the typography, the grid, and the box. Again, stack, typography, grid, and box. We haven't used grid till now, but again, these are the four CSS utility components. Now, there is something you can say that they have an upper hand in terms of adding styling to them. So the thing is that we can directly pass down CSS properties via props, as what we are doing over here on the stack component. As you can see that we are passing down direction to be row, justify content, and align items. All these props that we are passing, these are CSS properties, and we can do that only on CSS utility components. On all the other components, the only way to add styling is to use the SX prop, which we have covered earlier. So that's one thing. And that's the reason why we are able to pass down the CSS property of font weight via props. So let's continue. Now the thing is that we can make this thing a bit better. So I'm thinking of adding global stylings in such a way so that whenever we set the typography component to be of variant H6, this thing is added by itself. The font weight is set to 700. So in order to do that, let's just remove it from here first, and let's take a look. That's the normal, like that's how it looks at the moment. So now if we just head to the theme, right over here, keep it in mind as a rule of thumb that anything related to stylings on a global level, global stylings, they will go inside the theme. So right over here within the typography, as it is something related to the typography, we're going to target the H6 variant in such a way. Similarly, we can target any other variants, like we can target the H1, like you can see all the different uh, variants as well as different stuff that we can change. We have all the different variants, and we're going to change the H6 variant font weight to be of this. And now if you take a look, that's perfect. So let's continue. So now we need to add in the input element and the colors in such a way. So if we just break it down, we have an input element, then we need to have another stack component which will contain the typography for the colored text, and a stack component as a container for all the color swatches. That's the idea. Let's do that. Right over here inside the create board modal, inside the stack but below the modal header, let's add in stack component which will contain the entire thing, basically these two parts. So to this we can set my margin to the y to be of 5, which means margin top and bottom 40 pixels. And over here we can pass down the text field component in such a way and set the label of it to be board name. Right next to it, we're going to pass down another stack component which will be the container of this thing, containing the color text and the container of color swatches. So right over here we can set the direction of it to be of row, and right in here we first need to pass down the typography setting to be of color, and next to it another stack component with a direction of row because the color swatches sit next to each other. So now inside of here we need to create the swatches, and for that you can open the final repository, like the final projects repository, and copy the colors from the theme file, or you can just pause the video and kind of copy the same thing. So right over here I will be copying it to the theme file and adding it right over here. The reason why we are adding the colors here, because we will be requiring them on multiple instances. One of them is right within the create board modal. Later we will also be needing them when we will be working on the board modal in order to add this border on the left, as well as from the inside of the individual board screen where we add the border over here. So that's the reason why we will be adding the colors inside the theme. Heading back right over here, let's map over these colors, which is an object containing the hexadecimal code as a string value. So right over here we're going to map over these colors, and we're going to take the individual color and create a box element. As I earlier explained, box is similar to stack. It is merely a div element with the display of inline block. That's what it is. So right over here, what we're going to do is, and again, because this is a CSS utility component, we can directly pass down CSS properties via props. So we are first going to set the height to be of 25 pixels. The same thing with the weight, 25 pixels. And then we need to set the background color, for which we can just pass it down like background color. And because we are mapping over that colors array, the individual element is the color code. So we can just set it in such a way. Let's also use it as a key, as it is unique. And let's also set some border radius. So let's just set border radius to be 50% in such a way. And now if we take a look, it is saying colors is not defined because we didn't import the colors. Let's see. I feel like the system is lagging, so I might have to break it down. And there it is. Beautiful. So now what we need to do is we need to add a bit of spacing between them. Let's do that. Firstly, on the stack component which contains the input and the stack containing the colors, right over here let's add spacing of 3. That's perfect. And now between the color and the colors, let's add spacing of 1.5. That's perfect. And right over here we can add spacing of 2. Well, I think 2 is way too much. Let's go with 1. And I think that's perfect. Yep, that's perfect. And now that I think of it, we don't really require this stack containing the colors, because the one which is wrapping the colors text and the colors in itself, it has kind of the same styling, so we can just go with that one. And I think that's looking much better. So it means that just another stack containing the colors and the swatches, color swatches. So that's perfect. It is looking great. And now we need to work on the button. Like, we'll also need some state to store the active color value, and only then we can apply this styling. So let's just keep that for the next part. And just for the timing, let's just wrap it up by adding another button at the very bottom. So for that, let's just import the button component. We don't need the icon button, the button, and let's just place it, the button right over here which says create. Let's set the size of it to be of large and variant of it to be of contained. And that's looking perfect. We have exactly the final version, so that's great. So yep, in the next part, let's work on the state in order to save store plus save in order to save the value of this input element as well as the active color. All right, so let's continue. So now we're going to be working on the states. So we need two states, one for the board name input box and the other one for the color, like in order to store the color which the user selected. So for that, let's head back to the code editor, and right inside the create board module, let's import the use state hook from React. So right over here, let's create the state. So unlike what we did in the auth screen, which is like we created an object which contained like all the different fields. I think it was just two fields, email and password. Anyway, so unlike that approach, this time we will be creating separate states. So right over here, let's name the first one as name. It is kind of intuitive. It is implied that name would refer to board name as it is being shown inside the create board module. So let's just name it as name, and the function to be as set name. Now by default, we're going to set the value to be an empty string. And similarly, we are going to create another state by the name of color, and the function to be of set color. Now the default value for the color is actually going to be the index value, because inside of a theme, as we know that it is an array containing the color codes of the color codes of the different available colors. So we're going to be selecting the color by the index. So right over here on the text field component, we are first going to pass down the value prop, and we're going to set it as name. And let's also pass down the on change, to which we will be passing down the like a callback right over here, like inline callback. And let's just call the set name with e.target.value in order to kind of store the value of the name. And in the meantime, let's just log the name and color in such a way. And now where we have the colors over here, I kind of added the index, like the second argument is the index, and we will be like we're going to save this particular value. So for that, right over here on the box, when the user clicks on it, so for that, on click, again passing down a callback, calling the set color with the index value, the index of the current element on which we are mapping on the current iteration, whatever the color index is. So we are storing that value. So now if we just save it and if we just open the console to cross check, as you can see, it is updating the name as well as the color in such a way. So that's perfect. So now let's make the color swatches a bit nice, as in like let's make it seem like as if these are something which the user can click. The easiest approach is to kind of change the cursor. So the thing is, there are certain CSS properties which the like even the CSS utility components, like we cannot pass them directly. Like over here, as you can see that we are passing down CSS properties directly, but again there are certain properties and one of them is cursor. We cannot pass it down in such a way because this thing it won't work, as you can see. So for this there is no other way other than to use the sx prop and passing it down in such a way. And if we do that, as you can see, now it is working fine. So let's continue, and now let's make it the way that we have in the final version. So as you can see that when the user clicks on it, we are actually adding two borders. There's one border around the edge, works in a way that like it adds a bit of gap between the inner swatch and the outer border. That's how it's working. So in order to replicate the same effect, what we're going to do is right over here, we can do that border. Actually we can even like we can do the same thing over here outside, because border is a property which we can directly pass to CSS utility components. Anyway, so we're just going to do that right inside the SX. So over here what we want to do is that the color state value that we have over here, if the color state value is equals to the index of the current element, if that's the case, then we want to add a border of 3 pixels solid, and just for the timing let's just go with red, but later we will be changing this with a different color code. If so, we only want to add this border if the current color is the selected one, otherwise we don't want to add any sort of border. And now if we take a look, as you can see, there we have the border. Perfect. So now let's change this color code, and we will be changing it to 383838 in such a way. And now as you can see, it is making the swatch a bit smaller like visually, but the reason why it's doing it, I guess you have already figured it out, because it is adding the color which is the same as of the background. So that's the thing. So after adding this border, now we just need to add the outer border, and for that we will be using another CSS property called outline. Now outline property is normally used for the accessibility purposes, so we will be like using the same thing to add this effect. So for that, using the backticks, it works the same way as border. We're gonna add 2 pixels solid, and for the color we're gonna go with the CLR, like the current color value. And now if we save it, boom, there it is. Sweet. So now we are actually showing it in the expected way, like how we want it to be. And let me just quickly remove this console, and that's looking perfect. So now that we have this thing in place, we can actually jump on to the part of, like at the moment I'm just kind of quickly wrapping up the UI elements, because once we start integrating Firestore, like actually creating data and stuff like that, everything falls into place. That's kind of the benefit of working with Firebase or any backend as a service, that you can work on the front end first and then seamlessly kind of integrate the backend. But then again, it is important that you do know how the backend works. So that would be it for this part. And in the next one, let's work on the UI for the board that we have over here. And then, like after we are done with this part, then we'll start with the discussion of like how we're going to structure the data in our database so that the application works efficiently and at the same time it is well optimized. Anyway, so I hope you're enjoying this series as much as I am, and if you haven't pressed that like button, I would really appreciate that you do it now, and also make sure to subscribe the channel. All right, so let's continue with this thing in the next part. Thank you. All right, so let's continue. Now, before we jump onto the part of creating these board cards, now these components that you see on the board screen, these components, we're going to refer them as board cards. So before we jump on to the part of creating these components, it is important to discuss the overall structure of the application. Now, if you have watched any of my previous series, you know that I always make sure that all of us are on the same page. You and I are on the same page, and you, particularly, you have an idea of what direction we are going to, like what direction we are going in. Because if you just blindly follow what I'm doing, makes no sense. That's, I would say that that's going to be a wasteful tutorial and a series. So it is important to be on the same page, and for that reason alone, let's just sit back and let's see how exactly the application works and what decisions we have to, like we should take based on the nature and the working of our application. So over here on the boards screen, we are displaying all the boards which the user has created. And when the user clicks on the open button, it takes the user to to a different page, to a different screen, where they are seeing the board interface. Basically, the interface which consists of three different tabs: to dos, in progress, completed. Now we're going to refer them as tabs, and the user can add tasks in any of them. They have the features to move them around, like the task from a panel to a different one, a tab to a different one, and they can also delete any task in a normal way. So over here, if we just collect the different attributes, different properties associated to an individual board, we can list them down as: there is a name, there is a color, there is a created at field, and inside of here we have tabs, which is the actual content of a board, and we also have this updated at property right side that we are showing inside the board's interface screen. So that's the thing. So over here, let's just list all the different properties that a board consists of. So we have name, we have color, created art, and we have updated art and the actual tabs. So the thing is that on the board's screen, where we are displaying all the boards, we are just showing limited information about the board. We are showing the name, the color, and created art. So the thing is that if we have a single document inside our database, then it would mean that in order to just show the boards, we would have to fetch the entire document, because we cannot partially retrieve a document. We cannot query it in a way that, all right, so we need a document, but we just need these three fields because that's what we need at the moment. We cannot do that. You can call it a limitation, but that's also kind of the behavior of no SQL database. So that's one thing that we have to keep in mind. Now, the thing is, because of this behavior, we have to find a way around, we have to work around this behavior. And what we can do is, we can create two different documents: a document which shows like which has the bare minimum information, basically the things which we need for the boot screen, and another document which consists of just these two fields, updated ad and tabs. So when we are on the board screen, we are just querying for those documents which have the bare minimum information, and when the user tries to, like when the user wants to see the actual interface, at that time we are fetching the actual data. So that's the approach that we're going to go in. So over here, just to give you an idea like how it's going to be, so we're going to have a users collection within which we're going to have a document by the name of, by the ID of the user's UID. But this document, based on the application, we don't, like we are not really saving any sort of user information. So this document is merely going to be empty. We won't be creating any document as such. It's more of like, it's going to be the path reference, you can say. And within this, we're going to have a sub collection by the name of boards. And within these, like within this boards collection, we're going to have the individual board, right? So it's going to have a random ID, and this particular document will contain these three fields in such a way. And alongside, we're going to have another collection, another sub collection by the name of boards data. And the relation between these two documents is going to be the same ID. And this particular document is going to have the other two fields, these ones. Let me just reduce the size of it. All right, so that's the direction that we're going to go in. It's going to have the same ID. So let's also discuss like how we're going to make this thing work. So at the time of creating a board, as we are just asking for two things, we are just asking for the board name and the color. The created art is something which we will be generating on the fly using the server timestamp. It is a utility function, you can say, provided by the Firestore itself, which stores the current timestamp. Anyway, so we are just asking for two things, and we will be creating the document. So we're gonna have, like we're gonna structure it in a way that whenever a document is created in this path, whenever a document is created in this part, we're gonna have a cloud function. Now, cloud functions are your serverless functions hosted on the cloud, and we're gonna have a function which will listen to this thing all the time. It's always gonna listen that if, like whenever a document is created in this specific path, then the function will trigger, it will execute, and using the same document ID, it's going to create another document in this sub collection, and that document by default will contain these two fields, where the updated art is going to be that current timestamp, and tabs is going to be the empty structure of the board's interface, which we will discuss later. So that's the idea. And later we will also create another function which will listen for the event of deletion, like whenever the document is deleted inside the boot sub collection, whenever that event occurs or happens, the function will trigger again, and it will delete the respective document from the boot's data sub collection in order to keep everything in sync. So that's the idea behind like what direction we are going to go in. Now that being said, let's quickly work on the UI of this specific board card, and then we can jump onto the part of creating of storing actual data inside of our database. So let's do that in the next part. All right, so now let's continue. So now we're going to be finally working on the board card component which we have over here. So for this, let's head back to the code editor, and there are a few things which we first have to do. Let's just quickly create a state for the modal that we have over here, because we don't always want this to be visible. Only when the user clicks on the button, which we have over here. Only then we want to show the modal, and when the user clicks on the cross button, it closes the modal. So for that, heading back to the boards screen where we have the create board modal, inside of here, let's quickly import the use state hook from React and let's create a state for it. So the name of the state, let's just go with show modal, as there is only one component, as there is only one modal, and that too on this particular screen. So it is kind of implied that it would refer to the create board modal. So over here, show modal as the name and set show modal as the function. Now by default, it's going to be false, and we will be switching it to be true when the user clicks on the button. So for that, on the top bar component, we have to pass down the prop, the function which we will call when the user clicks on the button. So let's do that. Right over here, let's pass down open modal. It's going to be a callback. We are going to call the set show modal with the value of true. And now all we have to do is to get inside the top bar. Let's destructure the open modal and let's call it when the user clicks on the button. Now the other thing is that as we conditionally want to show this modal, what we're going to do is we're going to wrap it inside of an expression, and if the value of it is true, only then we want to show it in such a way. So now if we just save it, as you can see that the modal is not visible, but as soon as we click on the button, there it is. So that's perfect. Now in order to close the button, in order to close the modal, we're going to do something similar, but this time we will be passing it down to the create board modal, as that's where we want to close the modal. Like we want to call the function to close it, and over here let's call it close modal with a value of false, and inside the create board modal, right over here we can destructure this thing, and we just want to call it when the user clicks on the close icon, and also when the user clicks anywhere outside of the modal. That's kind of like a natural behavior, an intuitive thing that the user does, like they try to click outside, which closes the modal. So for that, on the dialog component, we can pass down the on close. It's an event handler, and we're going to pass down the close modal as a function. So what it does is that the dialog component, if the user clicks anywhere outside of it, the dialog component is going to call this function and it will close the modal. So that's perfect. Lastly, let's also call the same function when the user clicks on the close icon, and for that, on the modal header, now for this we do have to do a bit of prop drilling, you can say, and we're going to pass down on close with the value of close modal, and inside of the modal header we have already destructured it as on close and we are calling it. So it would mean that now if we click on the close icon, boom, so that's working perfect. Now before we work on the board card, there is one other thing that we have to do, and it is to create a state view when there are no boards. So we have to show the message in such a way. So for that, heading back to the boards screen, as that's where the component is being shown, right over here let's quickly import a few things. Well, actually we need only two components, and later we're going to shift this entire thing into a component of its own. I prefer building the components right within the screen, or a big component, and then kind of shifting them to their own components, like shifting the stuff into its own component. So over here we're going to import the stack and typography, and right over here we're going to have the stack component within which there's going to be a typography with a variant of h5. The first one is going to be no boards created, and the other one is going to be this particular text. But the variant, let's just go with the default one. And now if we take a look, there it is. So now in order to align it in the center, on the stack component we can pass down text align to be of center. That's perfect. Let's set margin to the top of about 5. I think instead of 5, let's go with 15, and a bit of spacing, for which we can pass down spacing with a value of 1. And now it is exactly as what we have in the final version. And if you take a look at the theme, So over here we have set the h5 variant with a value of, sorry, the font weight of 700, and the same thing for the h6, and that's the reason why it is in bold. So that's perfect. So now what we have to do, let's work on the board component, which will look like this. So the thing is that the board components are visible in a way, as you can see that as we have multiple boards, they are visible in a way in a grid sort of view. As you can see that we have the boards, and as per the looks, we can see that on each row there could only be 4 boards, the board cards, and we also have like a bit of spacing between them. So this grid sort of view, for this grid layout, we will be using the grid component. Heading back to the board screen, let's quickly shift this to a component of its own. Let's do that right over here. Let's create a no boards component right inside the board screen directory, and let's create it in such a way we can import these two imports. And now we just need to call the no boards component in such a way we're going to have the same thing. Perfect. So for the time being, let's just comment this thing out. We will be conditionally showing this if the list of boards is empty. Anyway, so now let's work on this layout. So for that, we will be importing a few things from the MUI library. So we're going to import the stack grid. Now this is actually a new component that we haven't used till now. So grid, typography, icon button, and I think that would be it for now. Let's also import box, and I think that would be it for now. And now let's also import the open icon from the icons package for this particular one. So for that, let's import it from the icons package, and the name of the icon is launch. We are naming it as open icon. So right over here, let's place in the grid component that we have just imported. Now the grid component is used to form a grid layout, and there are two types of grid components. There are containers and there are items. Now containers are the ones which kind of contain the items, and when we set a grid component to be the type of container by passing it as a prop, what it does is it divides the available space, available width, into 12 equal columns, and those columns can then be occupied by the grid items which are residing inside of it. So over here, if we just place in the grid item in such a way, we can set it in a way that these grid items can occupy those columns. Now just for the record, the grid container, we do have the option of specifying any specific number of columns, like other than 12. 12 is default, and we can set it to be any other number based on like as per our needs. But for our case, let's just go with 12, as that would work. So now for a single board card, this thing, the grid item, is going to be the board card. We're going to shift the entire thing into a component of its own. So this grid item, as we want to show 4 board cards per row, that would mean that each one of them will take 3 columns. And in order to specify the number of column, we have to set the number of columns in respect to the breakpoint. So if you have worked with any UI library like Bootstrap, it is the same thing. Like we first have to specify the breakpoint, like on what breakpoint this grid item should occupy how many columns. That's the idea. So over here, we're gonna set on the excess breakpoint, the smallest one, to be of 3, and the same value will propagate to all of the above breakpoints unless we specify any different value to any other breakpoint. That's the idea. So inside of here, we will be first adding in the stack component, which will wrap the entire thing, and we're going to set the padding of it by passing down p, just p, padding on all the sides to be of 2. And in order to have this color that you can see over here, the background color, we will be using the bg color prop. Now the BG color prop is a prop that we can pass down to the prop that we have access to. It does the same thing as of the background color, but there is something special you can say about it, because it has access to the theme palette. So over here, like in the documentation, if we take a look at the properties, the system properties, we're going to find out that the BG color prop, it works like internally, it works on the CSS property. Let me just zoom in. Let me just zoom in like this. The BG color prop, it uses the background color property, but if we use this thing, we have access to the theme palette. So basically what we can do is any value that we specify over here, like we do have the option of specifying color codes or normal standard browser values, as you can see, but we also have the provision of accessing the theme palette. So inside of here, if we just specify background dot paper in such a way, it would refer to the background dot paper property which we have inside the palette. So if you remember that we changed the default value, and along with this there is also a paper, so we are kind of accessing that value in such plain string in such a way. So now if we just save it, we will see the value, as you can see, right over here. So that's perfect. So now let's do a few other things. Over here we're gonna set some border on the left side, and we're gonna set it to be of 5 pixels solid. And for the color value, we will be going with a separate value rather than writing it right over here, because the color value will be based on the color which the user have selected for that board. So for the border color, let's just go with white for the time being. And now inside of it, let's construct the board card. So it consists of this text, the board name, and the icon on the right side, and these two things are sitting next to each other, like on the same axis. So for that, we're gonna have a stack of its own with a direction of row, and justify content to be of space between, and align items to be of center. Now within this stack component, we're gonna have the typography, and the typography will have the variant of H6, and there's gonna be the board name. We are just hard coding the values. Later it will be coming from the database. And right next to the typography, we're gonna have the icon button, and within the icon button, we're gonna have the open icon which we are importing right over here. Now on the icon button, we're gonna set the size to be of small to make the clickable portion a bit small. And now if we just save it, let's see what we have. And that's looking, the size of the text is a bit too much, I believe. So let's actually check. If we just set the font weight to be of 400 for this one and compare it with the final version, I think that would be it. That's looking nice. Let's just explicitly set the font weight to be of 400. We have to do that because inside of our theme we have set the font weight to be of 700 for the H6 variant. But for some cases, if we like really want the H6 to be lighter in weight, then we can do it in such a way, as this thing gives given more importance, like the direct properties you can say, or styling. Anyway, so the thing is, now that we have the border on the left side and we have the name, let's work on the last property, which is the timestamp, like when it was created. And for that, we can just place in another typography right below this stack component. And it's going to be the created art. And for the variant, we will set it to be of caption, which is the smallest among all the different available variants. And that's looking perfect. So now let's do one other thing. In order to have some padding, right over here, we're going to wrap up the entire grid container inside of a stack of its own. And we're going to set some padding on the x-axis, like left and right, to be of 3. That's perfect. And let's set some margin to the top, empty, to be of 5. And that is actually looking perfect. Lastly, let's shift this entire thing, the grid item, to a component of its own. let's shift this entire thing. Right over here, we're going to create board card, and let's shift this entire thing. But first we need to create the component in such a way, making sure that we are actually importing the respective components which are being used. The same thing for the icon, and we can remove the stuff which we do not need. By the way, there is a shortcut key to remove the imports which we are not using, and it is shift option and O, like the alphabet O. I'm not sure about the like what the shortcut key is on Windows, but you can look it up. Anyway, so now within the container we can place in the board card in such a way, and we have the same thing. So now let's place multiple of them, and as you can see that we need to work on the spacing. So for the spacing, what we can do is on the container, the grid container, we can set the spacing to be of 4, and now it is looking exactly as what we have in the final version. So that's perfect, and that's great. And if we have like too many board cards, it will go the next rows, you can say. So that's perfect. And now that we have like the UI done for the top bar, we have the modal, everything set up. Now let's again shift towards the functionality part. So we're going to create a custom hook which will take care of the functionalities that we have in this application. So let's do that. And by functionalities I mean the operations which will happen between the application and the Firestore, in particular like fetching documents, adding new documents, deleting stuff, all of that jazz. Like to handle all of that stuff, we will be creating a unique hook for that. So more on that in the next part, and again thank you for watching. Alright, so now before we work on the functionality, there is a slight improvement that we can make on the board card component. So heading back to the code editor, at the moment we are using the typography to display the board name, but as it is a value which will be coming from the user's end, so there is a chance that this thing could be a bit lengthy, could be long. And if that's ever the case, then it will make the UI look a bit odd, as you can see. So in order to make sure that something like this never happens, regardless whether or not the name is long or short, what we can do about it is that we can wrap it up inside of a box component. And on this parent component, the parent, we can set the width. We can directly pass down the width CSS property as discussed earlier, because box is a CSS utility component, and we can set it to be a fixed 50% of the available space. As soon as we do that, as you can see, the width is now just occupying the 50%. However, the text is wrapping in different lines in order to kind of display the entire thing. So in order to make sure that it never happens, on the typography we can pass down another CSS property called white space, and we can set it to be of no wrap, which means that the lines should not wrap to different lines. Sorry, the text should not wrap to different lines. So now if we take a look, that's how it looks. So now all we have to do is we have to crop it up, and in order to do that, on the typography we can pass down overflow with the value of hidden in such a way, and now the text is being cropped. However, it is not looking good. Let's make it in a way that it looks like the text has been trimmed by adding 3 dots. So for that, we will be using another CSS property called text overflow, and we're going to set it as ellipsis. And now if we save it, and if the length of the text is way too much, it's going to add 3 dots. So that's perfect. So now let's finally jump onto the functionality part in the next one. Alright, so let's continue, and now let's jump on to the main functionality part. So firstly, let's just list down all the different actions slash events slash queries which we are going to make in this application. So there's going to be a query to fetch boards, like fetching all the boards which the user has created. And based on our discussion earlier, we're going to make this query on the boards subcollection. So there's going to be another query for creating board, a single board, and then there's going to be another one for updating a board, deleting a board, the basic CRUD operations, as you can see. And there's also going to be another query to fetch a single board data actually, not board, but the data which contains the tabs and the last updated field. So that's kind of like the idea. Now the thing is that instead of having the code of query scattered throughout the application in different parts, instead of that, what we're going to do is we're going to create a custom hook. We're going to create a custom hook by the name of use app, and this hook will encapsulate all the logic of these queries, in fact the entire queries inside of it. And whenever we need to make any of such queries, we can just call this hook and bring out the function in such a way. That's kind of the idea, just to make everything organized in a single place, and just to kind of work with the application seamlessly. So let's do that. That's the idea. Heading back to the code editor, right over here. Now within the source directory, let's create a new directory by the name of hooks. And within this, we can create useapp.js in such a way. So let's just create the hook. And from this hook, we will be returning back an object with all the functions which we have created inside of this hook. And at the same time, let's make sure to export default this hook in such a way. So now let's start with the very first one, and it's going to be the function to create a board. Let's call it create board, and it's going to be an async function. And in here, we're going to make the request. So in order to make a request, on the Firestore database, we need to import a few things from the Firestore package. So let's do that. From Firebase/Firestore, we need to bring in the collection function. Now the collection function is required for us to create the collection reference, and later we will be using another function from the same package called add doc. It kind of speaks for itself. This function is used to add a document to any specific collection. So we're going to use these two in order to carry out the job for creating a board. Now to create a board, we require two things from the user's end, and that's what we are collecting inside the create board module. So it's the name and the color. So over here, let's first create the collection reference. So over here, we're going to call it call ref, collection reference. Using the collection function, we first have to pass in the Firestore instance, the instance which we have created inside the Firebase.js file, which is this particular one, the DB. So let's just bring that as well, DB from the Firebase file, and let's just pass it down as the first argument. The second one is the path of the collection in this case. So using the backticks, over here we need to get inside the users collection first, and then it's going to be the users UID. So in order to get the logged in users UID, the unique ID, we will be importing another function, but this time from the auth package. So it's going to be Firebase/auth in such a way, and the name of the function is getAuth. Now whenever this function is invoked, it returns back the auth instance. So the UID thing is something which is going to be used in almost all the different actions that we have. Like we will require the UID. So rather than invoking this function, getting the UID, let's just place it right over here, like a common variable, you can say. So over here, invoking this function, we're gonna get the auth instance from which we can destructure the current user out. And the current user is actually gonna be the user object, from which we can again do some nested destructuring, and we can get the UID in such a way. So now that we have the UID, we can place it using the template literal as we're inside the backticks in such a way. And then this is going to be the sub collection by the name of boards. So now that we have this collection reference, we can push the document, we can add document to it. So as this is going to be a network request which can result in error, so let's just wrap it inside of try catch in such a way. Later we will be displaying the error message inside of a toaster, but just for the time being, let's just log it to the console. So right over here, we're gonna await this request, and we're gonna call the add doc function, passing in the collection reference as the first argument, and the second argument object which we want to add as a document. So let's just set it to be an object, and we're going to pass in the name, the color, and also the created at timestamp. So let's just place it created at, and instead of using the new date in such a way, instead of doing the new date, we will be using the server timestamp, as it is a utility function provided by the Firestore itself which generates a server timestamp, and we're going to use this as the value for the created art. So now let's just save it, and let's export, let's return this function in such a way, the create board. And now if we just save it, let's hit back, and inside the create board module, as that's where we're going to call this function, over here we need to create another function to carry out the job. So let's just call it handle create, we can call it as such. Again, it's going to be an async function, and let's first invoke the use app. Let's just import it, invoke it, and this thing will give us the create board function. And now inside of it, we can again wrap it inside of try catch in such a way. So if it throws error by any chance, if it throws error, then we won't be doing anything for now. Now it's going to make more sense in the next part, where we'll dive deep into kind of like how we're going to handle the errors in different parts. But just for the time being, we can again kind of log the error to the console. And in here, what we want to do is we want to call the create board function, and we have to pass down an object containing the name and the color which we have over here, and we're going to await this thing. And if this thing passes like successfully, like there is no error, only then we're going to call the close modal in such a way. So now let's just save it, and now let's just call this function when the user clicks on the button over here, the handle create. And let's also create another state, and we're going to call it loading, the function to be of set loading. By default it's going to be false, and the loading state, we're going to bind it with a disabled prop on the button, so that when the request is being made, at that time we can just disable the button. And round right over here we can set loading to be of true, and only if the there is some error, only then we want to set it to be false, because if it is true, then we are just closing the modal, so it doesn't make sense to kind of change the state at that time. So now let's just save it, and now if we just refresh, let me just pop open the emulator, and there it is, perfect. So now let's actually try creating a new board, and for that, create board, new board, let's give it some color, create it. As you can see, the button was disabled for a split second, and now if we take a look inside the Firestore emulator, there it is. So that's perfect, and there we have the document. So let's just continue with it in the next part. Alright, now before we further add more functions inside the use app hook, let's just take a step back and let's see how exactly we are handling the errors. Plus we forgot a tiny thing in the last part. So over here we have two functions, one inside the use app hook by the name of create board, and this function is, it just carries out the job of adding the document to the database. And then we have another function inside the create board module by the name of handle create, which just calls the same function, and it does a few things based on how the request went. So if everything was fine, then it does a few things. In this case, it just closes the module. It means the board was created, so it just closes the module. Otherwise, it sets the set loading to be false, which enables the button again. Now the thing is that why do we have two different try catch block, and what was the tiny thing which I referred earlier that we missed? So the thing is that we are wrapping this specific request of adding the document inside the try catch block, and it could throw an error if it was some network error or maybe some permissions error, some sort of security rule error, something like that. And if that's the case, what we want to do inside the catch in the create board function is that we want to show the message inside of a toaster, right? We want to show the message inside of a toaster, and then we also want to notify the handle create, which is internally calling the same function. We want to notify that there was some error inside of it, because only then we will be able to kind of catch the error, right? And in order to do error propagation in this case, what we're going to do is the tiny thing which I kind of forgot to cover in the last part is that after over here, let me just add in the to do showing the message in toaster. After we do that, we will be rethrowing the error, right? We're going to throw the same error so that it could be caught over here. And now in this context, the thing that we want to do, that if something goes wrong with this thing, with this request, then we just want to set the loading to be false, and we could also set the name and the color field back to be the default one. That is one thing which we could do in the context of this specific component. So that's the thing. So now that this thing is cleared, I hope you have a better understanding of why we have two different try catch blocks. So with this, let's just continue with the next part by creating more functions inside of this custom hook. Alrighty, so let's continue. So over here we have a list of a few things which we're going to work on next, starting with the fetch boards function. So we're going to create a function inside the use app hook, and that function will fetch all the boards which the user has created. Then once we get the boards, we will be updating them inside the global store. We're going to store the boards in our Zustand store, and at the end we will be displaying all the boards on the boards screen in such a way. So keeping that in mind, let's just head back to the editor, and within the use app hook, let's create the function. So we're going to name it as fetch boards, and it's going to be an async function with no arguments. So over here, adding in the try catch block. For the time being, we're going to do the same thing as what we did for the create board error, for the create board catch block. And over here, let's make the request. So the thing is that we will be making request on the same collection reference. So rather than repeating ourselves, or like instead of copying this thing, we can just shift it outside and let's rename it as boards call ref, boards collection reference. And now we need to import another function from the Firestore package. So just like we imported the add doc, which is a function to add a document, this time we're going to import the get docs plural, as you can see that the function names speak for themselves. They are kind of intuitive, and this function will fetch the documents based on whatever query that you pass it. So now using this thing, we need to pass down the boards collection reference, and this will essentially just kind of bring in all the documents on that collection. So now that we have this thing, we need to await it. But unlike the add doc, this time we do care about the response. So the response is actually going to be the query snapshot, from which we can just kind of get the actual documents. So for that, the query snapshot will have a docs property which will contain the documents snapshot, and we will be mapping on this array. And on each document, we will be returning back an object implicitly. So in order to get the actual data of a document, the data which will consist of these three fields for each document, we can call the doc.data function on it as such, and spreading out the return value in such a way. And along with this, let's also get the ID of the document. By ID, I mean this particular one, the document ID. So for that, we can get it by the doc itself, by doc.id, and we are saving that in the doc property, so the ID property. So once we have this thing, which we can refer as boards, for the time being, let's just log it out to the console in such a way. So now, once we are done with this thing, fetch boards, let's make sure that we are kind of including it in the object which we are returning from this hook. Now let's head back to the boards screen component, as that's where we need these things. Now eventually we will be updating the store right from within this function. We're gonna update the store, but again, just for the time being, let's log it to the console. So now over here, let's import the use app hook, and this hook, it will return us back an object, and this time we just care about the fetch ports. So in order to call this function, let's also import the use effect hook because we only want to do it once. So we will be using the use effect, and we're going to pass down an empty dependency as the second argument, an empty array, so that it is called only once. So right over here, we can just call the fetch boards in such a way, but later we're gonna set up some state, also some loading panel, like loading state, so that we can kind of show the loader in the meantime, like while we are kind of fetching the boards in the background. So now if we just take a look, and if we pop open the console, let me just refresh, we should be getting the array, and there it is. And based on the state, like the data that we have, it just can consist of a single document, as you can see, with the ID plus all the respective fields. So that is perfect. Now in the next part, we will be integrating the entire thing with the store so that everything can fit in a nice way. So let's continue in the next part. Alrighty, so now that we are able to fetch the boards, as you can see, we have the array. Let's just move forward and let's fit all the pieces together to form the final picture. So for that, heading back to the code editor, right over here, what we want to do is that once we fetch the boards, instead of logging it to the console, we want to update the global store. So for that, let's get to the store.js file, and in here we're going to have a state for the boards, and by default is going to be an empty array. And along with this, there will also be another property by the name of our boards fetched. So the idea is that this thing is going to be false by default, and based on this thing we will decide whether or not we want to fetch the boards on the boards screen. Because if the boards have been previously fetched, then it doesn't make sense to kind of refetch the boards all over again. So for that, we're going to have these two state properties right over here. Now let's work on the function which we will call in order to update the boards inside of our store. So right over here, we can name it as set boards. The one argument which it's going to get is the boards itself. And over here, we will be calling the set function, passing down an object, as this is something which will be merged in. And we're going to update the boards property in such a way. Now along with this, we will also be setting this thing, we're going to toggle this value to be of true, denote that the boards have been fetched. Our boards fetched is going to be true. Now that being done, let's head back over here inside the use app, and now we're going to import the use store hook, again making sure that we are importing it from the right place, the store.js file. And once we do that, we have the access to all the different properties and functions. So in our case, we need the set boards function, and we're going to call this function with the boards in such a way. So now if we just save it and if we refresh, let's see. So if we take a look at the dev tools of the Redux, we can see that some anonymous action was fired right after the set login state, and this function indeed updated the boards state. So that is perfect. Plus our boards fetched has been turned to be true. So that is great. That's exactly what we want. Now one tiny thing which we can do is right over here, we're going to set false as a second argument because we don't want to kind of replace the entire state. And for the name of it, we can call it as set boards. So that's perfect. Now if we refresh, we should be seeing these two, the set boards action. That's great. So now heading back right over here, what we want to do is on the board screen, we want to show a loader while we are fetching the boards. So for that, right over here, we're going to have the loading state and the function to be set loading. By default is going to be true. And we're going to do the same thing as what we did in the app component, where based on the loading state, we will be showing the app loader. So the app loader component which we created earlier, let's import it, and we can place it in such a way as we have set it to be true by default. We should be just seeing the loader, so that's great. Now what we want to do is, when we are calling the fetch boards, now this is something which we have to kind of understand, like how we have structured the entire thing. So in the use app hook, we have this async function which makes the request, and if everything was fine, it just updates the global store. Otherwise, we will, as discussed, we will be showing the toaster. So the thing is that over here we are kind of rethrowing the error, and the error will be propagated over here, like wherever we call the fetch ports, and that function is kind of wrapped in its own try catch. But the thing is that the error could happen if it is some sort of permissions related thing. So what exactly do we want to do when any error happens right over here, like in the board's action, sorry, in the board's screen? The thing is that the one thing that we could do is to show the error in a toaster, which we will do in fact right over here. But there is nothing particular as such which we want to do inside of this component, like the board screen, when any error occurs in the fetching of boards action. So the thing is that in the create board modal, if you remember, over here we had like one thing to do, that like we wanted to close the modal if everything was fine, otherwise we just wanted to set the loading to be false, right? But just this thing alone, like setting the loading state to be false, just for this thing, if we create a try catch block, it would be a bit redundant. So we can follow a different approach, an approach of callbacks. So what we can do is, while calling this fetch board, right? Now, one other thing before we do this, like pass down the callback, the thing is we only want to call this function if the our board's fetched value is if it is false, only then we want to call the function. So along with the fetch ports, let's also import the our boards fetched property. Seems like the, well, actually I'm importing it from the wrong place. It's from the use store. So let's bring that thing in, use store over here, and from this we are going to bring out the our boards fetched. So we want to call this function only if this value is false, right? Otherwise we just want to set the loading to be false. That's what we want to do. So now what we are going to do is that to this boards function, we are going to pass down the set loading right over here, because rather than kind of wrapping it in its own try catch, let's just follow the callback pattern, the callback approach. So this fetch boards, we can assume that this function will receive the set loading, and we want to set this thing to be false only if the catch is, like, only if there was some error. So we're going to call this function and we're going to set it to be false, but we only want to do this if there is in fact any function as such like was available, because there could be instances where we just call this function without passing in the set loading. So it's a good thing to just like to first check whether this function is available, and then call it with the false value. So that's the idea, and we are fetching the boards and all of that. So now if we just save it and if we refresh, we're gonna see the board, we can see the loader for a split second. That's like that is the actual loader, but turns out actually kind of forgot to set it to be false over here as well. And now that I think of it, it would be a bit imperative to kind of call it twice. So what we can do is twice. My Indian accent just kicked in. So what we can do is what we can do instead is, in the final block we can just call this function, so that regardless there was any error or not, we are just setting the loading to be false. So now if we just refresh, we're going to see the main app loader, then the internal app loader for this screen, which means that it is fetching the boards, and then after it's done with that stuff, it's going to update the state, and there it is. Everything is working fine in the expected way. So now that we have this thing, everything working perfectly fine, I can sense my system lagging. Hopefully the video was like it didn't lag in between. Anyway, so let's continue with this in the next part. Alright, so now let's continue, and now we're going to be working on displaying the boards on the board's screen. But before, there is a small thing that we have to do. So if we take a look at the store, we're going to see that the boards, it is an array containing all the boards, and each one of them, it contains a property, a field of created at, which is a server timestamp. If you remember that while creating the board, we used the server timestamp function to create the server timestamp. Now the thing is that this thing is not serializable. As you can see, it looks like an object containing seconds and nanoseconds, but there is a way to actually convert it into a JavaScript date. And for that, we have to call the toDate method on it, which is available on the server timestamp. But the general guidelines of any global store, we can take Redux for instance, is that we should only be saving serializable data inside of the store. So keeping that thing in mind, what we're going to do is, rather than saving the server timestamp, we will be storing the date as string. So let's do that. Heading back over here, within the use app where we have the fetch boards function, over here we are mapping on each on the documents snapshot, and we are creating this object. So what we're going to do is we're going to override the created at by adding it at the very end, and as we need the we need the value of it, so we'll have to call the data method again, this time accessing the created at in such a way. So this thing is a server timestamp, and we can convert it into a JavaScript date by calling the toDate method on it in such a way. And after this, what we want to do is we want to convert it into a string, a date string, which we can display in such a way. So for that, we can call the toLocale date string method in such a way. So now if we save it and if we take a look, we're going to see that the dates will be in a string which we can use in a normal way, and that's what it is. So that's perfect. So now that we have the date, let's actually show the boards on the board screen. So right over here, what we're going to do is, at the moment we're just bringing in the R boards fetched. This time we are also going to import, we're going to bring in the boards value, the state value from the store. So over here, we can wrap up a single board card component. And what we have to do is we'll be mapping over this array. And for each board, we're going to create the board card. For the key, we can use the board.id, the document ID. And the rest of the stuff, we can just spread it out. So right inside the board card, we can expect that it's going to get the name, the color, and the created at. So now using each one of these props, let's place the name right over here, the date right over here, and lastly the color, we want to use it as the border color. So for that, as we know that this is the index value, so from the theme, let's import this colors array. Let's do that. And let's place it right over here. So colors is an array, and we have the index of the color which we want to use. So now if we just save it, we're going to see that there it is. There we have the board. So that's perfect. So now let's actually try creating a new board. Let's give it a name of new board, give it some other color. And as you can see, the board is not visible right away, although it has been created. If we take a look inside the database, there it is. But now if we obviously refresh, we're going to see the board. So the thing is, we have to kind of fix it. We have to make it in a way that as soon as the user adds the board, it is reflected right away. So for that, what we're going to do is, inside the use app, the simplest way to do it is that we refetch all the boards. Like right after creating a board, we are refetching all the boards. Although that would be a bit redundant, as like for a single board, we'll have to kind of refetch all the boards all over again. That doesn't make sense. That's not performant. So rather than that, what we're going to do is, inside the store that we have, we're going to create a new function by the name of add board, and it's going to receive the board which we want to push inside the board's state value. So what we're going to do is, right over here, using the set method, we're going to pass down a callback so that the first argument is the old state. And right over here, what we have to do is that the boards, we want to update the boards, and the old dot boards is going to be the old boards, and we will be using concat as it returns back a new array. And to this thing we can just push down the board in such a way, adding in the comma at the very end. So now we just need to use this add board, and we'll be calling this with the object of the board. So right over here, let's bring the add board function, and right over here we just need to call it, and we need to pass on the board, for which we have the name, color, created at. This time the created at thing, we will be using the new date, and we can just directly call the to locale date string in such a way. So now if we just save it, and if we take a look, let's give it a shot, new board 3, and let's go with this color, and there it is. So that's perfect. And if we take a look, that is actually looking perfect. So now the one thing that we have to do is related to the ordering, as in the way that the boards are sorted. So let's work on that in the next part. Alrighty, so let's continue. So now we're going to be working on displaying the board cards in a predictable order. So at the moment, if we create a new board, we will see that the board is being added at the very end. And this is something expected, because internally we are using the concat method, which merges two arrays and returns back a new one. And as we are passing the board to the first array, obviously it will be added at the very end. Now the expected behavior for such an application would be that the newest boards should be displayed at the very starting. So in order to do that, what we're going to do instead is, right over here, rather than using the native method, we will be setting up an array, and over here we're going to set the board as the first element, and we're going to spread out the old dot boards in such a way. So now if we do the same thing, we will see that this is the newest board, and it will be added at the very starting. So that's perfect. However, the thing is that even at this point, it is not confirmed, it is not always going to be the case that the board will be added at the very starting. And the reason is pretty obvious, because inside the use app hook, where we are fetching the boards, right over here, we are directly fetching the documents from this collection reference. We are not stating anywhere that we want the documents to be returned in a specific order. So the default order in which the get docs works is that it fetches in ascending order by the document ID. The document ID, which is completely random alphanumeric text. So if we actually try creating a new board, let's do that. As you can see, it is being added at the very starting, at least at this point, because we are directly adding it to the store. However, if I refresh, there is a chance that it may shift to a different order, to a different position, and that's actually the case. As you can see, now it is in fact in the 5th position, 1 2 3 4, and the 5th one. So this is something which is not right. So in order to ensure that the newest boards are always shown first in that order, so what we're going to do is right over here, we're going to import the query method from Firebase / Firestore, and along with this we also need to import the order by. So rather than passing down the collection reference directly, we are going to set up a query. So right over here, let's name it as Q. Using the query, we have to pass down the collection reference, which we can do in such a way as the first argument. The second one is the custom query, whatever filters that we want to tag along. So for that, over here as a second argument, we will be using the order by. The first, again, we have to pass down two arguments to order by. The first one is the field name, and this one is going to be created at. And the second one is going to be the order direction, as in ascending or descending. In this case, we want to set it to be descending, so that the newest one or the biggest created at, if we kind of perceive in that context, is shown first, or we fetch in that order. So now, using this query that we have created, we will be passing it to the get docs, and the rest of the things remains the same. So now if we take a look, we will see that it will be fetching the documents in the right order. So that's perfect. Now if we create new board, we will be rest assured that the newest one will be shown first, and that's the case. Perfect. Alright, so let's continue, and now let's head back to the list of things which we have to do. So we are done with the first three. We are done fetching the boards, storing them inside the global store, and displaying them on the board's screen. So now let's move on to the fourth one, which is the toaster manager. So as we are using the MUI library, we will be using the snack bar component to display the toaster, which looks something like this. We have the option of changing the direction. Anyway, so before we use this component, it is important to know how it works. So over here, it takes a couple of props. The first one is open, similar to dialog component, the one that we used in the create board model. We were passing the open prop, which takes a boolean value, and based on this value, the dialog component is either visible or not. But in this case, like the dialog one, we had hard coded the value of open to be always true, because inside the board's screen where we were using the create board, we had a state of show model which was a boolean value, and based on this thing, the create board model was being added to the tree of elements. However, in this one, we're gonna have a separate state for it. We're gonna bind this thing with a state. The next one that we have is auto hide duration, which takes milliseconds as value, and after this duration it automatically calls the onClose function. So it means that we have to configure this function in a way which sets the open value to be false. And lastly, we have the message speaks for itself. Now the thing is that as there are different components, different screens in our application, and the message could happen, like the error could happen in any of them. So rather than having a separate snack bar component scattered around our application, we're going to have a single component, a single snack bar manager in our application, which will be working with a single snack bar component. And that component will be displaying the different messages. So let's work on that. Heading back to the code editor, right over here inside the store, we will be creating the state for the toaster. So over here, let's name it as toaster message, and we're going to be creating another function by the name of set toaster. So this function will be called with the toaster message, and using the set function, we will be updating the toaster message in such a way. Let's also tag along the other two arguments, the second one being false and the third one being the action name, which in this case would be set toaster. So now all we want to do is we want to update this message. Like we want to use these two things with the toaster manager. So let's create the toaster manager. Right within the layout directory, let's create the snack bar manager in such a way, and let's refer it as snack bar manager, as that would be a bit better. So over here, let's create the component, and we need to import the snack bar component from the MUI library. And now let's also import the use store hook from the store file. So we can now get the toaster message as well as the set toaster in such a way. So the snack bar that we have, we will first pass down the message, which in itself is going to be the toaster message coming from the store, and the open, which in this case has to be a boolean value. So what we're going to do is we will be using the same toaster message for the open value as well. We're going to coerce this value by adding two logical operators in such a way. So by default, as we have set it to be an empty string, which results in false. So it means that this value will be false, means snack bar will not be visible. Then we also have to pass down the auto hide duration, which would be, let's set it to be of 5000 in this case. And lastly, we're going to be setting the on close, which will be called automatically after 5 seconds. And over here, as said earlier, that we have to set the open to be false. So for that, we can just set the toaster message back to be an empty string. So you see, I hope you understand what we are doing. We are using the same value for the message as well as for the open. So now, passing down a callback, we're going to call the set toaster and passing in an empty string in such a way. So now heading back to the app component, we can just place this snack bar manager that we have created right over here in such a way. And now the last thing would be to update that toaster message. So let's do that in the auth screen. So as we have not added the logic for logout, let's just manually clear out the cookies and site data, which will push us to the auth screen because of the way that we have set up the route guards. And now let's show that toaster when the user enters some wrong information. So for that, right over here, what we're gonna do is inside the auth screen, over here, let's import the use store inside of here because we need that set toaster method. Let's import the use store hook, not from Zustand, but the store file. And now we have the access to the toaster message. Sorry, in this case, we just care about the set toaster. And now rather than logging the message inside the cache block, we will be calling this function with the message itself. So now if we just save it and if we try logging in but with the wrong password, as you can see, the message is being displayed at the left side bottom. So firstly, let's fix the position. Let's display the message in the center at the top. So for that, inside the snack bar manager, where we have the snack bar component, we're going to be passing down anchor origin, which takes an object as a value with two properties for both the axes, horizontal and vertical. So for the horizontal one, we want it to be in the center, and for the vertical one, we want it to be at the very top. So if we try to rerun the same thing, as you can see, the wrong password is the snack bar is being displayed right over here. So that's perfect. Now the thing is that rather than passing this prop right on the component itself, we can pass down this prop by default to all the snack bar components. Although in our app, we are just going to have a single snack bar, but I want to take this as an opportunity to introduce a new feature, like a new thing in the MUI library. So for that, we will be heading inside our theme. And right over here, at the moment, we have two theme configuration variables, palette and typography, and also shape. Now we will be taking a look at the components. So the components theme configuration variable allows us to add global configuration or styling to any of the MUI components. So over here, we will be targeting the MUI snack bar, and we have three different options. We can either pass default props, style overrides, which means overriding the default stylings, and we can create different like custom variants. In our case, we will be passing down the default props, which in this case is going to be anchor origin, and the same thing which we did earlier, vertically to be top and horizontally to be the center, making sure that we remove this thing from here. And now if we try it again, it should work in the same way. So that is sweet. Now let's make this text a bit bold, and for that I'm gonna add in another 0 over here just so that we can actually work around with this toaster. So the thing is that we will be again adding global styling in order to make this text bold. But the way that we have to, like the way of adding global styling is something which you need to understand. So over here, if we inspect this element, we're gonna see that this element over here, as you can see, it has the class of MUI snackbar hyphen root, which means that this is the top level, the root level component of the snackbar. Now the way that the MUI components are constructed is that they are composed of different layers of elements, of different components. Now right inside of it, we have another element, and this thing, it has a class of MUI snackbar content over here. It has MUI snackbar content hyphen root. Now hyphen root means that this is the root level element of the MUI snackbar content, which in itself is a component that the snack bar is using internally. Now I'm discussing all of this, although it is unrelated to what we are doing, but it is still important for you to understand how the library works internally, so that even after finishing this tutorial, you should be confident enough to work with the components that the library provides. So that's why I'm kind of spending some extra time on this part. Now over here, if we inspect this thing, we're going to see that internally it's using another component. And if we expand it, we will see that the text is in fact being displayed in a separate element. And this element, it has a class of MUI snackbar content, which is a component, hyphen message. Now, whatever value that you see after the hyphen, the dash, is referred as slots. In the previous version, the version 4 of the material UI, these were referred as rule names, but now they are referred as slots. So over here, if we wish to add global styling to any element, we have to target that specific element, right? So we will be targeting the MUI snackbar content component and the message slot. So let's do that. Right inside of our theme, right over here inside the components, we will be targeting the MUI snackbar content, the component, and using the style overrides, now we have to target the slot, which in this case is message. And now whatever styling that we pass over here, that we kind of describe over here, will be applied to this specific element. So in this case, we want to set the font weight to be of 600. So now if we just save it and if we run the same thing, as you can see, the stylings have been applied. So that's sweet. So I think that would be it for this part. And let's actually try some other error. And as you can see, it is being displayed in such a way. So that's sweet. One other thing which we can do is that let's just format the text. And for this, we can just do text transform to be of capitalize in such a way. And that's actually looking much better. So now let's continue with this thing in the next part. Alright, so let's continue, and now let's work on the very last thing that we have on the current list, and it is to create a cloud function which creates the board data document. So a while back we had a brief discussion on how the entire thing will fit in, how the entire thing will work, and how we're going to structure the data inside the database. Essentially, we're going to be creating two separate documents for each board. One which we are doing manually from the client side, the one which contains the bare minimum information, the name, color, and created art. The other one which contains the actual data of the board. And this document will be created through a cloud function. So the way it's going to work is that we're going to create a cloud function which will be automatically be triggered on the event of document creation in such a path. And for this, we are going to be using the event triggers. So in cloud functions, there are event triggers, functions which are triggered on certain events, and we will be using the second gen functions, the latest ones. So for this, we will be in our case, we are going to be using the on document created, which is a function, and we just have to specify the path of the document. So that being said, let's jump right into it. And now within the index.js inside the functions directory, let's remove the comment, the code which was commented, and now instead of importing Firebase hyphen functions, we will be getting inside the version 2, and we're going to bring in the Firestore, basically the functions related to the Firestore database. So over here, the function that we need is on document created. Now along with this, there are two other things which we need. Firstly, as we will be creating a document, so for that we need the Firestore instance, and for it we will be importing the the get Firestore function, but from the Firebase hyphen admin package, because this is something which will be used on the server side. So it has to have the admin privileges, the admin rights. So that's why we need to import it from the Firebase hyphen admin. And the other thing which is not really required, but still just to be on the safe side, because I've seen some error, like sometimes it throws errors if we have not initialized an application. Although the cloud functions will be deployed on our Firebase project, but still just to be on the safe side, let's call the initialize app function, again importing from the Firebase hyphen admin slash app. Now this is important. slash app in such a way. And now the very first thing that we should do is to call this initialize app function right away. And now let's create the function. So we have to export all the functions from this file. So using the exports in such a way, let's give it a name. And based on what it does, we can name it as create board data. Now using the on document created function, we have to specify the path. Now the path is going to be in plain string. Firstly, inside the users collection, we have to specify the document ID. Now the thing is that the UID, the second segment of the path, is something which is dynamic. So we will be using a wildcard. Now for the wildcard, we just need to use the curly braces in such a way, and we can name this wildcard as UID. Later, we are going to refer this thing. Then again, third segment would be the boards subcollection, within which we are already creating the document, and then again another wildcard which we can name as board ID. And now the second argument is the handler, the function which will be triggered whenever a document is created in this path. Now the argument is event, from which we can extract these wildcards, the actual value. So for that, event.params, and we can extract the UID plus the board ID. So now that we have these two things, the only thing left for us is to create the document, the default structure of the board data document. So for that, we're going to return await, and as we are using await, let's add in the async right over here. Let me just hide this. And now using the await, actually we need the Firestore instance. So as we are already importing the get Firestore, let's invoke it, which will give us the Firestore instance. Now using it, we have to specify the document path. Now for this, we will be using backticks because it contains dynamic variables. And right over here again, within the same collection of users, for the UID, using the template literal, and this time the boards data sub collection. And right over here, the same board ID for the document ID. I hope this entire thing is clear. And now using the set method, we're going to create the document. So right over here, it will contain tabs. Tabs is actually going to be an object with 3 arrays, one for each tab. So the first one is going to be to-dos. The other one is going to be in progress. And lastly, we have completed. And along with tabs, there's also going to be the last updated. And by default, we can set the current timestamp to be the last updated. So for the server timestamp, we need to import the field value from Firebase-admin/Firestore. And now on this field value, we have the access to the server timestamp, which we can call in such a way. So now if we just save it, and as soon as we do, it automatically deploys the cloud function. And now if we try creating a board, let's give it a shot. New board. I'm out of names. And if we create a board, the cloud function should be triggered, and it should have created a new board in the boards data subcollection. But as you can see, that's not the case. So it turns out there is some error with it. Alright, so after spending some time trying to figure out why the cloud functions were not being triggered, it turns out that I had to update the Firebase tool, the global Firebase package, and the support for version 2 cloud functions, specifically for the Firestore, were added at, like in this version 11.30, and the version that I had was 11.23. So after updating, it updated the emulator as well, and now everything works perfectly fine. As you can see, the document is being created. So that is perfect. Let me just give it a shot now as well. As you can see, I believe for you, it must have already, like, the function should have triggered, and you should be seeing the document being added alongside. Anyway, so now that it's done, let's continue with this app. Alright, so let's continue. And now we have a new list of things on which we're going to work on. So let's start with the very first one, the logout function. Essentially, we want to log the user out when they click on the logout button, which we have inside the top bar. So let's do it. Heading back to the code editor, Within the top bar component, we first need to import the sign out function from Firebase/auth. And in order to use this function, we also need to have the auth instance, as we have to pass it as an argument. So for the auth instance, we have it inside the firebase.js file. So let's try importing it. Seems like the auto import isn't working, so let's do it manually. We need to use curly braces, obviously, because it's a named import. And let's import the auth. Now when the user clicks on the logout button right over here, we're going to pass down the onClick handler, and we're going to pass down a callback because we want to call this function with this argument. So right over here, we are going to call it in such a way. So now if we save it, based on the way that we have structured the entire application, we have already done the heavy lifting. We don't have to do much at this point. All we want to do is we want to log the user out. The rest of it, as in the navigation, the route guards will basically kick in, and the way that we have structured it, that the route guards will push the user back to the auth screen. At least like that should be the expected behavior. So let's test it out. So now if you click on this thing, as you can see, we are back on the auth screen. So now if we take a look at the dev tools in order to see how things are working, we can see that initially we were logged in, as you can see, is logged in to be true. Then we fetched the boards, and then when we clicked on the button, we are logged out. But as you can see, the boards are still there. So that's not good. That's something that we have to clear out once the user is logged out. So for that, what we're gonna do is, and we also have to set this thing to be false. So for this, what we want to do is that inside the store, right over here, this function is being called, as you can see. So right over here, what we're gonna do is logged in. It's the logged in status loaded to be false. So that's fine actually. But for the boards, we want to set it to be an empty array, and the R boards fetched to be false back again. But before I save this file, issue that we're gonna see the user will face unless we set the values back to be the default ones, is that if now the user tries to log in again, as you can see, the boards are being displayed. That's perfectly fine because we have it from the in the store. But for some reason, if the boards were cleared out, this thing it would not try to refetch, because the R boards fetched value would be true. So it means that it would assume the boards were already fetched. So that's kind of like an issue. Or maybe if a different user logs in. Anyway, the point is that we have to clear it out. So we are doing it right over here. So now if I just save it, let me just refresh. Let's click on this button again. We are back to the auth screen, and now as you can see, we have the default values. So now if I try to log in again, it should work in the expected way. So that's perfect. So now that the first part is done, let's work on the next one. Alright, so let's continue, and now we're going to be working on the board screen. The screen which the user sees when they click open a single board. Now just by the look of it right on the surface, we can divide this screen into two parts. We first have this one which we're going to refer as top bar, as board top bar, because we already have a top bar. So this will be the board top bar, and then the other one which we're going to refer as board interface. Now the board interface will contain the three tabs which we see right over here. So that's the overall idea of how we're going to structure the entire thing. But even before we start working on the internals of this screen, we need to create a component for the screen itself, for the board screen. So for that, heading back to the code editor, right over here within the screens directory, we're going to create a new one, a new folder by the name of board screen. Within this, there will be the index.jsx, the component for the screen itself. Let's create the component, naming it as board screen, and we will be having we're going to place in the fragments because it will essentially contain two components. So that being done, now before working on it, let's add this as a route, as we want to display this component on the board route, and the route will be the dynamic thing. Actually, before we work on that, let's quickly import it right within the app component. Let's import the board screen component. Let's place it right over here in an organized manner, and right at the very end of the last route, we're going to copy it and we're going to be displaying the board screen. But for the path, we will be appending a new path segment at the very end, and for that we're going to be placing colon board id. So this thing will be dynamic, and whatever route matches, whatever path matches with this one, and at that point we're going to be displaying the component. So this will be the board id, and we will be having a brief discussion on how the entire thing will fit in. But just to give you a heads up, this thing will be the document id of the board. That's the idea. So that being done, let's just save it, and in order to test it out, let's just add something at the very end. Some random text, doesn't have to be a valid document ID. And as you can see that there we have the board screen component. So that's beautiful. So now heading back over here, let's quickly work on the top bar, which looks like this. So this top bar is similar to the one which we have on the main screen, the board's screen. So we're going to be using almost the same components. Let's head back. Right over here within the board screen folder, let's create a new file by the name of board top bar, because we already have one with the name of top bar. So let's just call it board top bar. And right over here, we're going to be importing a few components from the MUI library. So we're going to be importing the app bar, the toolbar, stack, typography, icon button, and I think that's it for now. And let's also import these two icons which we have, one for the back and the other one for the delete. So let's import the back icon from the icons package, and the name of it is, I believe, arrow back. Then the other one called delete icon, and the name of it is delete. Now let's use all of these components. First, we're going to wrap up the entire thing. I misspelled the import, it's actually app bar with B in uppercase. So we're going to be wrapping the entire thing inside of the app bar, and within this we're going to be placing the toolbar, which essentially adds breathing space around the corners, and then we have the content in such a way. So we can divide it into two parts. We have group 1 and group 2, where the elements are sitting next to each other, as in left to right. So that's another thing to keep in mind. And within this we have two elements, like one for the icon and one for the text. The same for the other one, but the positioning is different. That's it. So let's build up the entire thing, starting with the first stack bar component. And within this we will be placing in the icon button with the back icon in such a way, and then a typography right next to it, which will contain the board name, and the typography is going to have the variant of H6. The stack in itself will be having direction of row, and I think that's it. Let's just copy the same thing. We're gonna place the icon at the end, and the text, it won't have variant of H6, but instead it will have body 2, which is slightly smaller than the normal one. And then the text, which could be a random text, at least for now, and the icon is going to be delete icon. Let's just save it. And now in order to view this, we need to import it in the board screen component. So let's import the board top bar in such a way. So now if you take a look, there it is. That looks ugly as hell. So let's just fix it. Firstly, we want to align all of them in the center. So for that, on both of these stack components, we're going to set the align items to be of center. That's beautiful. And now in order to set them apart, these two groups, on the toolbar component, as it is not a CSS utility component, we have to use the SX prop to pass down the styling. So right over here, we're going to be setting the justify content, which aligns the elements in the main axis. We're going to set it as space between. Let's see. And that looks fine. Now we just need to fix the spacing. So for that, on the first stack component, we're going to set the spacing to be of 1. On the next one, on the other one, we're going to set the spacing to be of 2. And that looks perfect, actually. I think that looks nearly the same as what we have in the final one. Anyway, So I would not let my OCD kick in at this point, and let's just quickly add this border at the very bottom. So for that, on the app bar component, we're gonna pass down the SX prop, and we're gonna set the border bottom to be of 5 pixels solid, and the border color, as it's something which will be dynamic, that's why I'm kind of adding a new property to this SX. Otherwise, later we would have to use the backticks over here. So just for a bit of convenience, let's just add another property, and let's just set it to be of white just for the time being. And I think that's it. That is indeed looking perfect. Yep, nearly the same as what we have in the final version. And there's one last thing which I would fix, not fix, but it's a tiny thing, and it will actually help me to kind of introduce something new. It's related to the props. So the thing is that on the icon button which we have right over here, we can pass down the size to be of small. And if we do that, in fact, now it's actually looking the same as what we have in the final version. It just makes the clickable portion of the icon button a bit less. So the thing is that rather than passing this prop on all the icon buttons, instead of this thing, we're going to set it as something global inside of our theme. So for that, in the theme, actually we have already used the default props, so it's not something which is new. Anyway, on the components, like inside the components theme configuration variable, within the icon button, we're going to pass down the default props to all the icon buttons inside of our app, and we're going to set the size of all of them to be of small. So if we do that, we don't have to explicitly pass down this prop on all the components. It will be done by itself. So that's perfect, exactly what we have in the final version. Sweet. So now let's work on the board interface, which will contain 3 different tabs. So let's do that in the next one. Alright, so let's continue, and now we're going to be working on the board interface. So this component will have 2 subcomponents, as in 2 components inside of it. One is going to be the tabs, as in the tab container containing the 3 tabs, and the other one is going to be the add task modal, the modal which pops open when the user clicks on any of these plus icon, as you can see this particular one. So the thing is that we're going to be reusing the same modal for all the tabs. Whenever the user clicks on the plus icon, we're going to set up the logic in a way that it will take in regard the tab itself. As you can see that if I click on the plus icon on the first one, it says add to do's item, and if I click on the second one, it says add in progress item. So you do get the point. So that's the idea. Again, let's take it a step at a time, and let's work on the tabs first. So heading back to the code editor, right over here within the board screen directory, we're going to be creating a new file by the name of board interface. And in here, the structure is going to be similar to that of the screen, as in we're going to be using the fragments, and right inside of here, we're going to be having those 2 components. So let's just construct the tabs first, as in like all the 3 tabs, and then we might shift it to its own component, or maybe a component for the tab itself. Anyway, the point is, let's just kind of display the 3 tabs first. So right over here, let's first import the components which we need. So we need the grid item first, the grid component first. As you can see, it is a grid layout. So let's just import the grid, then the stack, typography, and maybe the icon button. Yeah, actually the icon button as well. Later we are going to shift this entire thing to its own component, and I think that would be it for now. And let's also import the add icon from the icons package, and it's the icon, and it's by the name of add circle. Yep. So now right over here, we're going to be placing in the grid component of type container, and this grid component is going to have 3 different grid items, like 1 for each tab. But then again, we don't want to repeat ourselves doing the same thing, as in like placing 3 individual components. We're going to be setting the logic so that it kind of loops on an array and creates the rest of the tabs, like all the tabs actually. So right over here, let's just place in the grid item, and as there are three on row, and as it is a non-responsive application, as I mentioned right at the start, so we can just set it as four four columns on each row on the access breakpoint. So it means that there will be three grid items on each row. So right inside of here, we're going to be placing the stack component, and let's just set the padding of it to be of 3 so that we have some breathing space. BG color to be of black, and right inside of it, we can set, like we need to have this part, which is going to be a stack containing a typography and the button which goes right at the end. So let's do that. Let's place in a stack, and direction to be of row, align items to be of center, and right inside of here, let's set the typography to be, this thing is going to be dynamic to do's, and let's actually set the variant of it to be of h6, but let's explicitly set the font weight to be of 500 because in our theme we have kind of this value of 700 for all the h6 variant, but for this one let's just kind of set it to be of 500 or maybe 400, I guess. Not sure what all font weights we are importing. Yep, 400 and 700. So let's set it to be of 400, and right next to it the icon. So let's place in the icon button, within which we can place the add icon, and I think that is it. Right below this we need to place in the stack which will contain the individual items. We're going to refer this as items or maybe task, whatever you want to go with. Let's just call it item, and yep, we're going to work on the item later. Let's just kind of see what we have at the moment. So in order to view this board interface, let's head back to the board screen and let's place it right over here, and let's see what we have so far. So seems like we do have it, but it is behind of the top bar, and I'm pretty sure the reason is that on the board top bar, so by default the app bar component which we are using, it has a position of fixed, so that it's kind of always fixed at the top. So we're going to be changing the position, the CSS position. Like we can pass, although it's not a CSS utility component, but we can still pass the position prop which sets the CSS position to be of static. Now static is the default position of all the elements of the DOM. So if we set it to be of static, and that's looking much better. So now this icon, it is looking way too big compared to the final one, and also it's not the same. So it seems like we have to import a different variant of this icon. Let's import the add circle outlined, and also on the icon itself we can pass down the font size, and we have few different kind of predefined values that we can go with. So let's just set it to be of small, and now if we save it, add circle outlined, that's the one. Yep, that's perfect. And on this stack which contains these two things, we're going to be setting the justify content to be of space between. Let's see, that's perfect. So eventually we're going to be having these like 3 grid items. So just to mock the same, I'm going to copy it 3 times, and that's how it's going to look like. So let's just fix the positioning. Firstly, on the grid container, let's set some padding on the x-axis so that we have some breathing space of about 4, and that's looking much better. And then we just need some margin to the top, so let's empty to be of 5. That's actually looking perfect. And on the grid container itself, we're going to set the spacing between the grid items to be of 5, I guess. Seems like the padding is in fact too much. How about 3? How about 2? Well, I think that is looking fine. And for the spacing, let's go with 2. And yep, now that's actually looking almost the same as what we have in the final version. So yeah, these are the tabs. Now we can actually remove the last two because we don't want to copy the same thing. And let's shift this thing, like the tab itself, to a component of its own. So for that, right over here, we're going to refer it as board tab. Let's create the component. And all we want to do is display this, like return this thing. And let's import all the stuff actually. And over here, I'm going to kind of remove the things which we are not importing. Let's save it. Right within the grid container, we can place in the board tab in such a way. Seems like my system is lagging. And now if we save it, yep, that's what it is. So that's perfect. Now we can have the 3 tabs in such a way. But later we're going to map over an array to create these tabs. So that being done, now we need to work on the other thing of the board interface, which is the add task modal. So the thing is that as we are using Firebase, I normally tend to kind of work on the UI first, because Firebase, as it is, like it provides the stuff as like APIs that you can directly work with. So things kind of fit in easily. We don't have to kind of worry too much about how the backend is going to be. Although it is sort of required for you to have some basic experience like with Firebase. Only then you'll be able to kind of make that intuitive decisions while building a project using Firebase. Now that being said, let's work on the add task modal, the one which is displayed in such a way in the next part. All right, so guys, there is actually a change in the plan, and you might already know what it is. So the thing is that right after I recorded the last part where I specifically said that this application is gonna be non-responsive, it just didn't feel right. Like we have spent so much time on this application, as you can see, built so many different routes, components, stuff like that. And if at this point we take a step which completely constrains us from making this application responsive, it just doesn't feel right. So I decided that we will be making this application responsive, although that was not the plan, like the entire time. As you can see that this is the final version, it is not responsive. That's like, this was not the plan. So we're going to be developing it while I kind of record the series. So it means that we may have to go back and forth to kind of fix a few things, although that's not a big thing. Now coming to the part of building the responsiveness, like how we're going to be working towards that. So the thing is, the tabs, let's just take it from the UI end. What we can do is that for the individual tabs that we have, we're going to give each tab the entire width on small devices, and we're going to be adding a horizontal scroll so that the user can actually scroll horizontally and see all the 3 tabs. That's the first thing. Then they can actually use the same modal. It kind of remains the same. It is usable, as you can see, on small devices, so we don't have to do much on this part. And they can even do the delete thing. It's perfectly fine. Go back to the board screen, that's fine as well. They can delete an individual item or task, we can refer it. And even for that, we don't have to do much. Like it's just a button. We can add like a confirmation dialog in between, but then again everything remains the same. The one challenge that we will face is related to the dragging and dropping, like shifting of an item from one tab to the other one. So the dragging and dropping, it feels nice on large devices where we have enough space, enough room to drag an item and actually see it dropping on a different tab. However, on small devices, it may not be a seamless experience, like in terms of user experience. So whenever you feel in a space where you kind of run out of ideas and you feel like, how can we possibly do it in the most optimal manner, it's always good to look for inspiration, and that's what I did. So there is this application called Notion. I'm pretty sure that you might have already heard of it. It's a popular productivity application. It does allow you to add a component of board which looks similar to what we are already doing, and the user has the kind of the option of dragging and dropping items from one tab to the other one. Now, thing is, I just wanted to see how exactly they are tackling this issue of shifting an item or card, as that's what they refer in their application, from one tab to the other one, but specifically on small devices. So for this, what I did was I checked their native application, native smartphone application, and what they're doing is that rather than giving the feature, like adding the feature of dragging and dropping on small devices, they allow the user to actually shift or move an item to a different tab by opening, like popping a modal when the user clicks on an item, which the modal is similar to this, although in their, like uh, in their web application it has like a drawer coming from the right side. However, on their mobile app it is a modal, and on that modal there is this status, and right next to it it is the status of the tab. So we're going to follow something similar, like we're going to do something similar where we will be creating a new tab, sorry, a new modal, and we can refer it as shift task, something like this. I'm not quite sure about the name for now. And it will contain only one field called status, where right next to it we will be displaying like all the three different statuses that we have: the in progress, to dos, and completed. So the user can actually select the right one, like whatever status they want to kind of shift this task to. And if the new status of the task is different than the old one, then we are just going to kind of add in the logic where it removes from the previous list, the previous tab, and it adds to the new tab. That's the idea. Then again, we will spend some time kind of constructing the logic for it. Now that being said, I just wanted to have this discussion where you and I, we can again get on the same page. So what's next? Like, how are we going to work on this application? So the path for it, like what we're going to do is we're going to follow the same path. We're going to first build the application as what we have in the final version, as in the next step would be to build this model. And right after we are done with the entire thing, even the logic, then we are going to get back to the part of making this application responsive. That's the idea. Now that being said, let's continue with this application, and in the next part let's work on the add task model. Alright, so let's continue, and now let's finally work on the add task modal, the modal which pops open when the user clicks on any of these plus icons on each tab. So at the moment, like in the final version, it looks like this, but there is actually a switch in the design which I'm thinking of. Like rather than showing the modal in such a way, we're going to follow a similar design approach as what we have planned for the shift task. So the idea is that in the modal header, which is right over here, instead of saying that add and like the status in quotes and then the item, by the way, we are not going to refer it as item, we're going to refer it as task, as that is like more relatable. Anyway, so the idea is that it's going to say add task, and right below it it's going to be status, just as what we have planned for the shift task. And right next to it it's going to be a chip, like the chip like design, with the status under which the new task will be added. So that's kind of the idea. And right below it it's going to be the same input element. Now that being said, let's head back to the code editor, and right now within the board screen, let's create a new component by the name of add task modal. Let's create the component, and we need to import a few things from the MUI library. So we're going to import the dialog, the typography, stack, icon button, and let's also import the close icon which we have over here, and let's name it as close icon, which we're going to import from the icons package, the name of which is just close. Yep, I think that would be it. And now let's construct the modal. So we're going to wrap up the entire thing inside the dialog component, and we're going to permanently pass down the open prop. Like we're going to set this the value of it to be of true, so that whenever the add task modal is added to the tree of elements, it is visible right away. Although we're going to have a separate state to kind of conditionally add it to the tree. So now right inside of it, we're going to be adding a stack component, setting the direction of it to be of row, align items to be of center, justify content to be of space between. But as we want to have some breathing space around the corners for the entire content inside the modal, what we can do is we can wrap it inside of a stack of its own. Like the entire internal content of the modal will be wrapped inside of a stack with some padding of about 2, that's 16 pixels on all the sides. And now right inside of it, let's construct the modal header. So for this, what we can do is we need to place in the typography. Let's set the variant of it to be of H6, and it's going to be add task. And right next to it, we're going to place in the icon button and the close icon right inside of it. And then below this header that we have, let's place in the another stack component, and it's going to have similar thing like direction to be of row, align items to be of center, and some spacing to be of 2, just to add some spacing between the typography and that chip. And now right within this, we can add in a typography. We can go with the default variant, and let's just set it to be of status. Right next to it, we will be using the chip component. The chip component, which looks like a chip, you're going to see in just a sec. And I believe it takes a label prop with the status. So let's just set it to be of to-dos, maybe to-dos, that would work. And right below it, we can place in the outlined input, which we have to import. Yep. And right below this, we can place in the button component. The variant of it is going to be contained, and the text is going to be add task. So now that we have this component, let's just quickly import it inside the board interface component right over here. For the time being, we're just gonna directly throw it in, but later we're gonna have a state for it. So let's see what do we have, and we have some error. So let's quickly inspect. It says that button is not defined. Obviously, we have to import it first. Let's see. And there it is. That looks ugly as hell. Let's quickly fix it up. So rather than using actually the thing is, we don't have to do much. We just need to kind of set some width to this modal so that it kind of is constrained to have that minimum width. So for that, on the dialog component itself, we're going to pass down the full width prop. And as soon as we do that, now that's looking much better. But then again, we don't need this much amount of width. Let's reduce it. And for that, we can just set the maximum width to be of XS. And that actually looks much better. So now that it's done, what we're going to do is we need to have some spacing between these 3 elements, as you can see. And for this, what we can do, actually, let's also reduce the size of the chip. Anyway, one step at a time. So let's just add the spacing first. Firstly, on the header itself, we're going to set some margin to the bottom of about 3. And then for the spacing, we can wrap, what's up with this? Yeah, we can wrap these 3 elements inside of a stack of its own, so that on this stack we can set them spacing to be of 2, and that is actually looking perfect. Now for the size of the chip, on the chip itself we can pass down the size, and we can reduce it to small, I believe. Yep, by default it is medium, and that's looking perfect. Lastly, let's just add some placeholder to this outlined input, and it's going to be task. Yep, I think that is perfect. Now that we have this modal, the last thing we could do, actually I think it is perfect the way that it is. Although we can reduce the spacing between the status and the chip. Yep, that's much better. All right, so now that we have this model, let's work on the next part where we're gonna introduce, like we're gonna bring in some state to conditionally show this model. So let's do that in the next one. All right, so let's continue. So now that we are almost done with the UI part on this particular screen, let's just bring in the states so that we can make this screen more interactive. Again, a step at a time. So the first thing that we need to do is we need to display all the three tabs as what we have in the final version. At the moment, we just have a single one, as you can see right over here. So heading back to the code editor, just for the time being, we are gonna comment this task model. We are done with the UI part, and let's display the three tabs. But we don't want to kind of hard code this thing. We don't want to kind of place the three components, but rather we have to map over an array to create these tabs dynamically. So for that, right over here, let's create a new array, a dummy array, and we can create it outside of the component as it is something which will always remain constant. So let's just name it as tabs, and it's gonna be an object. By the way, in the final version, it was an array, and the array contained the string values for each tab status. But then again, while building the application, like while recording this series, I realized that rather than showing the tabs in such a way, like the status is in plain text, as you can see that in progress is in camel case, it doesn't look nice. So rather than going in this direction, we are going to display them in a formatted manner. So for that, instead of arrays, we're going to be using objects, and the keys of this objects will be the status, will be the actual status, and the value will be the text which we can display for the respective status. So over here it's going to be to do's, and the way we want to display them is to do's, and it's going to be the in progress. For the second one, it's going to be like this for the value, and then we have the completed in such a way. So now that we have this tabs, what we're going to do is we're going to wrap up the board tab, and we just need the keys, right? So for that, we can do object dot keys of the tabs, and we're going to map over this boy and create the tab dynamically. So let's just use the tab itself, like the string value, as the key. And I think that would be it for the label, or for the name. Let's call it name, tab name. That makes sense. Let's go with tabs, the square brackets, and the tab in such a way, as that's going to be the value for the name. So now if we take a look, there we have the three tabs, and now we just need to make this thing a bit dynamic. So for that, inside the board tab, we can expect that it's going to get the name, and we can display the name in such a way, and that looks perfect. So now we need to work on the part of adding the state for the model. So for that, in the board interface, let's create a new function, and that function will be called when the user clicks on the plus icon on any of these tabs. That's kind of the idea. So for it, let's bring in the use state from React, and as we need to store two values, one state for the displaying of model and the other one for the tab itself. Rather than having two separate states, what we're going to do is we're going to be having a single state, and that state will be add task 2. So this state will be the value of the tab, like it's going to be the value of the tab. And if there is some value, because by default this thing is going to be an empty string, and if we convert this value, it means it is false. So if there is some value, it could either be one of these status that we have. So if it is one of these things, we are conditionally going to show the add task model, and it's going to work in a dynamic way. So the add task model is going to be the name, and set add task 2. By the way, if you feel confused, it's perfectly fine. As soon as we kind of get to that point, everything will be cleared out. So add task 2 is going to be the name of the status, and this is going to be the function to change the status. So what we need to do is, on the board tab, we will be passing down a function, and this function will be add task, and this thing is going to be a callback, because we need to call the set add task 2, and we need to call it with the tab itself, like the status that we have over here, right? So let us do this. So it means that now we just need to kind of call this function from any of the respective tab, like the plus icon on the tabs that we have. So let's just kind of comment this add task modal again, and now let's display this modal actually conditionally, that if this thing is true, which means that if it has some value, only then we want to display the add task modal. Let's also pass down the tab name, and it's actually going to be the add task 2 in such a way. Heading to the add task modal, we can expect that it's going to get this prop, and we can display the same thing as the value for the status thing as a value for the label prop on the chip in such a way. So now if you take a look, everything looks fine. And now if we head back to the board interface, we are indeed passing the add task function. So we just need to call it from the board tab. We can expect that it's going to get it as prop, and we just need to call this thing. So we can just call this when the user clicks on the icon button in such a way, right? And now in order to close the modal, all we have to do is we have to set it back to be of empty string. So we can do that right now. Right over here, we can pass down, like in the board interface, we're going to pass down the on close to the add task modal, and this thing will be a callback, and it's just going to call the set add task to the same function but with an empty string. So now let's just call the same thing from within the add task to modal. Let's just destructure it right at the top, and on the dialog component itself, on close event, we need to call this function, as well as when the user clicks on the icon button in such a way. So now if we just save it, and if we take a look, if we click on any of these plus icons, it should pop open the modal, and that's it is. So that's good. However, like even the closing is working, however we are not displaying the status. So that's something which we have to fix. So add task 2. Seems like we are using, there's some sort of typo. That's what I think. Tab name. Okay, it's actually tab name, not add task 2. You must be screaming at the screen at that point. Anyway, so that is actually looking perfect. However, we have to use the actual the name of the tab, right? So for it, what we're gonna do is, similarly as what we did over here, on the board tab, we pass down the name. So we're gonna do the same thing in such a way. This is actually gonna be the add task 2. This is the array, sorry, the object that we have, and this is the value. So now if we just save it, that is looking beautiful. All right, so things are actually turning out good, fitting in together, and now we need to work on, let's actually get to it in the next part. All right, so let's continue. So now we have a new list of things which we are going to work on, starting with renaming a few things. So heading back to the code editor, inside the board interface .jsx file, we have this variable called tabs, which is an object containing the status as the keys and the value as essentially the labels for each tab. So rather than naming it as tabs, we can rename it as using the F2, so that it kind of changes on all the different instances where this variable is being used. We can rename it as status map. That is a bit more descriptive. Then where we are using the object.keys and passing down this status map, which results in giving us the array containing the keys, the statuses, we can rename this element name that we have, like individual element, we can rename using the same method of F2 to be of status, and I think that is a bit more descriptive, as you can see. So now that's done, let's move on, and now we're going to be working on fixing the new board ID bug. So I realized that in the board's screen, where we are creating the board, Let me just create a new board. At this point, the board is added to the store, as you can see. However, there is a difference compared to the one which are fetched using the fetch boards function, which we have in the use app. So the thing is that the boards which we are fetching, they contain the ID. As you can see, over here we have the ID. However, in this one, it just contains the three fields. And the reason is pretty obvious, because in the use app where we are creating a board, this function, we just added the three fields, right? We don't have the ID. So for that, what we can do is this add doc. It returns back the document as well, the document which has just been added. So from this doc, we can actually get the ID, and we can use that ID. Like, we can add the same thing to the object which we are pushing inside of our the boards array in the store. So for that, let's just add in the doc ID in such a way. And now if we save it, and if we create a new board, it should contain the ID as well. And this thing is anonymous, so we will fix that as well. Anyway, as you can see, this is the new board which has been added like locally to the store, and it does contain the ID, so that's perfect. So let's quickly give it a name. So this action of it was create board, right? So inside of our store where we have create board, which is calling the add board. Actually, it's the add board. So right over here, let's add in the last two arguments. It could be false. I think it should be like the false should have been the last argument, because normally it remains false by default. Like, we really want to kind of replace the entire store value, so it should have been the last argument. Anyway, so let's just give it a name of add board in such a way, and now it should kind of rename the action in the DevTools as well. So that's perfect. Now let's work on navigating to the board screen from the card. So when the user clicks on this icon on any of the card, we want to kind of take them to the respective board screen with the board ID appended to the path segment, the last one. So let's do that. So in the boards screen, where we are mapping over the boards and creating the board card, we have the ID which we are using as a key, and we are spreading out the entire board, so that's perfect. We don't have to do much. So inside the board card, right over here, we can expect that it's going to get the ID as well. And now we need to kind of navigate to a different route. So for that, we can make use of the use navigate hook from the React router DOM package. And when we invoke this function, it just gives us the navigate function, which we can use to kind of navigate to a different path. So on the icon button, which is wrapping the open icon, we can pass down the on click a callback, calling this function and using the backtext because it will contain the dynamic value for the ID. Let's push the user to boards slash, and using the template literal, let's append the ID in such a way. So now if we save it and if we pop open any board, as you can see, now we are indeed using the ID, so that's perfect. And lastly, let's just also work on the go back function, for which we don't have to do much. Basically this button which we have over here on the board top bar. So for that, let's get to the board top bar again. As it is something related to the navigation, let's import the use navigate hook, which will give us the navigate function. And on this function, like when the user clicks on the back icon, wrapping it up in the same way, calling the use navigate, navigate, we can go back to the previous screen in such a way. So now if we save it and we click on the icon button, boom, we're back on the board screen. So that's perfect. We are indeed able to open the board with the respective ID. So that's perfect. We are done with the first four, and now we will be working on fetching of board. Essentially, when the user kind of opens a board, we want to fetch the date of it, and we also want to kind of reflect the board name right at the top plus the last updated on the right side. So let's do that in the next one. Alright, so let's continue working on the board screen, and we're going to start by first adding the board name as well as the last updated timestamp which we have in the top bar. So we already have the values for these two things. We have them inside of our store in the boards array in the respective object. All we have to do is to take the ID from the URL segment and look for the object which has the same as the value for the ID field. So for that, let's head back to the code editor, and inside of the app component where we have all the different routes, the last one, the board screen one, the path which we added is in such a way where the last segment is something dynamic. So we named this thing the param as colon board ID, and in order to get the value of this param in the board screen component, all we have to do is to invoke the use params hook from the React router DOM package, which will give us all the different params. In this case, the one that we care about is the board ID. And we can confirm the same by logging this thing to the console. And if we take a look, we should be seeing the board ID. So that's perfect. Now all we have to do is to get the boards array which we have inside of our store, this array which contains all the different boards. And for this, let's invoke the use store hook from the store.js file, which was give us the access to all the different values that we have inside of a store. The one that we care about is the boards array, and now we can store the board object inside of a variable and let's name it as board. So as boards, the plural boards is an array. We can use the native find method on it, and we can get the object where b.id, as you can see, b.id matches with the board ID which we have right over here. So now let's log the board as well just to test it out, and there it is. So that's perfect. So now we just need to forward this object to the board top bar. As this object, it contains three different things which we need inside of our top bar. It contains the name, the created art, as well as the color. So for that, right over here, instead of manually kind of passing each prop, let's just spread out the entire thing in such a way. And now within the board top bar, we can expect that it's going to get the name, created art, as well as the color. So now let's use these three values. So firstly, for the border color, we need to have that colors array which we have inside of a theme, this array. So let's import it in real quick, colors from the theme file. And now right over here for the border color, we will be using this array, and we have the color index which the user selected at the time of creating the board. So let's just use it in such a way in square brackets. Then for the name, let's just do the same thing. It's going to be name, and for the last one, it's going to be the created art. And now if we take a look, we should be seeing the board top bar in the expected way. However, I just noticed that the last updated, it's not displaying the time. So for that, inside of the use app, as that's where we are kind of setting the time value, over here we are using the new date, and over here we are using the to date on the server timestamp, and we're using the locale date string. So obviously it will just kind of contain the date. So instead of this, let's just replace it and let's set it to be of locale string. And in the argument, we're going to pass down a string value with enus in such a way to set the format. So now if we take a look, let me pop it up again. Let me just refresh. And there it is. So that is sweet. Now we are actually displaying the board top bar in the expected way. And now we will be working on a few things related to the board top bar, as there are kind of few things working together to make the entire thing happen. So let's do that in the next part. Alright, so let's continue, and now we're going to be working on the next step, which is to fetch the board data document when the user lands on the board screen. Now by board data, we mean the document which we have inside the board's data sub collection, the one containing the actual data of each board, as in the tabs and the respective tasks. But before we make that request of fetching this particular document, the respective one, it is important to address a few things. So when the user lands on the board screen, which is this one, we want to check the very first thing. The very first thing that we have to check is that whether the user has fetched all the boards which we have in our store, the boards array, containing the minimal information. And by checking so, we will be rest assured that the user is in fact coming from the board's screen and not directly. And why exactly do we want to do this? Because if the user is coming directly, it means that we don't have the minimal information, the documents of the board. And just to simulate what's going to happen if we're not checking this, if we refresh at this point, we're going to see that we are not able to kind of display the board information, which is kind of obvious. So after checking this thing, if the user has not fetched, and we can actually check it, it's pretty simple to do so because we have this state value inside of a store. So if this thing is false, then it means we will be kind of pushing them back to the board screen so that they are able to kind of follow the normal way of viewing a board. Anyway, so after we are done checking this thing, the next thing that we're going to check is that whether the board does exist inside the board's array. Basically what we are doing over here where we have this variable of board, we are looking up the local array using the find method and kind of getting the board object. So the next thing that we have to do is to check, is to make sure that this thing is not null. And there's one other thing which we can do to improve what we have at the moment. So this thing will run, this sort of computation will run on each render. So in order to kind of make this thing a bit more performant, what we can do is we can memorize this value as it's always going to be the same constant. So in order to do that, we can make use of the use memo hook from React, and we can, one sec, we can use the use memo and return this thing as the return value of the function that we pass to the use memo. And for the second argument, we can just set the dependency array to be an empty array so that it kind of remains the same always. So that's one thing that we had to do. Anyway, so after we are done checking these two things, then finally we will be making the request to fetch the board data. And there are a few other things which we have to do. So while we are fetching the board data document, in the meantime, we will be displaying a loader. So it means that we will be having a loading state as well right within this component, and conditionally kind of displaying the app loader as what we have, what we are doing in the app component, I believe. Let me just cross check, which we are doing right over here. So we're going to do something similar. And lastly, there's this not ready component. And this is something important. And I want you to kind of completely pay attention on this specific part. So a while back, we had a brief discussion as in how the entire application is structured. So the thing is that as soon as the user creates the board from the board screen, from this particular module, what we are doing is we are kind of creating a document. We are pushing a new document in this boards sub collection. And in parallel, we have this function inside the, like this cloud function, which gets triggered whenever this sort of action occurs, like whenever a document is created in this respective path. We have done this thing, so I'm pretty sure that you must be kind of on board on this part. Now the thing is that this function being triggered and creating the respective document with the same ID, there could be a bit of latency between these two functions, these two actions. The thing is that when the user creates the board, let me just simulate this thing right over here. When we create a new board, something like this, the user is seeing the board right away. And this thing is happening because inside of a use app, in this create board function, we are kind of locally pushing it to the store itself, right? So the thing is that the function which was triggered, like which was triggered in parallel, maybe I can actually display it over here. As you can see that when we created that the board just right now, this function got triggered and it should have created the respective document, inside. One sec, there's a new board one. So it has this ID AQ. This is the one, like this is the document which has just been created by that cloud function. Now the thing is that there could be a few seconds latency between these two things. Now what I'm trying to point is that it could be the case that the user creates a new board, and when they try to open it up, when they actually try to kind of view the actual data, the actual board, it could be possible that at that time the board data document is not created. It could happen, there is a possibility. And in order to simulate that sort of event, I'm going to quickly create a new board and directly kind of in the final version actually, because this is the local one, like this is the one which we are currently working on. So in the final version, let me just kind of show the same thing. I'm going to quickly create a new board and directly jump onto the part of kind of viewing the board screen. So check this out. So this is the new board and I'm quickly going to open it up. As you can see, at this point, we're going to create a conditional UI. And this thing is going to work in a way that if the board data document, the respective document is not, if it doesn't exist, then we will be displaying it something like this. Seems like your board is not ready. Sometime it may take a few seconds. And now if we go back and if we try to kind of open it again, at this point, it should have been created. It only, there's a chance that it could take like a second or two. So now if we try to open the same thing, there it is. So this is an edge case that we are going to address, that we will be taking care of. And I hope you and I, like, we are on the same page and you probably understood like what, why we are doing it and what the reason behind of it. Anyway, so now that being said, let's just work on the part of fetching the board in the next one. Alright, so let's continue, and now let's finally work on the part of fetching the board data document. So heading back to the code editor inside the use app, as this hook encapsulates all the core functions slash features of our app. So we're going to create the function right over here. So let's just name it as fetch board. It's going to be an async function which will receive the board ID as an argument. Let's just throw in the try catch block right over here. And before we actually make the request, we need to create the document reference. So earlier we created a collection reference. If you remember, we kind of use this collection function. So similarly, we will be importing the doc, which does what it says. It creates the doc reference. And let's also import the get doc. So over here, we need to create the doc ref, and the overall structure, the implementation of it is the same as of the collection one. So over here we will be calling the doc with the db, the database instance as the first argument, and the second one is the path for the document, for a specific document. So over here inside the users we have the uid, and then we have the boards data subcollection, and we also have the board id, which is the document id. So now that we have this thing, we can actually fetch the document, which we're going to do inside the try catch block. So right over here, let's create const. It's gonna be response. In fact, well, actually, let's just call it doc, because it's gonna be document snapshot, and awaiting the get doc while passing the doc reference as the first argument. This thing will return back, like, it's gonna be the document snapshot, as you can see. So this document snapshot, it has a few methods, and the one that we first need to check, the first thing that we need to check is whether or not the document exists, because in the previous part, as I briefly kind of explained how we are going to structure the entire thing, as in we first need to check whether or not the document even exists, because there could be a case where the document is not yet ready. So for that, using the if check right over here, we will be checking that if the document does exist, only then we want to proceed with the next step. So over here, what we're going to do is we will be returning back the data right away, because the way we're going to make this thing work is that from the board screen, the component which will be calling this function, we will be calling this function, and it will supposedly return back the data, and we're going to kind of take that data and update the local component state. So that's kind of the idea behind the entire thing. So over here on the document snapshot, there is a method called data, and we just need to invoke it, which will result in giving us back the entire data of the document. And for the time being, for the console, later we will be kind of displaying the toaster, but again, let's just kind of log it to the console and making sure that we are including this fetch board in the returned object in such a way. Heading back to the board screen, now using the use effect right over here, we're going to pass down the second argument as an empty array, because we only want to call it once, And now we have to do those checks which we briefly discussed. So the very first thing that we have to do is to check whether the user has already kind of fetched all the boards. So for that, from the uStore at the moment we are just getting the boards value. Let's just also bring in the our boards fetched. And the other thing that we need to check is whether the board exists, which we can do from this thing itself. Anyway, so right over here we will be checking that our boards fetched. This thing, it has to be true. However, if this thing is false, for that we will be adding this thing before it. And if this thing is false, then we want to kind of push the user back to the board's screen. And in order to kind of navigate the user programmatically, we need to have that use navigate hook. So let's just bring that in, and let's call this boy right at the top, which will give us the function navigate. And using it, we can push the user back to the board's screen. Now the other thing which we need to check is that there should be a valid board, like there should be a board object, and we can do that the or operator, and we can check this thing is not it's not null, right? This thing, it has to be an object, and if it is null then it would be true, but if it's an object it would be false. So if this is null, it's going to be true, which means we will be navigating the user to the board's path. Else what we want to do is to kind of fetch the board, right? The board we have, where is it? There it is. We need to call this function. So for that, let's actually create another function right over here, and we're going to name it as handle fetch board. It's going to be in a sync function, and we also need to kind of get that fetch board from the use app, for which we can just call the use app hook in such a way, giving us access to all the different stuff which we have within this hook. The one that we care about is the fetch board function. So now let's also create the loading state, because that's important. So for that, right over here, let's create loading, set loading using the use state, and by default it's going to be true. And what we're going to do is right over here adding the try catch block, and also the finally. But in this case, do we need a finally? Just we'll see in a short while. Anyway, so now what we need to do is that within this try catch block, we need to call that fetch board function, and we need to await it. So this thing will return back the board data if the document exists. Now that's something which you need to kind of uh, which you need to understand, that this thing, it could return null, like it could return undefined, as in we are not really returning anything if the document doesn't exist. Although we can make it a bit more explicit by just kind of setting the else as well, where we just say that otherwise let's just return null, right? We can do that. And what we're going to do is that if the board data does exist, in that case we want to update the local component state of the board screen component. So for that, let's create another state, and this is going to be data and set data, and by default is going to be null. And what we want to do is that only if the board data does exist, because otherwise if it's null, it doesn't make any sense to kind of update the state as it's already null, so that would be a bit redundant. So only if the board data does exist, then we will be calling the set data with the board data as an argument, and also setting the set loading to be false, right? For the catch one, let's just kind of throw in the console.log for the time being, and now we just need to call this function in the else check. So now that it's done, let's actually log the data right over here, and let's see, we should be seeing the object. Oops. So as you can see, it is null, so something didn't go right. So we are calling this thing boot data. Hmm. So fetch boot is being invocated. We are ah pretty obvious. We didn't pass down the ID. Makes sense. So let's just do that real quick. And now if we take a look, there it is. So that is sweet. Now what we need to do is, as you can see, that we have two different things in the document itself. One is the tabs and the other one is last updated. Now thing is that we are going to keep these two things separate. The last updated is something which we need to kind of pass down to the board top bar as well, and tabs is something which is kind of only related to the board interface, which is right over here, right? So this is something, the tabs is something which only the board interface cares about, whereas the last updated is something which the top bar cares about. So what we're going to do is, right over here, right over here, let's add in the in such a way. What we're going to do is, we can, it's an object, right? The data is an object, so we can destructure it, the board data, and we can take the last updated as well as the tabs. So right over here we're going to create one other state for the last updated, because the data one will be containing only like just the tabs. So right over here let's create another state, and it's going to be last updated, and this thing is going to be set last updated, and by default we can set it to be null. But we can actually set it to be null, and then calling the set data with the tabs, and set last updated with the last updated, only if I could spell it right, in such a way. So now let's just log the entire thing, even the loading, just to see the change. So let me just refresh, and the way that we have structured the entire application, it should kind of take us back to the board screen. So that is perfect. That's actually something which we wanted, right? For the user not to visit the board screen directly. Anyway, so now if we pop open this thing, as you can see, we have some change, and we have the data. Then this thing is loading to be of true. That's cool. And finally we have the data which contains the tabs, and last updated which contains the server timestamp. So this is something which we kind of address. So rather than saving the server timestamp, we can call the toDate and also the toLocale string method in such a way. So now if we save it, there it is, actually with the en and us format. So that's sweet. Now that we have the state plus the entire thing, as in kind of states for different stuff, let's just continue with it in the next part. Alright, so let's continue with the board screen. So before we jump on to the fun part, the main part, which is the board interface, there are a few things which we need to address and fix. So heading back to the code editor, inside the board top bar component, the one which we have right over here at the top, mistakenly we used the created art when instead it should have been last updated. So let's just replace it in such a way. Now we need to head back to the board screen where we have the board top bar, and rather than spreading out the entire board object, as we just need two fields out of it, let's just pass them down manually. So the first one is name, and it's going to be board.name. The other one is color, which is going to be board.color. And lastly, the last updated, which is in fact going to be the last updated state value, which we have right over here. So now if we take a look, as you can see, we have the last updated, and for a split millisecond, or we can say a few milliseconds, we do not see the last updated, and that is kind of obvious because this value is something which we are getting from the board data document. And the fix is real simple. It's actually something which we have already kind of provisioned for, as we have the loading state. So what we're going to do is, if the loading is true, we will be returning back the app loader. The same thing what we did in the app component. And now if we take a look, we actually don't see the loader because we are using emulators and everything is happening real quick. Anyway, so now that it's done, the last thing that we have to do is related to the board. So inside of our use effect, we are checking for two things: that if the boards are not fetched, if that's the case, or if the board object is not there. If any of these condition is met, in that case, we are pushing the user back to the board's screen. Now the thing is that the use effect is executed after the JSX is rendered, React 101. So just to be on the safe side, what we're going to do is we're going to check that if the board doesn't exist. If that's the case, we will be returning back null in such a way. And that's it. So now that these few fixes are done, let's jump on to the board interface in the next part. Alright, so let's continue, and now let's finally work on the board interface. So we're going to begin by first creating the UI for individual task, the task which goes inside the tabs. So if we closely check the layout of it, it is pretty straightforward. All we need to do is to add a text container on the left side and the delete icon on the right side for each task. So for that, let's head back inside the code editor, and within the board screen directory, we're going to place in the task.jsx. So let's create the component, and in here we need to import a few things from the MUI library. So we need to import the stack, typography, and the icon button. And let's also import the icon while we are at it. Let's import the delete icon from the icons package. The name of the icon is just delete. Now for the task layout, we will be wrapping the entire thing inside of a stack component, and we're going to set the direction of it to be of row, align items to be of center, and lastly the spacing to be of 1. Inside of here, we're going to place in the typography, which will be the text, and this is something which would be dynamic. So just for the time being, let's hardcode task text in such a way. Then right next to it, we're going to place in the icon button, which will contain the delete icon which we just imported. Let's just place it in such a way. So now in order to see how it looks, let's just import it back inside the board tab component, and let's place it within the stack which we have at the very last inside the tab itself. So we just need to place in the task, and we can just copy the same thing multiple times. Let's have a look. That's how it looks at the moment, and it does look good. Let's just fix up the styling. So firstly, on the typography itself, we're going to pass down the padding of 1 so that we have some breathing space. Then we need to set some border color, background color. So let's do that. Actually, I'm just going to copy the same thing from the final version. You can pause the video and do the same thing. Just kind of copy the same thing. We are essentially just setting the border color, and background color to be of these values. And let's also set the width to be of 100% so that it takes the entire available space, and that would kind of push the icon button to the very end. And lastly, we can also set the variant, but I think let's just go with the default one. Let's have a look. So that does look good. All we need to do is to add some spacing. So for that, let's head back to the board tab, and on the stack component which is containing all the tasks, we can just set the spacing to be of 2, and that's looking perfect. Let's also set some margin to the top so that it has kind of some spacing between the header of the tab, the tab name, and the stack containing the tasks. So for that, on the same stack, we can set empty margin top to be of 3, which would be 24 pixels, and that is looking perfect. Sweet. So now while we are at it, let's also work on the part of dynamically displaying the tasks. So before we kind of work on the part of creating the task, let's just kind of build up the logic using which we can kind of display the nested task for each tab. So for this, let's head to the Firebase emulator suite, and inside the Firestore tab, in here, let's pop open the respective document for the task which we have, sorry, for the board which we have currently opened. So for me, it is this particular one, the board ID AQV. For you, obviously, it's going to be something else. So just open the respective document. I'm just going to open it right over here. And for the time being, let's just manually kind of add a few tasks. So for the completed one, so the structure, actually this is something which we haven't discussed. So for the structure of individual task which we have, like in respective tabs, it will contain a unique ID and the text in such a way. So you might think, why do we need the ID? Like, why do we need an ID on each task? Right, on each task it's going to be a unique ID. The reason why we need it, because eventually we will be working on the feature of kind of dragging and dropping the task around. Why we need it is to kind of figure out the location, the position of that task in the respective tab. So that's why we need the ID, so that we can kind of drag and drop on the same board or to a different one. That's the reason why we need one. So for that, right over here, we're going to create a map which is similar to an object, and it's going to contain two fields. So for the first one, we can set the field name to be of ID, and it's going to be a random alphanumeric text. And the other one is text, which would be new task, something like this. So let's create one other inside the to-dos. And again, the same thing, ID. Oops. ID, and it's gonna be again something random. Then the text, to do text. Let's create the task. And yep, now let's work on the part of dynamically displaying these tasks. So for that, inside the board screen, where we are fetching the board data, which we have right over here, what we are going to do is to forward this data. Now the other thing is that, as you can see, that we are just setting the data once, right, inside of this particular component. Once we fetch the board data, we are setting it once in the state, and that's it. Like, that's, after this point we are not changing the data. We're not going to change the data inside the board screen, but in fact it's going to be changed inside the board interface. So what we are going to do is memoizing the board data. So for that, similarly as what we did for the board data, sorry, the board information data itself, right over here we are getting the object and kind of memoizing the data of that object. In the same way, we will be memoizing the board data using the use memo hook. Doing the same thing, we can return back the data, and we can pass it down in the same way as like inside the dependency array, so that whenever the data changes, it kind of updates the value. And now we can just pass it down to the board interface in such a way. So now what we need to do inside the board interface. So now within the board interface, we're going to get the board data, and what we are going to do is to deep copy this data. So just to reiterate, what we are doing is, let me just kind of pull up a diagram real quick. So we have the board screen, and within the screen we have fetched the board data, which we are actually keeping as the data state. This board data, this thing, oops, this thing is actually the tabs, right, of the board data document. The tabs containing the three different fields, where we have to do's, which is an array containing the respective task. Then we have the in progress and we have the completed in such a way. So we are kind of keeping the copy of it in the data, and then what we're doing is we are memoizing this value, because in the board screen we are not going to mutate this state after it has been first set. So we are just kind of keeping it to store the board data documents tabs field, which we are doing right over here, and that's it. And never again we're going to kind of mutate this data value from within the board screen. Then what we are doing is, this is the first step. We are kind of fetching the data document, getting the tabs field, and just updating it, keeping it stored in the data state. Then we are memoizing this value. We are memoizing it in such a way so that because it is something which is only changed once, so we are kind of setting it, we are passing it down in the dependency array, the data. So whenever it gets updated, which will only happen once, then we are kind of memoizing the value, and we are using this board data, we are passing it down to the board interface. Then comes the board interface, where the actual mutation will happen. So in the board interface we will have to update this tabs object, the tabs object which we have, whenever the user creates a new task in the respective tab, or whenever the user is kind of dragging dropping the individual task. At that time we will have to update the data structure. So the mutation of the data itself, the board data tabs, is something which will happen only in the board interface component. So for that we will be creating a new state where we can name it as tabs, as that's what it is. And in here, using the use state, we can use the structured clone native JavaScript method to deep clone this board data. So we're going to set this thing as the default value for the tabs. And then the last thing, in order to kind of display the respective task in the tab, what we are going to do is to forward down the respective tasks. So as we have three different tabs, it doesn't make sense to kind of pass down all, like the entire structure, all the tabs, and then to kind of figure out which one we want to kind of display the tasks of. Rather than, we can just pass down the respective tasks, sorry, the respective tabs tasks. Now it's going to make more sense once we actually do it. So let's just do it right now. Right over here we're going to pass down the tasks, and we have this tabs, which is an object. We have these tabs. Using the square brackets we can set the status as the key. So by doing this we are essentially just passing down only the required tasks for that respective tab. Hopefully that made sense. So now inside the board tab we can expect that it's going to get the tasks array, and using it we can generate these tasks dynamically. So using the map, for each task we're going to create the task component using the task.id as the key, and we also need to forward down the text, which is task.text. Now at this point I seriously wish we had gone with TypeScript, because TypeScript is more enjoyable and safe to work with. But then again, I just wanted this series to be kind of easily something which anyone could follow easily. That's why I kind of opted to go with JavaScript, but personally I would have gone with TypeScript. Now you guys let me know if you want future series to be in TypeScript, like if you are interested in that. Anyway, so now the last thing that we have to do is to, let's also pass down the ID, or we could have just kind of spread out the entire object. Anyway, so now within the task we can expect that it's going to get the ID and the text. For now we just need the text, so let's just kind of place it in such a way. And if we take a look, that's what it is, and that is sweet. We are indeed able to dynamically generate the task and show them in the respective tab. So that is sweet. And now we are indeed able to do so. So now what we need to do next is to work on, actually I have the list over here. We are done with the first two. So in the next one we will be working on adding individual task. We're going to work on this function, and I think it is correlated with the update function as well. Anyway, let's see it in the next one. Alright, so let's continue. So now we're going to be working on the functionality to add a new task in the respective tab. So heading back to the code editor, it is important to be on the same page before we jump onto the implementation, or to say in other words, before we write down any code. So the way that we're going to structure this entire thing is that within the use app hook, the custom hook which encapsulates all the core functions of our application, we will be creating a new function by the name of update board data. As it speaks for itself, it will be a function which is going to update the board data document, essentially the tabs field, as that's what it is. And later inside the board interface, we will be creating another function by the name of handle add task. Speaks for itself, it will be a function to add a new task in the respective tab. So let's just get right into it. Now within the use app hook, let's create a function by the name of update board data. It's going to be an async function which will receive the board ID as an argument, as the first argument. The second one is going to be the tabs, and throwing in the try catch block. And again, for the time being, let's log the error to the console. Now we need to have the document reference as well, and for that we can just copy the same one as what we have in the fetch board. Let's just place it right over here. Then within the try catch block, within the try block, we need to make the request. We need to kind of make the request to update the document. So for that, we need to import the update doc function from the Firebase / Firestore package. And again, we need to pass down the document reference as the first argument. The second one is the new data, is the data that we want to merge in the document. So we are going to pass it down as an object, and let's just pass it down the tabs in such a way as the key and the value is the same, so we can just throw it in such a way. So now let's make sure to include it in the object which we are returning from this hook. And now within the board interface, let's create the handle add task function. Again, it's going to be an async one, and it will receive the text, as in the text, or we can say to do. Let's just call it text to make it more clear. The text is the text field of the individual task. So for that, now again what we are going to do is that we first need to update the local state. Well, not as in we need to update it firsthand, but we need to update it in the structure of the tabs at what we have at the moment. So what do I mean by that? What we are going to do is we are going to clone the tabs. We're going to make the change and we are going to update it locally, as well as we're going to pass it down to the update board data so that it gets updated in the database. Now, in order to clone this tabs, we can call it as cloned tabs, something like that. And in order to clone the tabs, the first intuitive decision that one could make is that we can just spread out the tabs in such a way, right? That's the easiest approach to kind of copy an object or an array. However, the thing is that this spreading of an object, it only does shallow copying. And if we take a look at what we have as in the structure of this tabs, we can see that it has sort of like a nested structure. It is an object which has 3 different fields, and each of those fields have an array as value, and that array again contains objects. So you can see that it has nested referenced values. And if we just go with the easiest approach of kind of spreading it out in such a way, it will indeed make a copy, however only the shallow copy. So we might run into some errors, some memory leaks, some stuff like that. So in order to make sure that we are actually copying, we are deep cloning the entire thing, we will be using the same structured clone as what we did earlier. So calling the same thing, and we can just pass down the tabs in such a way. Now all we have to do is to make the changes inside the clone tabs. We can just call it declone as deep cloned, and then we will be updating the same thing using the set tabs, like for the local component state, as well as we're going to pass it down to the update board data. So in here, what we intend to do is to add a new task. So for that, within the declone, which is an object, we need to get one level down, as in the status or tab, you can say, and we already have that, as that's the value of the add task to this state value. So we can go down in such a way, And then, as this is an array, we can make use of unshift, which will add the element at the very start. So for that, we need to add a new object for the task, and it needs to have two things. One is the text itself, and the other one is an ID. It's going to be a randomly generated ID, and rather than depending upon a third party package like UUID or nano ID, what we can do is we can make use of the native crypto uh, method. And in here we have this random UUID function. It is supported on browsers, so we can just go with this one native function rather than kind of installing another package for it. So now heading back over here, crypto random, not this one, it's actually random UUID. Let's just call it in such a way. And now that we have made the change, we need to call the update board data and pass it down the new copy, the new tabs as what we have over here. So now again, let's throw in the try catch block and let's log it to the console, the error. For the try one, we need to have this function which we created inside the use app. So let's just invoke the hook first, which will give us access to the update board data function. And we can just call the same thing, the board ID being the first argument. However, we don't have any board ID in the board interface. So let's head one step uh, above the board interface, which would be the board screen. And in here we have the board ID. Actually, I did record earlier, but because of some kind of technical issues, lagging, stuff like that, so I kind of forgot to remove it at that time. However, what you need to do is you need to pass it down over here as a prop. The board ID which we have right over here, which we're getting from the use params. So passing it down in such a way, let's head back to the board interface and make sure to import it. We're going to expect it as a prop. And we first need to pass it down as an argument, the first one, and the second one is going to be the D clone. And if everything goes right, as in if this thing goes well, there are no errors, then we need to close the modal as well. So for that, let's just call the set add task 2 and set the argument as an empty string so that it just kind of closes the modal. Now what we need to do is we need to pass down this function to the add task modal. Let's pass it down over here, add task. We're going to name it as add task. Then within the add task modal, we can expect that is going to get the function. So now we need to call the add task with the text value, the text argument. The text is actually the value of the input element what we have inside the modal. So in order to have the value of it, we need to create a state. Let's do that real quick. Let's import the use state. We can name it as text itself, set text to be the function. It's going to be an empty string by default. Then we just need to bind it with the outlined input. So let's just pass down value, which is going to be the text, then the on change, and we can just place it like inline right over here, as it's not that big of a component. So let's just do it over here. We're going to pass down as an inline. So the first one is going to be the event, and we're going to call the set text with e.target.value. And yep, that would be it. And now on the button which we have right over here, we're going to pass down the on click, and the on click will be a callback where we call the add task with the text value in such a way. So now if we save it and if we test it out, let's see, I'm going to refresh and I can just sense my system lagging. That was the reason why I kind of have to redo the entire thing. Anyway, so let's test it out, and we have quite a few things. Don't worry about the performance, like we are actually going to make the components memoized as well. so that we kind of avoid redundant redenders. So that's something which is on the list. Don't worry about that. Anyway, so let's try creating a new task, and new task for in progress, something like that. Let's see. And seems like the task is updated. However, we kind of missed one important thing, which is to update the local component state as well. That's important. So let's call the same, let's update the tabs state with the declone, which we have over here. However, if we take a look in the database, we should see the new data, and system is seriously lagging, and there it is. So that's perfect. And now if we pop open the same board again, we're going to see the new task right over there. So that is great. Let's try creating a new task in a different tab, and we can name it as new task in to-dos, and there it is. And if we try to reopen the same board, as you can see, as the document got updated in the database, we have persisted the data. So that is great. Now the last thing that we have to work on is the last updated field value. So whenever the user does anything with the board data, in the user's perspective, it's only going to be two events. One is when they create a new task, and the other one is when they drag and drop a task from one tab to the other one. So on both of these two events, we want to reflect the last updated as the last updated, like the new timestamp. That's the idea. So for this, let's head back to the code editor, and within the use app hook, as in both of these events, the adding of task and the dragging and dropping of a task, we will be internally be calling the update board data. So we are just gonna kind of update the server timestamp as well, the last updated. So right over here, along with the tabs value, we will be updating the last updated and calling the server timestamp in such a way. So now let's head back and try creating a new task. Just carefully see what the current last updated is, and let's try creating a new task in completed. Obviously it's not going to reflect the change right away. However, if we try to reopen, if we reopen the same thing again, as you can see, the field value has been updated. So that is great. Now before we work on reflecting the change real time, like in the component state, we need to kind of recap what we have done so far. So within the board screen, this particular, the entire screen that we have over here, whenever the user lands on this screen, we take the board ID and we fetch the respective board data document. Once we get back the result, we take the last updated and the tabs, like these two things are what we are getting back from the document, and we set them, we store them in their own separate state, as you can see. Now what we need to do is that we will be creating a new function right within the board screen, and that function would be update last updated, and we just need to call that function whenever the user make any change on the board data. So for that, let's actually do it right over here, and we can name it as handle update last updated, and we don't really need to pass down any argument to this. All we have to do now, the other thing is that as it is a function which will be passed down to a child, and the structure of it is always going to be the same. Like the structure of it would be in a way that we call the set last updated, and we pass down, we set the new state to be the current timestamp in string value. So what we are going to do is to use the use callback. So right over here, we're going to be using the use callback, and the way that we're going to use it, one sec, it's imported from React, and the way that we are going to use it is to call the set last updated with the new date, the new JavaScript date. And as we need the string value, we will be calling this to locale string in such a way, the same way as what we did earlier. And let's just set the second argument to the use callback to be an empty dependency array, so that it kind of always remains the same. We are essentially memoizing this function. So now let's pass it down to the board interface, and we can name it as update last updated. let's get to the board interface where we can destructure this function, and all we have to do is to call it after we are done updating the board data in the document in the database. So now if we take a look, let's test it out. So this is the current timestamp and 2:36. So let's try creating a new task. I'm running out of text for the to-dos for the task, sorry. So let's just call it such and let's see. Boom, and there it is. So that is sweet. So just check the current timestamp. It is 2:39, and now the thing is that if we go back to the board screen and if we reopen the same thing, it will be the same, right? And this is actually something which you need to understand. So when we make any change locally, like when we update the last updated locally, we are using the new date. However, when we pop open the board screen, at that time, for the very first time, this is the actual server timestamp we are converting, which we are converting into the JavaScript date and then to a string. So that is great. Now that we are done with this thing, let's move forward with the, let's see, we also need to work on the loading state. So let's figure that one out in the next one. All right, so let's continue. So over here we have a new list of things on which we are going to work on. So let's start with the very first one, which is the loading state, essentially disabling the button while we are adding a new task. So for that, let's head back to the code editor. And the way that we're going to structure it is that within the board interface component, we will be having a component state by the name of loading, which will then be forwarded to the add task modal, and later will be bound with the button which we have over here as the value for the disabled prop. So let's do that. Heading back to the board interface, right over here, let's create the loading state, the function to be of set loading, and by default it's going to be false. Then making sure that we forward it down to the add task modal. Let's do that. Whoops, in such a way. And in the add task modal, let's destructure the same thing and bind it with the button as the value for the disabled prop. So now all we have to do is to toggle the state value while making the request, and that's going to happen before we make the request. So right over here we can set the loading to be of true, and we have to set it back to be false regardless how it goes. So for that we can just throw in the finally block and set loading to be false. So now if we just save it, let's take it for a spin. Let's create a new, running out of names. Let's just see. And because it happened real quick, we were not able to kind of test it out or see it upfront. So what we can do is, in order to simulate a bit of delay, right over here, let's create a utility function and sleep to be of 1000. It's a neat hack. We can create the new promise, taking the resolve and calling the resolve after this many like milliseconds. So now all we have to do, actually this is default value. So now in order to simulate this, before we make the request, let's await right over here. Let's call this await, sorry, the sleep. And now let's give it a shot again, delayed, adding something like that, and check it out for 1 second. Obviously kind of it disabled the button because at that time we had the loading state to be false. So that is sweet. So that is done for the first part, and now we're going to be working on memoizing. Now this is something important for the performance. So the thing is that, getting back to the code editor, within the board tab, the individual tab which we have over here, let's just log something to the console just to kind of display what issue we are kind of having in the background. So let's just log the tab name in such a way, and let's pop open the console. So as you can see, we have 3 different console.logs for one for each of the tab, and it is perfectly fine because we have 3 different tabs, which mean 3 different renders. However, the issue that we are kind of facing is that if we try to, like, when the user is trying to create a new task for which they click on any of the plus icons, see what's going to happen. It triggers a re-render for all the tabs. And the same thing happens even when the user closes the modal. And the behavior is something which is expected based on how we have structured it. So the thing is that in the board interface, the component which is the parent of the board tab, right over here, as you can see, we are dynamically creating the board tab. So the board interface being the parent, the default behavior of React components are that whenever the parent component renders or re-renders, it triggers a re-render for all the nested children. And that is something which is good just to keep everything in sync. However, in this case particular, this is something which we can refer as redundant re-render because the add task modal being opened or closed has nothing directly related to the tabs component. So what we're going to do is we will be avoiding this. We're going to kind of avoid this redundant re-render. So for that, the first thing that we have to do is to see what all stuff we are what sort of relationship the parent and the child has. So the board tab component which is being created dynamically, we are passing down these different props. We are passing down tasks which is an array. We have the name which is a text value, and we have the add task which is a function. So now what we're going to do is inside the board tab component right over here, the first thing that we can do is to import the memo function from React, which helps in memoizing the component. And all we have to do is to wrap it up before we export it as default, before we use the component. But now if we kind of test it again, we like it's still going to be the case. As you can see, it still triggers the re-render. Now we again have to kind of reanalyze the props because the memo function, what it does is that if the component is still being redundantly re-rendered, then it means that one or two of the props, at least one of the props, is something which is being recomputed in the parent component on each render. So for that, in the board interface where we have the board tab, as you can see, we have the task which is an array, and it's perfectly fine because it's state value. Then we have the name which is a string. Again, it's a primitive value, so there's nothing like it's perfectly fine. But we have the last one which is the add task, and this is indeed the problem. As you can see, it is an inline function, so this is something which gets recreated on each render of the parent component which is the board interface. So in order to memorize this part, we will be creating a function, a memoized function using the use callback and using and passing that one instead of the inline one. So let's create the function. Right over here, we can name it as handle. Now this function, it's not something which directly relates to adding of the task, but more than opening the modal. So instead of calling it as handle adding task, let's call it handle open add task modal. And we don't actually, we do need to kind of call it with the status. So for that, right over here, we will be using the use callback, making sure that we are importing it. And then let's just call the same thing, which is the set add task to. So it will be called with the status, and we just need to call the state function with the status. The second argument is going to be the empty dependency array. And now let's pass it down right over here. And let's again change the name of the prop to be something else. Let's call it as open add task modal. Now within the board tab, let's destructure this prop, which is handle, sorry, the open add task to, sorry, the open add task modal. And now all we have to do is to call this function with the status. So the status is something which we have to pass down, right? We have to pass down the status. So let's actually do that. Let's pass down the status, and right over here where we have the add task, let's one sec. Yep, so it is no longer add task, it is open add task. One sec, status, task, name, and this. Yep, and also the status. Got confused over there for a sec. So now we just need to call this function, and now we can actually go with the inline one. It doesn't really matter, and call it with the status in such a way. So now if we take it for a spin, hopefully the component will not be re-rendered when we open a modal. And seems like we removed the console.log. Let's throw it back again in such a way. And there it is. So let's take it for a spin, and boom, we have fixed the issue. So that is great. Everything works perfectly great. And as you can see, we have the disabled and all of that, and that is sweet. So now that we have memoized this thing, we have actually improved the performance of our application, and that is something which one should always be kind of inclined towards while building any sort of application. So now we're going to be working on the remove task. Let's do that in the next one. Alright, so let's continue. Now before jumping on to the next step, which is to add the functionality to remove a task from any of the tabs, there is something which I just noticed. So while creating a new task, right now the user can actually leave the input element to be empty, and it's going to result in an empty task being added to the list. Now this is something obviously which we have to kind of avoid, and the fix for it is fairly simple. Heading back to the code editor, right within the board interface where we have the handle add task function, right at the top we are going to check that if the text which is being passed down as an argument, if the text after trimming it out so that the white space it doesn't count as some value, if this thing is false, as in if there is no text, then we can just return back from the function, which means we do not want to execute anything. And just by doing this we can kind of avoid task being added. Now if we want to take it a step further, we can display a message as well, and if we have the tools available, so why not do that. So right over here, let's bring in the use store, which would give us access to all the different stuff that we have within the store, and thing which we need is the set toaster function. So instead of returning back right away, we can return back by calling this function, and let's set the message to be task cannot be empty, something like this. And just by doing this, if we try doing the same thing again, boom, there we have the message. So that is great. Now let's work on the remove task functionality. So for that, the way that we're going to do is we are going to create a function right within the board interface component. The function would be to remove a task. The same function will be forwarded down to each of the tab, and then to the individual task which we have, and then bound to the icon button. So we are going to do a bit of prop drilling. So let's do that. Right over here, let's name the function to be handle remove task. So it's going to be an async function, and in order to remove a task from any of the tabs, we need two things to figure out its position. We need the tab name itself, as in which tab is it? Is it the to-dos, in progress, or completed? And the task ID to figure out the index of that task in the respective tab. So for that, let's set the first argument to be of tab, and the second argument to be the task ID. Then we are going to do something similar as what we did for the add task. So we're going to deep clone the entire tab's state value, and then we just need to make the changes on this value and kind of do the same thing. So the next thing is to figure out the index of that element of that task. So for that, right over here, we can create a variable called task idx, task index, and we have the declone, the object containing all the different tabs. Then we need to go one level deep. So using the square brackets, we even have the tab itself. So now this thing is actually the value, the array, and using the native find index method on it, we can figure out the index of that element. So we want to get the task where the task.id matches with the one which is being passed down as the argument. And now that we have the index, we just need to kind of remove it. So in order to remove it, we will be using the splice method. So first let's place in the declone. Let's get one level deep. This is the index, and this is the array. And now using the splice method, splice can be used in different ways. The way that we're going to be using it is to remove element. So right over here, we will be passing down the task id x as the first argument, the starting point, and the second argument is the delete count, as in how many elements do you want to delete from this point onwards. So we just want to delete that element itself. So using the one, we're going to be placing one in such a way which is going to remove the element. Now by doing this, we have the copy, and we just need to make the request to update the board data document. So let's throw in the try catch block. Again, let's log the error, and right over here, using the await, we're going to call the update board data, where the first argument is the board id and the second argument is going to be the declone in such a way. Now if everything goes right, as in the request was successful, then in that case we want to update the local state as well. So calling the set tabs right over here, we're going to pass down the declone in such a way, and right next to it, like right after this, we will be updating the local state for the last updated. So for that we just need to call this function. So now that we have this function, we just need to forward it down to the board tab, and again, as it is a function, let's memoize it so that we don't uh, kind of fall back to square one, all the memoizing and uh, stuff that we did in order to make it avoid redundant redender. So in order to memoize a function, again we're going to be using the use callback. So let's wrap it up inside of the use callback, and the second argument being the empty dependency array. Ideally we should be placing the stuff right over here which is being used inside the function, and we'll do that, like we'll figure that out after kind of wrapping up the entire thing. Anyway, so let's pass it down to the board tab component, and we can name it as a remove task. Let's place in the function. Now we just need to head to the board tab. We already have this because of the previous recording which didn't go right. Then we need to forward down to the board tab, and then we have the task itself. So right over here we can kind of do the prop drilling straight away, as in passing down the function the same way. However, because we have the index, like sorry, we have the task id as well as the status, the tab, we can kind of curry the arguments right over here. So right as the first argument, like we're going to be passing down a callback, so that the only thing that we have to do from within the task component is just to call this function, the remove task. So right over here, the first argument is going to be the status, and the second argument is going to be the task.id. Now all we have to do within the task component is to get the remove task and call the same thing when the user clicks on the icon button wrapping the delete icon. So now if we just save it and if we head back, let me just refresh. I can sense my system lagging. Fingers crossed. Let's see. And now if we try to remove a task, let's try removing this one, and boom, it gets removed. So that is great. Cool. Let's try removing it again. That is sweet. So now we are done with the last functionality in terms of the board interface. Not the last one actually. The last one is yet to come. The fun part, which is the drag and drop feature. So let's jump on it right away in the next one. Alright, so let's continue, and now let's finally jump on to the drag and drop feature. So for this, we are going to use the React beautiful DND. So let's head back to the package, so the editor, and let's install this package. Pop opening another terminal, let's install this package, and in the meantime, let's take a look at the GitHub repository. So over here, we will see a diagram, a GIF, and there we have a few components. Now the React beautiful DND package, this library, it is fairly simple to work with, however a bit intricate and tedious to wrap your head around. So it provides a few components which work together in order to kind of make the entire thing work. So the first component is the drag drop makes both of them, the drag drop context. And this component, the drag drop context, is essentially a component which wraps the portion or the area of your application where the drag and drop functionality will be enabled. So in our application, if we take a look at the final version, we can see that the drag and drop is something which is happening right in like all the three tabs. Like one task could be dragged from one tab to the other one. So we can say that the in our application, the drag drop context should be wrapping the entire portion, like all the three tabs. Then we have the droppable component, and this component speaks for itself. These are the droppable zones. In our application, it's going to be the individual tab. As you can see, this task could be dropped over in any of the tabs. So each one of them is going to be the droppable. And lastly, we have the draggable, speaks for itself. It's just the element which you want to drag. So that being said, let's head back to the code editor, and right within the board interface, let's import the drag drop context. And this is going to wrap the entire grid container containing the three tabs. So let's just throw it right over here, wrapping the entire thing. Now we need to head one level deep, which is the board tab, and this is going to be the droppable zone. So inside of here, let's import the droppable. Again, making sure that it wraps the entire thing, basically the area where the portion which could be used as a droppable zone. Now the droppable, it works in a way that it implements the render function pattern. So render function pattern is a pattern where you pass a function as a child, and that function returns back the UI, the component, whatever the like JSX you want to render. So in this case, we will be wrapping the entire thing inside the droppable inside of an expression, and in here we will be placing in a function which has to return back the same thing. Now the reason why we are placing in a function is because the first argument of it is going to be provided object. It is referred as provided, and it's an object, and it contains a few things which we have to submerge with the component which is being returned. So right on the grid component, we will be placing in another expression and spreading out provided dot the droppable props. Essentially, it is the configuration which the droppable component expects the internal child to have. Then along with this, we also have to pass down the ref, and this is going to be provided dot inner ref in such a way. And lastly, we also have to place in the placeholder, and we can do that right in the stack, the outer stack right over here, and it's going to be provided dot placeholder. So this is essentially telling this component that while an element is being dragged to a different one, or it's just being dragged around, at that time do not lose the size which it has. And also, when an element is being dragged over another droppable zone, the droppable zone, the latter one, it kind of creates space for it. So we're just gonna see in a while. Actually, I can just show it to you in the final version. So this thing, as you can see, this making of space, and the first one kind of retaining the size of it, that's what happens when we place in the placeholder. So now let's just save it, and now let's get to the last level, which is the task, and it is going to be the draggable. So in here we need to import the draggable component, and again doing the same thing, wrapping the entire thing out, and it follows the same pattern. So let's just wrap up the entire thing, the render function. The first one is going to be, so the argument is going to be provided, and again we have to do the similar thing. So in here we need to spread out provided dot the drag handle props, as well as provided dot draggable props, and again the ref to be inner ref. So let's just save it. And just a side note, that this drag handle props, this is essentially making this component allowing this component to be dragged. So you must have seen UIs where there is some sort of like card, and right before it there are like three lines indicating that this is something which could be dragged. It's a very common UI thing. So if you have that sort of UI, then in that case you would want to spread this thing on that particular component. Anyway, so now let's just save it. And lastly, actually not lastly, we also need to pass a few things. So the droppable component which we have right over here, Now it is required for us to pass down a component, sorry, a prop by the name of droppable ID, and it has to be unique because later we will be using this thing to identify which was the source or the destination tab. Essentially, we need to figure out which tab the particular task is coming from and to which one it is being dropped. So for that, the droppable ID, we can go with the status itself. It could be like to do's, in progress, or completed. And in the task component where we have the draggable, we have to pass down two props. Again, these are required. So the first one is going to be the draggable ID. Again, it has to be unique, and we can just make use of the same ID which is being passed down as a prop. Glad that we didn't remove it. And also the index. Now index is just the position of this element in the array. So we don't have the index, so let's head back one level up, and in the board tab where we are mapping over and creating these tasks dynamically, let's just pass down the index, and we can get it as the second argument while using the map. So it's going to be index in such a way. Right over here, let's destructure it and use it as the value for the index prop on the draggable. So that's it. Now this is some kind of standard structure that we have to lay out in order to make the entire thing work. So now let's head back to the application, and if at this point, let me just pop open the console. If at this point we try dragging an element, it's going to throw an error, as you can see. And this error is good. It just indicates that it was unable to find the draggable. The reason is because we are in strict mode. In production, it won't cause an issue. And just to simulate that the reason is the strict mode, let's just head back, and inside the main.jsx, because we used Vite, so while using Vite to create a React project, it creates the main.jsx. Otherwise, it's index.jsx if you're using create React app. Anyway, so right over here, we are in the strict mode. So if we just remove this thing, and if we try kind of dragging the same element again, now it works. So that is in fact great. We have successfully implemented the entire thing, plus it is making space, so it looks real neat. However, we don't want to do that. We don't want to remove the strict mode, although it may seem kind of the simplest approach, but this is something which you should never remove. So the alternative approach, or to say the solution for this, is something which is in fact we can find in the React Beautiful D&D issues. Like over here, someone actually mentioned this thing a while back, and there is in fact a solution right over here. But what you need to do is go to the GitHub repository of this project Flowboard, and over there within the src directory, inside the components, inside the utils, you're gonna find a file by the name of strict mode droppable. So just copy the insides of this file, and before I explain what it is, let's just head back to the board tab component, and rather than using the droppable from the beautiful D&D package, we will be importing this strict mode droppable. And just for the sake of simplicity, let's name it as droppable, as we are going to be using this one instead of the original one right away. So now if we head back and if we take it for a spin, we will see that the task is now being enabled, like it is being dragged. So that is great. We are able to drag a task, so that is sweet. Plus the droppable zones, because of the placeholder, they are kind of creating space for the new task. That's sweet. And the initial one, the initial droppable, is retaining its size till the time the kind of task is dragged to a different one. So everything is working flawlessly. Now let's head back to the editor and let's take a close look at what it is. So as you know that I always intend to kind of explain things rather than just saying copy this and that, follow blindly. That's not the thing which I personally like myself. So let's just kind of take a glimpse of what is happening right over here. So the strict mode droppable, internally it is equivalent to the droppable. As you can see that all the props are being passed down directly, are being spread out on this component right away. Then the children is being placed right in between, so it is kind of working in the expected way. However, the logic in between is the reason why this version of the droppable is compatible in strict mode than the original one. So what's happening is we have the use effect which calls this function on each render, and right inside of it we have this function. So if we just look up the request animation frame function, we will see that it is a native window method. This method tells the browser that you wish to perform an animation and requests that the browser calls a specified function to update an animation right before the next repaint. And the most importantly, the method takes a callback as an argument to be invoked right before the repaint. So what's happening is we have this thing which essentially, in short, kind of to explain the entire thing what's happening, it is causing slight delay so that the droppable component is kind of ready to implement its behavior. The thing is that the React beautiful D&D package, it is no longer maintained or updated, and that's the reason why when the React version 18 was introduced with which came with a few things. One of them was the strict mode, which kind of renders each component twice. So this thing is kind of having conflict with that rendering of components twice, and that's why we have this implementation which causes just a slight delay so that the component is ready enough to kind of implement its own behavior. And rest assured that this component is compatible in production, so we don't have to switch between this one and this one based on the environment. This one will work even in production. So that being said, now let's finally kind of work on the part where the state is persisted, so that when the user drags a task to a different one, that thing is updated in the state as well as in the board data document. So let's do that in the next one. Alright, so let's continue, and now let's finally work on persisting slash updating the state whenever the user drags and drops a task from one tab to the other one. Now, before we jump on to the implementation, we need to know what needs to be done. We need to be clear on that end. So in order to understand the logic, let's take a look at the diagram which we have right over here. So we have three different tabs, or we can say three different arrays, and the way that we want to structure is that whenever the user drags a task from one tab to the other one, two things should happen. The first one is that we remove that element from that respective tab, and then the second one is that we add it to the respective tab at the very index where it was dropped. So these two things should happen, and now that we have an understanding of the logic, let's jump right into the implementation. So within the board interface component where we have the drag drop context, it takes a prop by the name of onDragEnd, and this is essentially a function which will be called whenever the user drags and drops. At the drop event, this function will be called. So let's just name it as handle dnd, and let's create a function right over here. So it will be called with an object which contains a few things related to the event what happened. So let's actually take a look at this object before working with it. And now if we just pop open the console, let's drag and drop, and as you can see, it's an object containing a few things. The two things that we care about are the destination and the source. Now the source, now both of these kind of speak for themselves. Source is kind of the droppable one, we can say, and the destination is droppable too. So we are going to be working with just these two things, although we also have the draggable ID, but in this case we don't really need that because we will already be having the index. Now it's going to make more sense once we kind of fill in the entire thing. Anyway, so now let's actually do one thing. Let's destructure these two things out, destination and the source. We just place it first, and again we just need to, for the timing, let's log these two things. So now the thing is that before we work on the actual implementation, the shifting of elements, there are certain edge cases that we need to take care of. So the first thing is, we just add something else as in a new task. Now the first thing is that the user can drag a task, however they don't kind of drop it at a droppable zone, but instead they drop it somewhere else. In that case, the destination is going to be null. So we have to take care of this edge case, And the other one is that suppose they are dragging a task, but at the end they just kind of leave it at its original place. So at that point, it doesn't make any sense to update the state. That would be a redundant update. So these two are the edge cases that we just have to take care of. And if anything else happens, for instance, if they drag and drop it to some other place, then that's a valid one. That's a valid thing. And then we want to update the state. So let's jump right into it. As we just saw that the destination could be null if the user drops it at a invalid droppable zone. So we just need to check it in this way that if this thing is null, then in that case just return it back. Like we don't want to proceed. The other thing that we want to do is that as these two are objects, so in order to kind of see, in order to just check that if they drag and dropped to the same position, then we just need to check these two things, that if the droppable ID of the destination is equal to the droppable ID of the source, as well as the index are the same, then in that case they dropped it at the very exact point where they kind of started dragging it. So let's just check that thing as well. So right over here, what we're going to do is that if the source dot droppable ID is the same as destination, is actually yep, destination dot droppable ID, as well as adding in the double ampersand, as well as if the source dot index is equal to the destination dot index. We also need to check this thing because they can kind of rearrange the order of task in the same tab. So again, this is something else that we have to check, destination dot index. If that's the case, then it means that it's the exact same position, and again we want to return back. And from this point onwards, whatever we do, we are rest assured that it is a valid one, a valid drag and drop. Now similarly as what we have been doing, the first thing that we're going to do is to kind of deep clone the entire thing right over here, and then we just need to make the respective change. So the first one would be to remove the element from array 1, we can say, and add it to the array 2, or we can just say tab 1 or tab 2, whatever you may want to go with. But in that case, let's just refer it as task. Now in order to remove the respective task or the object, we can say, from the tab 1, what we need to do is we already have the index, right? We have the index, so we can just figure that out. So right over here, what we can do is that in the declone, we have the tab as well, the source.id, which is gonna be, sorry, the source.droppable ID, which is gonna be the tab itself. Now this is an array, so using the splice once again, we have the index of the element which has, like, which was dragged, the first element which was dragged. So for that, right over here we have to pass down its index, and we have that as well within the source dot index in such a way, and we want to remove this thing out. So for that, we can just throw in 1 in such a way. Now we also want to know what element it was, because we want to kind of inject the same thing to the array too. And for this, it is pretty simple, because the splice function, for that let me just create an array. So suppose that there are 3 elements in this array. So the splice, it works in a way that when you delete an element, so suppose if we just set the first argument to be 0, the second one to be 1, so it would mean that it's going to remove the first element, right, from the array from the array itself. So splice not only removes the element, but it also returns back an array containing the elements which were removed. So now if we just kind of execute this thing, as you can see, it is returning back the array. And now if we take a look at the array itself, we can see that the element has been removed. So you do get the point. Once we remove the element, it's going to return back the array containing that element as well. So what we can do is we can just destructure that bad boy out right over here, as it is an array. And the first one, it will only contain one element, as that's only one we are removing. So right over here we can kind of refer it as dragged item, or the dragged task instead. And now that we have it, we just need to inject it to the destination or the second tab. So for that, Again, we will be using the same thing, declone, and this time we have to go to the destination dot droppable id, which would be the second tab, the destination tab. And to this thing, again using the splice. If you remember earlier, I said that splice could be used in different ways. So over here we are using it to kind of remove an element, but this time we're going to be using it to inject an element. So right over here we have the index as well, and the index, the first one is destination dot index. This time we dot index. This time we don't want to remove anything, so we're going to be setting the second argument to be of 0. However, the third one is the element which we want to inject, and we have that right over here, dragged task. So just by doing this, these two lines, we have kind of implemented the drag and drop. So now I just kind of make the change, and for that, feeling kind of lazy, so I'm just going to copy the same thing from the remove task and throw it right over here. And I just realized that we also need to have a loading state, so we will be changing the structure a bit so that we don't have to kind of repeat ourselves anyway. So we have the board id, passing it down in such a way, then updating the same, updating the last updated and the entire thing. And we have an error. Let's take a look, await, because it needs to be an async function right over here. So now if we take it for a spin, showtime. Right now if we take it for a spin, let's have a look. So if we try dragging an element to a different tab, let's see, boom, it has been dragged. And if we take a look at the database, we can see that to-dos only contains one task, and that's great, and the in progress contains the other one. So that is sweet. Let's try kind of getting back, and that is sweet. As you can see, the entire thing is working. Let's try rearranging in the same tab, and that works as well. So boom, we have actually successfully implemented the entire thing. That is great. Now stutter that we see, this thing, it is not good, and rather than this thing we can have a loading state. So let's actually do that right now. Right over here we already have the loading state, which is being passed down to the add task modal. So within the add task modal, what we can do, let's just remove this thing out, right? Let's just kind of remove any sort of connection with this component. Rather than bounding the loading with that button, we will be adding right over here that if the loading is true, then we are going to display the same app loader component which we created earlier. So let's throw this bad boy in, making sure that it is imported. And now if we just save it, let's try doing the same thing. Let's see, we still have this thing, obviously because we are not toggling the loading state. So let's do it from the handle remove task itself. So right over here we're going to set the set loading to be of true, and regardless how it goes, we want to set it back to be false. The same thing which should happen while adding a task, actually it is being done, so we don't have to do over here. However, in this one where we have the handle dnd, and the same thing right over here. So yep, all the three functions that we have, remove task, add task, we have the loading and all. So now let's take it for a spin and let's see, boom. Now the reason why it is kind of blinking is because we are using emulators, so it happens real quick. But in production it will be kind of showing a spinner like once the application is live, because then it might take a few milliseconds to happen, and then the user will actually see that spinner. Anyway, the point is, now that we have successfully implemented the entire thing, let's move forward with this application in the next one. Alright, so let's continue. So now we're going to be working on new things listed right over here. So let's start with the very first one, which is fixing the remove task bug. So a while back, we were working on the remove task functionality, for which we essentially created the handle remove task function inside the board interface component.
Over here, we memorize this function, which is then being passed down to the board tab component as remove task. Now, the thing is that we memorize this function using the use callback, and we forgot to do one thing. I'll make sure that while editing the video, I must have kind of added the overlay text somewhere on the screen itself, kind of indicating that we need to do that, like adding tabs inside of the dependency list. Now, what's going to happen otherwise is that when we memorize a function, it kind of takes a screenshot, sort of like a screenshot of all the values which are outside the scope of the function, all the outside values we can say. And when we place in something like this, it's always going to keep the same stale copy. So what's going to happen is that, let me just simulate the same thing. Over here at this point, we just have like this state. Like for the board, we just have a single task in this particular one. So just to give you an example, what's going to happen is I'm going to create another task, something else. And now if we try to remove something, because that's where the problem is, as you can see, it kind of falls back to that stale copy. So again, we don't have to dive deeper into what's happening and what is causing. Actually, we do know what is causing the unexpected behavior. So let's just fix that. Right over here, we just need to include the tabs in the dependency list. And this is in fact a classic example of including the necessary things, necessary values inside of dependency list. So what's going to happen now is that whenever the tabs kind of change, it's going to recreate the function and it's always going to work with the new copy of tabs. So now if you try doing the same thing, it will work perfectly fine, as you can see. So that's great. Now let's move forward to the error handling in use app. So what we need to do is that inside the use app hook, we have a few functions which we are then kind of returning back inside of an object so that they could be easily used. So what we need to do is that we have a couple of try catch block. So at the moment we are just logging the error to the console. So now let's instead display the errors inside of a toaster. So in order to display a message inside of a toaster, we already have the logic set up. We all we need to do is to bring in the set toaster function from uStore, and right over here let's make use of it. So for this update board data, we can say error updating board, and then making sure that we are rethrowing the same error so that it propagates and we can kind of catch it from the outside function. So let's do the same thing for the fetch board as well. Error fetching board, and for the create one as well, right over here, actually we are kind of throwing the error so we don't have to do the same thing again. So we can just say something like error creating board, and for the fetch boards we don't have to rethrow the error because the way that we are using it. So if you remember that inside the boards screen where we are calling this function, we are kind of calling it right away, and we are following the callback sort of pattern where we are passing down the set loading to it, and over here we are just kind of calling this thing in the finally. So again, let's just keep it the way that it is, although we can kind of refactor it to make it async, like another async function which kind of does it over here, the loading state toggle. Anyhow, let's just keep it the way that it is, but rather just let's just kind of show the toaster saying that error fetching boards, something like this. So now that we are done with error handling as well, let's move forward to dry, and that stands for do not repeat yourself. So in the board interface component, as you must have noticed that we are kind of doing the same thing over and over again. Like for instance, we are calling the update board data in all the three functions where we are kind of making change to the tabs state. As you can see, we are doing the same thing, updating the same thing like last updated, and even kind of toggling the loading state. So these are the kind of the four things which we are doing over and over again. So rather than copying the same thing, let's just create a function right over here, and we're going to call it handle update board data. Now in here, in order to update the board data, the one thing that we need is declone. We already have the board ID as props to this component, so we don't have to pass it down as an argument. And let's just copy the same thing right over here, as in the logic, where we set the loading to be of true. We call this function with the board ID, the dclone, which is passed down as an argument. Again, the same thing as the state for the tabs, and calling this function. So it would mean that all we need to do, rather than all of this, is just call this thing and making sure that this is an async function. Now we just need to pass down the dclone in such a way. Let's also await it, and let's do the same thing over here as well as over here. A sec. Yep. So now if we just save it, there is one last thing that we should do, and it is to display a toaster when the user is whenever the user makes an update to the board. So as it's a good thing that as we have kind of grouped all of these inside of a single function, we just need to kind of add it right over here. We have the set toaster, so let's just add a message, something like board updated, something like this. That would look neat, although I didn't add it in the final version, but these are the things which are coming up as we are building application. So now let's actually add a task. Boom, board updated, so that is sweet. Let's try creating one more. The same would happen when we drag and drop a task. That's great. Everything is working flawlessly, and that is sweet, sweet, sweet. Sweet. All right, so we are kind of done with the refactor, and let's actually take a look now for the catch blocks which we have in the board interface, like the functions that we have inside the board interface, where we are just logging the error to the console. In these catch blocks, I don't see anything else, like something specifically that we should be doing, because we are kind of handling the entire thing inside the internal component, sorry, the internal function, the update board data. We are relying on the error handling phase that we have over there. So let's just kind of keep it the way that it is. Let's just log the error to the console, and maybe before kind of pushing it production, we might kind of remove it. That's something we'll think about later. Anyway, so that would be it, and the next step for us to do the next actual functionality of this application is the delete board function. So the thing is that we need to work on the functionality, and this is again going to be fun. When the user clicks on the icon button, the delete icon, we first pop open a modal saying that are you sure that you want to delete this board? If yes, we delete the board. We delete the board document, and in parallel we trigger a cloud function which deletes the respective board data document, the same way as what we did for the creation of board. And also I just remember that we also need to work on the not ready UI, right? I believe we haven't worked on that. Let me just cross check. Yep, we haven't. So it's gonna go right over here that if the board data document is not there, then we kind of display that not ready UI which I showed to you earlier. Alright, so let's continue with this in the next one. Alright, so let's continue. So in this part, we're going to be tying some loose ends in the application. So I just wiped out the entire database, and at this point, the board's screen looks something like this, a completely blank screen. But the way that we want it to be is something like this, like a message, for which we already created the component, if you remember, by the name of no boards in the boards screen directory, this particular one. But we haven't used it yet. So let's do that. So in the board screen, where we are mapping over the array of boards and creating the board cards dynamically, we are going to be wrapping up the entire thing inside of an expression, and we will be checking that if the boards array length, if this thing is 0, by adding in the exclamatory or the logical operator, this thing will return to be true. If the value of it is 0, that means the boards array is empty, which means that the user has not created any board, or they don't have any active boards. Then in that case, we want to display the no boards component which we have within the same directory. We importing it. Let's just import it as well. No boards, which is in the same directory. And now if we take a look, that looks far better. The next thing that we have to work on is the board not ready UI. So as we discussed earlier, just to give you a recap, the way that we have structured the application, when the user creates a board document from the client side, we are adding that document in this respective path in the boards sub collection. We have a cloud function which automatically gets triggered whenever a document is created in this path. That cloud function creates a respective document in the boards data sub collection with the same document ID. Now this function creating a document, it might take some time depending upon the latency, and in the meantime if the user kind of pops open the board, that would crash the application as the way that we have it at the moment. So in order to fix that, in the board screen, just to kind of recap what we have over here, as soon as the user visits this screen, the board screen, we are making the request to fetch the board data document. Once we get back the data, we are checking that if there is in fact some data. If there is, then we are destructuring these two fields and updating the respective states. This state of tabs, or where we are storing the tabs, is referred as data. The same data is then memoized and forwarded down to the board interface. So if this thing, it returns back null, as in the document doesn't exist or there is no document data, then in that case this thing will always remain to be null. And as we are actively using this value inside the board interface, it will throw an error. So what we need to do is, right after we have these two if checks, right after this loading, we will be checking one other thing, which is that if the data is null, then in that case we want to display the boards not ready component, which we haven't yet created. So what you need to do is go to the GitHub repository. Inside the src directory within the source folder, we have the board screen. Right over here you're going to find a component, a file by the name of board. It is actually board, not boards, board not ready, just call it the same way, and just copy the insides of this file. It is essentially just a normal UI where we are displaying the message, plus we also have this navigate function which we are kind of using on the button to kind of push the user back to the board screen. So now we just need to kind of display this thing if the data is null, which means the document doesn't exist. And just to kind of show the way that it looks, let's just return it back in such a way. And now let's create a board, and if we pop it open, as you can see that actually it didn't work. We board not ready is not defined, which means that we haven't imported this thing. Let me just do that, and there it is. That looks much better rather than just crashing the entire application. And when the user clicks on the back button, we are back on the board's screen. So that's perfect. Now let me just kind of throw back the if check again in such a way. And again, just to kind of recap, the way it's going to work is, initially the first thing that we're doing is we are checking whether the board even exists. We are looking it up in the local boards array which we have in the store. If it doesn't exist, it means it is an invalid board ID. Then if the board exists, then we are checking the loading state, which by default is again true, which means we are showing the spinner. Then in the background we are kind of making the request, and after it goes through, then we are setting it back to be false. So at this time, if the board data does exist, it should be updated. If not, then we are kind of showing this component. So that's the way that we have it. Now the last thing that we have to work on is this particular one, which is the delete board function. So let's do that in the next one. Alright, so let's continue. So now let's finally work on the delete board functionality. So for that, let's head back to the code editor, and right in the use app hook, we are going to create the function. So let's name it as delete board, and it's going to be an async function. So in order to remove or delete a document from the database, we need to know the document ID. So in this case, it is the board ID, which we're going to pass down as an argument. Now within this function, we need to do three things. The first one is to delete the doc from the database, then to update the boards in the store so that we kind of update the local copy as well. And lastly, the last thing would be to navigate the user to the board's screen, right? Because once a board is deleted, let's push the user back to the board screen. So let's throw in the try catch block, and let's make sure that we are rethrowing the same error. And let's also use the toaster to display a message saying that error deleting the book, something like this. So over here, let's delete the document. So we first need to construct the document reference, and for that I will be copying one of the document reference but changing the sub collection to be of boards, because we don't want the user to directly delete the board data document, but we are going to be doing that through the cloud function. So right over here, the user should only be able to delete the document which is within the boards subcollection, this particular one. So right over here, we have the doc reference, and let's delete this thing. So for that, we need to import the delete doc function. Let's do that. And right over here, let's use this bad boy. Let's await it. And we just need to pass down the document reference in such a way. And after this, we also need to update the local state, like the boards array which we have in the store. So we have the store right over here. Let's also bring in the boards in such a way. And then using the set boards, we will be updating it. So right over here, let's actually create a temporary boards array with the updated state. So over here we have the boards. So we're going to be using the filter method on it, and on each board we just want to remove the one out which matches which has the ID the same as what is being passed down. So this will generate the new array with excluding the board which we have just deleted. And in the end, we just want to kind of update the boards, passing in the temporary boards in such a way. And let's actually place the comments in the right order. And lastly, we just need to navigate. So for that, let's bring in the use navigate hook, which will give us access to the navigate function. And let's shift it right over here. Let's push the user back to the boards screen. So now that we have constructed this core function, let's make sure that we are including it in the object which is being returned from this hook. Let's head back to the board screen which we have right over here. So we will be creating the handle function for it, and right over here, let's do that. We're going to create a function which will then be passed down to the board top bar, because that's where we have the delete icon, right? We have it right over here. So we want to call that function when the user clicks on this icon button. So right over here in the board screen, let's create the handle delete board. Again, it's going to be in a sync function, and right over here, let's throw in the try catch block. Right over here, let's log the error as well. We need to call the delete board, and let's first bring it in. It is delete board from the use app hook. And what we need to do is we need to pass down the board ID which we have right over here. So let's do that in such a way. But the other thing is that we only want to do this after we show the confirmation box, right? So for that, let's wrap the entire thing. Actually, we can just do it in such a way: window.confirm, wrapping it inside of if block, and we can just say that are you sure you let's just see the one that we have in the final version. What message do we have over here? Do you want to delete this board? Okay, so let's just go with that. Do you want to delete this board? Right. And if this thing turns out to be like the user goes with cancel, then in that case we just want to kind of return back, right? Otherwise it will proceed and we will do the rest of the stuff. So before we delete the board, let's also show the loading thing, right? And now the thing is that we want to set this thing back to be false only if there is some error. Because remember that inside the delete board, if everything goes right over here, the function that we created, if everything goes right, then we are just pushing the user to a different component, sorry, to a different screen. So if we try to change the component level state of a component which is unmounted, that would result in error. So it means that we only want to set this loading to be false if there is some error. Otherwise, in that case, if this thing goes perfectly fine, then in that case the user will obviously be pushed to the boot screen, and then it doesn't make any sense to set this thing to be false. In fact, we cannot do that, and it will throw an error. So now let's just pass it down, and as it is being passed down to the boot top bar, let's actually do one thing. Let's wrap it up inside of use callback. And in this case, I don't really think that we need to do it, but let's still do it. And let's make sure to pass it down to the boot top bar as delete board, something like this. And in the board top bar, we can destructure it right at the top. And there is one other thing that we have to do, which we kind of missed out. So we are in fact passing down the like props, memoized all of that, but at the same time we also have to memorize the components, otherwise it won't work. So let's just bring in the memo function from React. Let's just place it right at the top, and let's wrap this component inside of this function, and now it should work in the expected way. So now that we are passing down the delete board, let's call this function when the user clicks on the icon button. So passing down the on click in such a way, it should work. So now let's take it for a spin, and let's create a new board. Let's pop it open right away. And now let's actually do one thing. Let's take a look at the structure. So this is the ID, which is this one, and we are in the board sub collection. So now if we try deleting this thing, let's first check with the cancel one. So as you can see, the document is still there, but now if we give it a shot, we are pushed back to the board screen. So that is great, plus the document has been deleted. So that is sweet, everything is working in the expected way. That is great. Let's check the dev tools. Yep, everything is working brilliantly. So that is perfect. Let's also delete this one out. Let's Yep, that deleted the entire thing. So that is sweet. We are in fact able to delete the document. Now we need to work on the cloud function, which makes sure that everything is in sync, like the entire database is in sync. And for this we don't have to do much. Let's head to the cloud functions index.js, and right over here we're going to be copying the same function. Let's just change the name of it to be of delete boot data, and we want to trigger this function on document deleted, right? Pretty intuitive. So let's just place it right over here. Let's replace on document created with on document deleted, and again we're going to be getting the UID and board ID. And over here, instead of using the set method, right, instead of using this thing, we will be using delete in such a way. So now let's just give it a shot, and let's first see whether the function got deployed. Hopefully it did. Let's just test it out. So I'm just gonna wipe out the entire database, and let's create a new board. Let's see, there it is. And if you take a look, I think I need to refresh, and there we have the document, right? Only the boards one, not the board data. Okay, there it is. It took some time, and this is the reason why we have that board not ready thing. So that's perfect. We have the document inside of both of these. So now let's try deleting a board. Let's do that. Boom. And over here, as you can see, the board sub collection is wiped out, but the board data, yeah, even the board data is deleted. So that is great. It means everything is working, is in sync. And if we check the logs, we should be able to see the logs right over here. As you can see, the function was triggered. the delete board data. So that is sweet. So now we are almost done with the application. Let's continue with this in the next one. Alright, so let's continue. So in this part, we're going to be working on a few things listed right over here. So let's start with the very first one, which is the no match route. So right now, if we try to visit a path which is not a valid one, then in that case, we're going to see a blank screen. Now, obviously, this is something which we need to avoid. So let's fix that. Heading back to the editor inside the app component, where we have laid out all the different routes of this application. At the very end, we're going to be adding another route component to which we will be passing down the path prop with the value of star. Then next to it, we also need to pass down the element, and for the element, we will be using the navigate component from the React router DOM package. So let's use it right over here. So to this navigate, we need to pass down the to prop, and in a way we are using this component as a redirect. So we want to redirect the user to the root of our application, which is going to be the slash. Let's also pass down the replace prop. So we can say that in a way that we are using this component to redirect the user to the auth screen, and based on the way that we have structured the route guards, based on the login status, if they are authenticated, they will be pushed to the board screen or they will remain on the auth screen. So now if we just save it and if we try doing the same thing again, we will see that we are pushed to the board screen. So that is perfect. And if we are logged out, then in that case, we should be pushed to the auth screen. And there it is. So that is perfect. So now let's move forward, and the next one is responsive. Now let's finally make the application responsive. Just a side note, as you know that earlier it was not the plan to make the application responsive. So that being said, I do not have the final version to kind of display, to kind of show beforehand what we are going to do and how we are going to make it responsive. So I'm going to do it like while recording, while development. Let's do that. Now, in order to make this application responsive, we will be we're going to pop open the dev tools, and using the mobile view over here, which we have. What exactly is it called? Toggle device toolbar. Okay, so we're going to toggle this thing up, and let's go with the device. Let's actually stick with 12 Pro. I think that would work. And we're going to approach each screen one at a time. So let's start with the very first one, which is the auth one. So let's log out, and that's what it is. And I think it actually looks fine the way that it is. We don't have to do much. And if we try to email already in use, because we are trying to sign up using the same email, plus even the toasters are looking good. So I would say that the way that the auth screen is, we can work with it. However, we need to fix a few things in the board's screen, right? So let's start again one step at a time, and let's approach the top bar which we have right over here. So we're going to keep the logo the way that it is. However, the buttons on the right side, they need to be fixed. So what I'm thinking is that rather than showing full buttons like big buttons, we can go with icons, right? That would make more sense. So let's do that. Heading back to the editor, inside the top bar component, the top bar which is used on the board screen. Right over here, we have the buttons. So what we need to do is, before we replace the icons, we need to have a value. We need to know what device the user is currently on. Is it a small device or is it a large one? So for that, we are going to make use of a hook from the MUI library, which is the use media query hook. Now this hook, it takes a media query as value, as an argument, and if media query that we pass to this hook, if the current device width is matched by this media query, then it's going to return back the boolean value, whether it's true or false. So the way that we're going to use it, we are not going to hard code the media query, but rather we will be using one of the functions provided by the theme itself. So right over here, if we take a look at this implementation, we will see that this media query hook, if we pass down a function as an argument, then that function, the first argument of it is going to be the theme that we are working with. And within the theme, we have the breakpoints, the theme configuration variable, within which there are certain functions residing, certain utility functions, and we're going to be making use of them to generate media query. So that's what we are going to do. So now let's head back, and
right at the top, let's import the use media query hook and let's create the variable. Now, one other thing is that we are just going to make this application responsive for the smallest device and the normal one, like the large devices. All the devices which fall in between, like we're going to skip that part. Obviously, the implementation would be the same, but just to keep this entire thing concise, we are just going to focus on the smallest device, or we can say that mobile device users. So right over here, we're going to be creating a variable by the name of isAccess, and as it kind of speaks for itself, it is whether the current device width matches to the access breakpoint, the smallest one. So this is going to be a boolean value. So using the use media query hook, we are going to pass down a function as an argument, and this function, it kind of gets the theme as the argument. Within the theme we have breakpoints, and within the breakpoints there is a function called only. So this only means that the current device width if it matches the access breakpoint. So this thing would generate a media query, and we are passing it to the use media query hook as we are implicitly returning it back. So now, before using this thing, let's log it to the console and let's see what do we get. So as you can see, as we are on the small device, at the moment it is true, but if I disable the mobile view, boom, there it is. It has the value of it is false. So that is sweet. That is exactly what we want. Now we just need to make use of it. So for that, we already have icon for the logout. We need to import the icon for the create board. So let's do that. Again, from the icons material package, the icon which we need to import is add circle. Let's go with that, and we can name it as create board icon. So now what we need to do is we will be wrapping both of these buttons inside of an expression and then inside of fragments, because we're going to be using ternary operator to display the respective UI. So using the isAccess right over here, what we need to do is, again, we will be placing the fragments, and inside the fragments, the first one, we will be placing in two icon buttons. Let's make sure that we are importing them, the icon button component, and right over here, two icon buttons. The first one will be the create board icon, and the other one is going to be the logout icon. So now if we take a look, boom, that is looking sweet. That is, I think that would work. Now lastly, let's also change the color of this icon. Let's do that. So on the first icon button, let's pass down the color prop and let's set it to be of primary, and yep, that is looking much better. So let's proceed, and now we need to work on the below part, which is the board cards. Obviously that isn't looking nice, so let's head to the board card component, and right over here we are using the grid component, a grid item which is wrapping the entire thing, the entire board card. So what we're going to do is, at the moment we are passing down the access prop, we are setting the value of it to be of 3, which means 3 columns per row. That would mean 4 board cards or 4 grid items per row. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep the same value, 3 columns, but on the SM prop, which is one level above the access, and on the access, on the smallest one, we're going to set it to be of 12, which would mean take the entire space. So now if we just save it, that is looking much better. Sweet. Now let's work on the internal one. That is actually looking sweet. We can reduce the spacing if we want, spacing between the board cards, for which let's head to the boards screen component, and right over here where we have the grid container wrapping the entire thing, what we can do is that instead of passing the value of 4, as in a hard-coded 4 value, we can pass down an object as a value, and we can provide the value on the basis of breakpoints. So we can stick with 4, but only on devices above the access. So for that, let's go with SM. We're going to set the same 4 value. It's going to be the same. However, on the small breakpoint and all the breakpoints above that, and on the access, let's first take a look the way that it looks at the moment. And honestly, it looks nice. like even without spacing. Anyway, so on the XS, and by the way, if we toggle the kind of disable the mobile view, as you can see, we are using, like, we have the same styling, right? Now on the XS breakpoint, what we're going to do is, let's go with a little less spacing. How about one? How about two? And I think two is actually looking fine. Let's go with that. Right, that is looking perfect. So now let's work on the last screen, which is the board screen. Again, we're going to take it a step at a time. So let's start with the very first thing, which is the board top bar. Now inside of it, we have the back icon, we have the name, we have the last updated and the delete icon. So we're going to keep the entire thing the way that it is, except the last updated. Now it is one of those things which is not that relevant to be displayed on small devices, and for that reason we're going to hide it. So for that, let's head back to the code editor. Inside the board top bar component, as that's what it is, we have the typography which is for the last updated, and as the typography component is a CSS utility component, we can directly pass down CSS properties via props. We can also use, like, we do have SX available, but instead of that, this time we will be using the display property. Now the thing is that in order to conditionally show the typography, we can go with the isXS value the same way as what we did in the top bar, like using the use media query and all of that. But this time we're going to follow a different approach, just so that I can introduce a different way of doing the same thing. So on the typography, we will be passing down display, and instead of setting the value of it to be just the string value, we will be setting it on the basis of breakpoint, and for that we need to pass down the value as an object. So on the XS breakpoint, we want the display to be none so that it is hidden. And on the SM breakpoint and all the breakpoints above that, we want this value of it to be block, as that's what it is by default. And now if we just save it, as you can see, that is looking much better. Now there's one other thing which I noticed later, and it is regarding the board name. So right now, if the user tries to create a board, they can actually exclude this field right over here. They can do that and they can just create the board in such a way, and obviously this is something which we need to avoid. So for that, what we're going to do is, right in the create board modal, where we have the handle create thing, which is internally calling the create board right over here. Before we do any of that, right over here we're going to check the length of the name, the state name, and we first need to trim it out, and again kind of do it in this way, so that we can return from the function if the name field is empty. But instead of that, we will be displaying the message inside of a toaster. So for that, let's bring in the use store hook from the store.js file, and inside of it we have the set toaster, which we are going to make use of right over here alongside returning from the function. So we can just return back a message saying that you need to enter a name for the board, something like that. Enter board name, in short. So now if you try doing the same thing, let's test it out. You need to enter board name, and that is looking perfect. Now there's one other thing which we need to check, and that is that if the length of this thing of the well, one sec, this is trimming it out, yep. And now we also need to check the length of it. So if the length of it is the string length is more than 20 characters, then in that case we can display another message saying that board name cannot be more than 20 chars in such a way. So now if we just save it, and if we try creating a board with less than 20 characters, then in that case it should work. However, if we try to create a lengthy one with more than 20 characters, it should not be allowed, and that is perfect. Now let's head back. Let's continue with the responsiveness, which, let me just head to the internal board screen. Now for the UI, what we are going to do is that earlier I was thinking of displaying the board tabs like horizontally, one next to each other, and adding the horizontal scroll bar. But the thing is that might be a bit that might cause some problems in terms of responsiveness. Like on small devices, users might not be able to scroll, and also like if they try to drag and drop, it might not work. So a better approach would be to just display them one on top of each other. That's what we're gonna do, like vertically. So for that, right over here in the board screen component, well, actually the board interface, as that's where we have the grid container and we're displaying the tabs. Well, actually the board tab, that's what it is. Now in the board tab, we have the grid component, the grid item, and we're going to do the same thing. On the SM, one level above the XS, we're going to set it to be 4. However, on the XS, we're going to set it to be of 12. And that is looking much, much better. Perfect. Now the React beautiful DND library which we are using, it is compatible with mobile like touch screen users, so it will work to an extent. However, if individual board tab is taking too much space, then they might not be able to drag it like and at the same time scroll the entire window to get to the respective board tab. So keeping that in mind, we decided that we will be having a modal, a custom modal, if you remember, by the name of shift task. So let's do that in the next one. So in this part, we're going to be working on the shift task modal, but before that, there are a few things which we need to fix. So inside the top bar component, where we are conditionally displaying either the icon buttons or the buttons, over here we kind of missed out to pass in the same on click to pass it down on the respective icon button. So let's do that. And this one would go on the second one. So now that's done, let's head over to the create board modal. So in the last part, we added a few checks. So we need to kind of fix a few things. Not fix, but we need to improve this entire thing. Firstly, the name.trim, we want to store it in a variable so that we can later forward the same thing as the value for the name which we have inside the object. So right over here, we're going to call it as tname, as in trimmed name, calling the same thing, using it right over here, and then passing it down as the value for the name itself. Now the other thing is, instead of checking the length of the name string, we will be using a regular expression. So you can just pause the video and copy the same thing, or you can just go to the GitHub repository and copy it from there. So this regular expression right over here, it just makes sure that the string only contains alphanumeric characters, no special characters. It can contain spaces, and it has to be either at least one character or up to 20 characters. That's what is allowed. So we need to check if this is not met. So we're going to add in the logical operator right at the beginning, and then right over here we're going to kind of return back the error which we have over here. So let's just change this thing, and we can just set it to be board name can be alphanumeric, or maybe like cannot contain special characters and should not be more than 20k. Now, as you can see, that's a terrible error text, but that's what it is. Anyway, so now if we try doing the same thing, let's try creating a board. If it is less than 20 characters, it should be created. However, if it contains some special characters, then in that case, it will throw that error. Well, actually, that didn't work. So let's check why, because we are not using this regular expression. So we need to use that using the dot test thing, and we need to pass down the t name in such a way. Anyway, so now if we try doing the same thing, it should not work. As you can see, boom, board name cannot be created, board name cannot contain all of that. So that is great, and it should not also be more than 20 characters. Let me just kind of create something. Yep, it is 21. So if you try creating that, it should not be allowed. However, if I remove just one character, that would result in 20 characters, then it is allowed. So that is sweet. So now let's work on the shift task modal. Now before jumping on to the shift task modal, there is something which we need to refactor. So a while back when we were working on the add task model, which is this particular one, let me just pop open the same inside the editor, which is the add task model. So right over here, we created this structure where we have a stack within which we have the typography icon button to construct the upper part, the top part of this model. Maybe at that time you must have pointed this thing out, and because I just found out, so I'll make sure to kind of, while editing the videos, I'll make sure to add some sort of overlay text around the corners. Anyway, the thing is that why do we need to restructure the entire thing? Why are we reinventing the wheel when we already created a component for the same, which is the modal header? So this thing completely kind of slipped out while I was building this entire thing. Anyway, so now let's make the refactor. So right over here, instead of doing this entire thing, we will just be using the modal header. Let's make sure to import it first. And to this component, we need to pass down the title, which in this case is going to be add task. And we also need to pass down the on close, which is going to be the on close in such a way. And then we can just remove the entire thing. And now if we take a look, there it is, and that is looking much better. Now obviously we need to have some spacing. So for that, on the stack below, we can set the empty margin to the top to be of 3, and that is looking perfect. So now let's continue, and we're going to be working on the shift task model. So for that, let's head to the within the board screen directory, which we have right over here. We're going to be creating a new file by the name of shift task model. Now let's create the component for it, and right at the top we need to import a few things from the MUI library. So we first need to import the dialog component, typography, stack, and last would be the chip component. And let's also import the modal header, as that's something which we are going to make use of. Now for the structure, again we're going to be wrapping up the entire thing inside of the dialog component, to which we are always going to pass down the open prop implicitly true, so that it is always visible as long as it is part of the tree of elements. Then let's also pass on the full width so that it takes the entire available width. And then again, we don't want it to kind of stretch throughout the screen, so let's set the maximum width to be of XS. Then right within this, we need to place in the stack component. Let's set some padding to it, all around the corners to be of 2, and all around the edges to be of 2. And then we need to place the modal header. Now for the modal header, the title is going to be shift task, and we also need to pass down the on close, and that is something which we are going to get as prop. So let's destructure it right over here, and let's use it right on the on close. And then we need to place the structure in such a way where we have the status and we have the 3 chips. So for that, let's place in another stack component, which is going to contain the typography with the value of status. And below this, we need to place down another stack component, and this time this one is going to be direction of row, so that the chips set next to each other. Let's also set the, well, we don't need to set the align items, but rather we need to set some spacing to be of 1. And now within this, we need to place down the chip components. Now to the chip, we can pass down the label prop, and we essentially need to have 3 different chips. Now before we continue, let's actually place this component so that it is visible, and we're going to be placing it inside the board interface component right over here alongside with the add task model. So let's import this boy and let's have a look. So that's how it is looking at the moment, and it is fine. However, we need to add some spacing between the modal header and the stack below. So on the stack, we can pass down the empty, and let's just set it to be of 3, and that is much better. Then we need to have another spacing for between the typography and the stack containing the chips. So for that, which is in fact the same stack, so let's just set the spacing to be of 2. Well, actually let's go with 1, and that's perfect. Now we don't want to hard code the chips, like we don't want to place them hard coded way, but rather we should be mapping over some list and creating them dynamically. So for that, inside the board interface to this shift task model, we're going to be passing down status list, and we do have the status map, the object which is right over here. So right as the value, we're going to be setting object dot keys and passing down the status map in such a way so that now we are getting the status list as a prop. We are going to map over this thing and create the chip for individual status in such a way. Let's use the status as a value for the label as well as the value for the key. And now if you take a look, that's what it is, and that is fine. However, instead of the keys, let's actually pass down the actual label, like the readable one, which is this one. So for that, what we are going to do, so what we can do is, one sec, let me just test it out. Something, maybe we can use the object dot values, right? Yep, we can do that rather than keys. At this point, we can go with values, and if we do that, well, that is perfect. That is exactly what we want. And lastly, we need to place the button. So for that, right over here at the very end, but within the outer stack component, the outermost stack component, we're going to be placing the button component in such a way to which we're going to be placing the variant to be of contained. Let's make sure to import the button, and for the text it's going to be shift task. Right, that is sweet. Now on the stack component where we have set the empty margin top to be of 3, let's just set my so that the same is for the bottom as well, y axis, and that is fine. Now lastly, what we need to do is we need to place in the logic, so let's do that in the next one. So let's continue, and in this part we're going to be working on the actual functionality of this feature. So as I said earlier, that even for me is going to be the first time doing it, which means that you're going to see like real time what the thought process is and how we're going to be kind of making this thing happen, like deciding what to do and what not. So over here I have prepared a diagram just so that we can visualize the case that we have in hand right now. So on small devices where the tabs are going to sit on top of each other, when the user clicks on any of the tasks, just place it over here, when the user clicks on any of the tasks, we pop open this modal which we have right over here, the shift task modal. So the shift task modal will also have a reference of the task which was clicked, and we need that just so that we know which status it resides in, so that we can kind of highlight that status by default, right? So at the time of when the user clicks on shift task button, at that time we're going to check that if the status got changed, then in that case we will make the shift happen. Essentially we're going to be removing that element from array 1 and adding it at the very start in the array 2. That's the idea. So the thing that we need in order to make the shift happen is the task itself. We need to know which status it resides in and the actual task. And there are again multiple ways to make this thing happen. We can store the task ID in a state, and at the time of making the shift happen, we can look up that task and kind of make the update. But we also need to know the current status of it, right? So not only the task ID we also need to know the status. So that's something. And in order to make this thing happen, let's head back to the board interface where we currently have the add task modal as well, even the shift task modal, and we're going to be creating a function alongside with the handle open add task modal. This thing, we're going to be creating a similar function just so that we can pop open the modal. So for this, let's name it as handle open shift task modal. And now in order to open a modal, we need to have a state, obviously, and let's create one. We can name it as shift task and set shift task. A bit of a tongue twister over here, and by default is going to be null. Now we need to figure out what should be the state. So we can kind of store the entire task itself, which contains the ID and the text. But then again, we also need to know the status. So that's something. Or what we can do is we can store the task ID, but in that case, we will have to kind of look up for the respective task every time. So that's something which we won't do. But rather, I think we can store an object the same as of the task, but also with the status field, right? Just so that we do know which status the task resides in. So let's do that. Let's actually go with that thing. And now, in order to pop open the this thing, we first need to call this set shift task, and this argument of the function is going to be the task itself, but not the actual task. Like it's also going to have an additional field called status. So now let's pass it down to the board tab component. Let's call it as open shift task modal, and it's going to be this function. Let's head over to the board tab, and right at the top we can destructure this function, and where we have the task, right over here, we need to pass down as on click. Later we're going to bind it with the individual task. So as on click, what we need to do is we're going to be setting the value of it to be a callback, where we internally call the same function but with an argument. So we need to know the task text. Sorry, we need to have the actual task itself. Now, do we need the ID? Do we need the ID? Because the thing is, we can make the shift happen just with the index, the same way as what we have done in the handle dnd function. So rather than storing the ID, let's just store. Let's just store the. One sec. Let me just quickly see. Shift task is. Now inside the shift task modal, we can also display the task text. Right, we can display the text right over here. That's something which I just kind of thought of. We can do that, which would mean that right in the object which we are storing for the reference of the task, let's store the text, which would be task.text. Then we also need to know the index. So for that, we have it right over here as a second argument. And then, do we need the ID? No, we don't need the ID, but instead we need the status, which we have as the prop of this board tab itself. Right, so we're going to be using the status in such a way. Right, so this to this object, the shift task object, the state, we are storing an object containing these three fields. And now let's head over to the board interface and let's just log this status out. Let's just log it right over here, just to see what do we have at the moment. And for the time being, I'm gonna comment this shift task modal itself. So now if we just clear out the entire thing, and if we click on this task, actually we need to bind it the on click thing. So on the like inside the board tab where we are passing down the on click to the individual task, right over here we need to destructure it, and we need to bind it, or we need to call it when the user clicks on the stack itself, which would happen somewhere around here on the stack itself. And now if we click on the task, boom, the function got called, and there it is. Right, so that is actually fine. We have in fact kind of created this thing. We have the text of the task, we have the status in progress, we have the index. Now again, because even for me it's the first time, so that's why it kind of took some extra time for me to figure it out. So now if we try to shift it to a different task, right, if we try to shift it, and let me just click on it, let's see, the status is to do, so that is something which is working, and that's fine. Now what we need to do is, based on this status, what we're going to do inside the board interface, we want to pop open this shift task modal if the shift task state, if there is something inside of it. So the object, if we coerce the value of it, it is true, and we are coercing the value by adding in two logical operators right at the top, and it will pop open the shift task modal itself. So right over here we're going to be passing down the task as a prop. The value of it is going to be shift task in such a way. And now let's head over to the shift task modal and let's destructure this task out. And right over here we will be adding in, we also need that text right for this task. So for that, let's do it right over here. We're going to be adding in a typography component which would be the task in such a way, and let's wrap up the two typographies inside of a stack component. And right below this we will be placing in the task.text. And just to kind of make it a bit different, then like just to highlight this part of the text, let's add some padding of about 0.5, and the same styling, not the same but the same background color which we use for the task itself should be right over here, as bg color is gonna be, just copy the same thing to be of this. So now that is in fact looking much better, as you can see. Right, let's add some more padding. How about 2? Well, that's way too much. How about 1.5? And a bit of spacing on the stack itself to be of 2. That's way too much. How about 1? And some MB on the stack of about, well, instead of MB, as we already used the spacing right over here, let's just increase the value of it to be of 3. Not looking nice. So what we can do is we can group these two things, like the typography, and so what we are doing over here is we have two stacks, one for the task itself and the other one for the status and all the 3 chips. Like we have grouped these two things in their own respective task, and that is looking much better. Now what we need to do is we need to highlight the chip which is the selected one. So for that, right on the chip itself, right over here, we can pass down a variant, I believe, and there are 3 different variants, I think. Yep, filled, not 3 but only 2. So the default one is filled, and we're going to be going with outlined for the status which is not the active one. And that being said, what we're going to do is we are getting the status, right? We have the status, and the status list is the label of status, not the status, if you remember, because inside the board interface we are doing object.values, right? So we are doing this thing. And now that I think of, let's do one thing. We will need to do a bit of refactor, and then again, because I'm kind of recording it first time, stuff happens. So right over here, rather than passing status list, we will be passing down the same status map in such a way. Let's do it in such a way. But then again, as it is a value which is outside the component, it doesn't make any sense to export it, sorry, to kind of pass it down as a prop, but rather we can just export it, right? It is a variable outside the scope of a component. So this is kind of, it makes no sense. So let's just remove this entire thing. Let's head over to the shift task modal and let's bring in this status map. We can import it in such a way. And right over here, what we're going to do is, rather than doing all of this all by ourselves, like instead of status list, we're going to do object.values, which is going to be the status map. And now if we kind of take a look, it should kind of create the same thing, as you can see. So now what we need to do is, I can just see that we need to add some spacing between these two. So for that, let's add on the stack right over here some spacing to be of 1. And my bad if you are having trouble kind of refactoring the code plus the UI. That's completely on me at this point. Maybe I should have kind of done it beforehand and then just showed it to you. how it is. But then again, think of it as a bonus part of this entire series where you can actually see what thought process goes into developing applications. Anyway, so over here what we need to do is we have the current active status, right? We have it over here, like it looks something like this, the shift task. So we have the status residing inside the task. So right over here what we're going to do is, where we have the variant on the chip, we will check that if the task dot status, if it is equal to mm, one sec. So if it is equal to, but then again we have the status which is a label. Just a sec. In such a way we can actually do this. We can work with object.entries, although we would have to kind of change a few things. So rather than object.values, let's go with object.entries. And over here we're going to be destructuring the two things. We have the status as the first element of the array, right? And the second one is the label. So we want to go with the label in such a way the key could be status itself. And right over here we can check that if task.status equals to the status itself, then in that case we want to set this thing as filled, because that would mean that this is in fact the active or the current status. And there it is, right? That is beautiful. This one is in fact working. And now what we need to do is to work on the function which will make sure that we are able to switch the status. So let's do that in the next one. So now let's finally work on the state inside the shift task module for the status of individual task. So for that, right inside the shift task module, let's import the useState hook. Let's create the state right over here. So we can name it as task status, and the function to be set task status. And by default, now this is important, by default it has to be task.status, like the current status of the task. Then it means that instead of checking it with the status, which is this, so what we need to do is right over here, instead of task.status is going to be task status, which is in fact the state. And then we just need to kind of switch this thing whenever the user clicks on any of the chip, right, on any of the status. So for that, on the chip itself we're going to be passing down the on click. It's going to be a callback. We will be calling this function set task status, and it will be, so it has to be the status, not the label. So we can set it in such a way. So now if we just save it and if we click on any of the tasks, boom, there it is. And that is actually looking perfect, right? That's looking sweet. Now we just finally need to work on the function which will shift the task. So we need to construct the function inside the board interface right over here. And right over here, let's create the function. So we're going to name it as handle shift task. And obviously it's going to be an async function, right? Wait a sec, task. And do we need something? Yes, we need the status, right? We need the status obviously. And now what we need to do is, again, we're going to be following the same approach. Like we're going to be kind of doing that deep cloning first. So let me just name it as dclone, which is going to be structured clone, to which we're going to pass down the tabs. Now that we have this thing, the first thing that we have to do is to remove the element from array 1, add it to the array 2 at the very beginning, right? So that's something which we have to do. And let me just quickly take a look at what we have been doing. Okay, right over here we have the old status, right? The old status of the task which is currently being shifted. We have it right inside the shift task, like that's what it is. So shift task dot status is actually the old one, and this one is the new one, which is, we can actually name it as new status. And now what we need to do is, right over here, we need to remove it. So for that, declone, and we have the task, right? We have the shift task. Actually, it's just the old status in this way. And using the splice method, we have the index as well. So shift task is the object within which we have the index, and we want to remove this element out. Right, after removing this thing, it will return back an array of all the elements which were removed. In this case, it's just going to be one, and we are destructuring it right away, which is the, let's just name it as task, right? And now all we need to do is to add it to the respective status or the tab. So for that, so right now again, declone dot, this time it's going to be the new status, and we can use the unshift method and just push in the task in such a way. After doing all this, all we need to do is to call the handle update board, right? So let me just copy one of the try catch block which we have right over here. Let me just copy the entire thing right over here. So we need to call the handle update board data with a declone, and if there is some error, we are logging it, and we just need to set the loading to be false. And lastly, we also need to kind of close the shift task model. So for that, we just need to call set shift task back to be of null in such a way. And now we just need to pass down this function handle shift task, and we need to pass it down to the shift task model. Let's pass it down as shift task, and inside the shift task model we can destructure this bad boy, and we just need to call it that. We only need to call it if the status was changed. We can actually check it right over here rather than creating another function inside the shift task model, because we have both the old status and the new status right over here. So that does make sense. So we can just check that if the new status is equals to the old status, then in that case we just want to return. We don't want to kind of proceed with anything. And let's just check it like right at the top, even before we kind of deep clone this object. So now let's just save this thing, and right over here all we need to do is when the user clicks on the button which we have over here, let's just throw in the on click. We will be throwing in a callback where we call the shift task function, and we need to call it with the task status, this thing right over here. And now if we give it a shot, and let's also pass down the on close before we kind of miss it out. So right over here we are going to pass down the on close, which again gonna be a callback, and we call the set shift task with the value of null as an argument. So now let's give it a shot. If we try to close it, boom, that's perfect, boom, perfect. And now let's try, if we try to click this thing, shift task cannot access old status. Well, that does make sense. I'm pretty sure that you were screaming at the screen at that time. Anyway, so let me just move this thing right before this thing, like before we use the value. And okay, so we again need to do one last thing, which is to kind of close the modal, which we can do while returning back. Right, so now if you try to click on the shift task, boom, it is closed. Right, let's see, that is sweet. Now what we need to do, and there's one other thing which you will notice because of the way that we have structured the entire application. See, the shift task status is being changed. However, the board tabs which reside in this component, they are not re-rendering. So that is something sweet. That is something which like is taken care of. Just because we use the use callbacks and memo functions to kind of memorize the entire thing. So that's sweet. Now let's actually try shifting this thing to a different task. Sorry, different tab, and that is in fact working. So that's great. Right. Now let me just get back over here and try creating a new task. Boom. And if you try to shift it, that's working as well. If I click over here, boom, everything is working so flawlessly. It is pretty amazing. So now if I try to shift it to the in progress, it should be added at the very starting. So that is great. Everything is working in the expected way. And now what we need to do, yep, everything is working. So that is great. Now lastly, there's something I kind of realized. It's just that on the task component, we added the on click, right? But this is something which we only want to display on small devices, because on large devices, obviously the intuitive approach of shifting task is to drag and drop. Then like over here, we don't really require this modal to kind of do it in such a way, right? So it would be something which we can kind of take care of. So what we're going to do is one level above the task, which would be the board tab, right? Where we are passing down the on click right over here. What we are going to do is right over here, we are conditionally, we're going to conditionally pass down this prop. So let's just go to the top bar component where we created the is access. Let's just copy the same thing and right over here, let's just add it the is access. And now that we have this thing, let's also make sure to import the use media query hook. We are essentially going to use this thing to determine the device width. If it is the smallest one, then in that case, we are just going to exclude this prop. And how exactly are we going to do that? So what we can do right over here, we can just check that if is access is true, then only we need to kind of pass it down. Otherwise, we can just pass down null as on click, which would mean that right inside the task component, right over here, this thing could be null. Right over here is that we will be passing down an expression right over here, and we will be checking that if the on click is something which is there, then we need to have an object where the on click is equals to the on click in such a way. Right now again, it's going to make sense in just a sec, and otherwise it's just going to be an empty object. We're going to be wrapping up the entire thing and spreading out in such a way, and we are just going to kind of spread out the entire thing. So what's going to happen is that if the on click thing is a function, then in that case we are in fact passing down the on click in such a way. Otherwise we are kind of, we have an object, regardless what object it is, we are just spreading it out. That's what it means. So I try clicking on the task right now, nothing happens. However, on small devices, because the is access is something which turns out to be true, then we are in fact passing down the callback, which is this one, the function. And based on the way that we are using it, that if it is something which needs to be passed down, then we are kind of doing it. So we are done with the responsiveness as well. Took us some time, but we did it. Pat yourself. And now we're going to be working on security rules to ensure that everything works in the expected way. Alright, so now let's continue, and now let's start with the security rules, one of the most fun and important parts of this entire series. But first off, we need to know what security rules are, and most importantly, why do we need them. So as this application is built on top of Firebase, which is a backend as a service, because of which we didn't have to explicitly work on any backend server to create any sort of API endpoints to work with the data in the database. We didn't have to create the API endpoints to create, delete, update, do all of that with the data in the database. In a way, we were directly able to communicate with the database via the client side. And we were able to do that because inside of a project within the Firebase.js, we have this Firebase config. Now think of this as more of like an address than an actual API key. This is meant to be used on the client side on the web, which means that anyone can snoop around. They can kind of snoop around the requests which are being made from the client side, and they can get a hold of the same thing. Now you must think that if they are able to get the address, then it kind of makes the entire thing prone to malicious activity, and that is in fact true. If anyone gets a hold of it, they can do that, and that's where the security rules they come in. They make sure that even if someone knows the address,
each request made from the client side, it has to go through a layer of protection. Only then like it can actually make the change in the database. So security rules are going to be the layer of protection which we are going to work on to make sure that no one can perform any sort of malicious operation or action. Now that being said, what I want you to do is go to the GitHub repository of this project, and in the root you're going to find a file by the name of firestore.rules. Now this file gets auto generated when you set up a Firebase project in your app. So just copy the insides of this file and kind of copy paste it on your end in your firestore.rules file in your project. So in this part, what we're going to do is, rather than typing in all the entire security rules, we are going to break down what we have right over here, and in order to better understand. So the main objective of this part of the series is to actually understand what security rules are doing and how we have structured the entire thing, rather than wasting time to kind of typing in like each and every line. That's not the objective. So that being said, now let's take a look at what we have right over here. So the very first line which we have over here, rules version 2, it just states that we are using version 2. Then we have service cloud.firestore. Now as Firebase provides a bunch of different products, services, over here we're just declaring that the rules written over here are meant for cloud.firestore. So as of right now, we can write security rules for 3 different products. We can write rules for cloud storage, real-time database, and Firestore. So we're just kind of explicitly stating that these rules are meant for Firestore, just to prevent conflict between different set of security rules. Then we have this match statement, which is again a declaration stating that these rules should be allowed to all the different databases which we have under our account. Now, when we first enable Firestore for our project, a default database gets created and we work with that database. So even that database gets matched with this match statement. Then we have a few functions which we are going to get to. But before that, let's take a look at the match statements which we have right over here, the match blocks. Now the way it works is that we first target a specific path in the database and then we allow certain operations on that specific path. Now it is a rule that we should always be targeting the path should be document oriented. It should be document specific, as in the path should be pointing towards a document, then a collection or a sub collection. So right over here we have the match keyword and then we have the path. So as you can see that we are targeting inside the user's root level collection, within which we have the second segment is the user UID. Now as it is something which is going to be dynamic, we are wrapping it in curly braces, and this thing is referred as wildcard. Essentially what it means that all the documents inside, it could be any document, not all, but it could be any document residing inside the user's collection. Then within this we have the board's sub collection, and then again we are using the board ID which is being used as a wildcard. Then within this we have a function, but before that let's take a look at the allow statements which we have over here. Now the way it works is that after specifying or after targeting a specific document path, then we allow certain then we essentially work on the conditions in respect to the operations which we want to allow. So in Firestore, there are 5 operations. There are 2 operations on the surface which are read and write. The read one, it is comprised of, or to say in other words, it can be broken down into 2 sub operations. We have get and list. Now the get operations are the one where the request is requesting for a specific document, a single document using the document ID. And the list one is a query where it is trying to fetch multiple documents out of a collection or a sub collection. And the read one, it is kind of combined of these 2 operations. So right over here, as you can see, we are allowing the read, which means we are allowing both the request where the user is requesting for a single document or a list of documents. We are allowing both of them. If, then we have to state the condition, if is owner, and then we have this thing. Now as you can see, it looks like a function, and that's what it is. So the thing is that it is suggested that whenever you have a condition or a logic which is being reused multiple times, and as you can see, it is in fact being used multiple times. As you can see, the same function is called at different places. So it is always suggested whenever you encounter such a situation, you should always extract that logic and create a reusable function out of it. And that's exactly what is being done right over here.
This is owner is a function which is right over here, and we are passing down the user ID, the second segment of the path, which, if you remember, is the user UID, as that's how we have structured the entire thing. Right over here in the database, we have the users collection, and then we have the second segment is the users UID, which is being used as the ID for the document. But in this case, the document is empty and is just being used as the segment within which we have the boards, and then we have the boards created by that specific user. So right over here, as you can see, we are calling this function passing down the user ID, and in this function, we are returning back after checking these two things. So we are first checking request.auth. Now request. Now this is a global variable which denotes to the request which is being made from the client side, and within this we have auth. Now auth is an object containing the information about the user which is making the request. Now if this thing is not equals to null, we are checking that if this thing is not equals to null, which means that we are checking whether the user is authenticated, because otherwise this would be null. So we are checking if the user is authenticated. If yes, then we are checking the second condition, which is request.auth, the object within which we have the UID, the UID of the user making the request. So we are making sure that the user ID matches to the UID of the user which is making the request. Essentially, what it means is that only the user can read their own documents, right? Because this is the user ID, the UID. So we are checking the same. Now in the second allow, we are basically doing the same thing, but allowing the delete operation. We are just checking that only the user themselves they can delete their own documents. But for the create one, we are checking a few of the things. So we are checking that if is owner. After checking that whether it is in fact the owner themselves, then we are checking by calling this function, and I think there is a bit of a one sec, it should be lowercase. So we are calling the doc only has required fields. Now this is a custom function which is created right over here, and we are calling this function with this specific array, and the array contains three different elements. It contains color, created art, and name. And right over here, doc only has required fields. Essentially what we are doing is we are making sure that the document which is being created, it contains specific set of fields. So right over here, we created a temporary variable by the name of incoming data using the let variable, and the value of it is again request. As I said earlier, that this is something, it denotes the request which is coming from the client side, within which we have dot resource dot data. Now this thing is actually the data coming along with the request. So this in fact is the incoming data, and we are just checking that as it is going to be a map data type. It has a few methods. One of them is keys. So when we call the keys method on a map, it returns back an array containing the keys. So we are making, again we are calling another method on that array, right? This is the map, we are calling keys, then it's an array. Then we are calling the has all method, which is available on an array, on a list, and we are passing down the same required fields, which is an array. So in short, we are just making sure that the map contains all the fields which are required, and then in the same manner we are checking that it only contains those fields, because we don't want the user to kind of pass in any other additional fields other than the required ones. That's how we are kind of making sure that there is in fact a schema which is being followed. So that's what we are doing over here. We are checking whether it's the owner, and then we are kind of making sure that it is following the set schema. And lastly, we are calling this function which is verify doc fields. Now verify doc fields is a function which makes sure that the data coming from the client side, it is in the valid format. So right over here we are doing the same thing. We are calling, we are creating this incoming data temporary variable, which is the same thing, and then we are returning back after checking all of these values. So starting with the very first one, incoming data dot name, which would be this particular one. Incoming data dot name, it has to be a string. That's the first thing we are checking. Then if it is a string, then we are proceeding with the next check, which is incoming data dot name. dot size, which is a method on the string. Now you can again look up the documentation. These all methods are listed over there. It's nothing which I kind of invented writing the rules. So these are methods which are available on these data types. So we are calling the size method, which returns back the length of the string, and we are making sure that it is not more than 20. It could be 20 or less than 20, as that's how we have structured it in the front end. If you remember, inside the create board model, right over here we added this regular expression. We are checking that the string value, it should not contain any special characters, only alphanumeric. It could contain spaces, but it has to be minimum 1 and maximum 20 characters, and that's exactly what we are doing right over here. Right, then we are checking the regular expression. So inside the create board model, we created, like, we had this regular expression. Now the thing is that in browsers, the regular expression which is followed, it is based on the ECMA script standard, while the regular expression engine in Firestore, it follows the Google RE2 engine, which is a bit slightly different. And that's why you would see that over here we are using a different kind of regular expression, but the thing is that it is internally doing the same thing. So incoming data dot name, and then we use the matches, which is a method to which we can pass down a regular expression, and we are doing the same thing. Then after checking the first field, we are proceeding with the next one, which is incoming data dot color, right? This particular one, so it has to be a number. That's again something we are checking the data type. Then incoming data dot color, it should be more than or equals to 0. That's one thing that we are checking. However, it should be less than or equals to 5. So in a way, we are restricting the data which is coming from the user's end. Then we are, and one other thing to keep in mind, that you should always be checking the type of the data first and then be calling the respective methods, because if the type in itself is something else, then that would result in error being thrown in the security rules themselves, which would result in some unexpected behavior, and you would not be able to properly kind of debug and properly display the respective error. So make sure to first check the data type and then call the respective methods. And lastly, we have created at, and again we are doing the same thing. Now for the created at, if you remember, we are using the server timestamp, right, inside the use app in the created board. Right over here, we are passing down created at, the value of it is the server timestamp, and we are checking for the same thing. Firstly, we are checking the timestamp, like if it is indeed the timestamp data type, and then the incoming data dot created at, whether it is equals to request dot time, the point of time when the request was made. That's what it means. So we are checking all of this, and then, so right over here, as you can see, for this specific path, we are allowing the user to read, which means to get a specific document, to get a list of documents. We are allowing the user to delete, and we are allowing the user to create. However, the other part of the operations is the write one, right? We covered the read, and there is also a write. Now the write one, similarly, it is comprised of these three sub operations: create, update, and delete. And as you can see, we didn't allow the write one directly, right? We didn't allow the write one, because that would mean, if we did that, it would essentially allow the user to update as well, and that is something which we have not kind of included in the features of this application. We are not allowing the user to update this specific document, and that's one other reason that you have to be wary about certain operations and write the security rules respectively. So over here, we are only allowing the create one and the delete one, and that's something on the basis of the features of this application. And then we have the match for the boards data, right, which is the boards data subcollection, these specific ones. So over here, as you can see, we are again allowing certain things. We are allowing the user to get a specific document, not a list of documents, right? Because the way that we have it is that when the user pops open a specific board, at that time we are fetching the board data document, a single document. So we should not be allowing the user to get a list of all these documents, right? Because these are actually heavy documents. Only be allowing them to get a specific document per request. That's what we are doing. We are not, we don't have the read one, we have the get one. And again, we are doing the same thing. Only the owner themselves, they can kind of fetch their own board data document. And also, as you can see, we are not allowing the create one, plus we are not allowing the delete one. That's something to keep in mind, because we don't want the user themselves from the client side to be able to create documents in this sub collection. This is something which will be done from the server side, right? I hope everything is kind of able to understand how we have structured the entire thing. So we are allowing the get and we are allowing the update. Now for the update, what we are doing is we are again checking that it's the owner, and then doc only has required fields, right? So when the update request is made, we are again checking the same thing, that the update, it only contains these two things which we have, the last updated and tabs, right? We are checking for these two things by making use of the same function which we have over here. And again, you should be keeping a note that how we have structured the functions, as these two are kind of used in both the match blocks. That's why we kept it in a scope where they could be used, they could be accessed. Whereas the functions which are specific to a specific match block, those are kept inside, right over here. Anyway, so over here we are again making use of the same function, passing down an array to make sure that the request only contains these two things. And then we are calling the verified doc fields function, which is right over here, as it is specific to this specific match block. And over here we are doing the same thing. Firstly, we have the incoming data, then we are making sure that incoming data dot tabs is a map, right? The objects, the JavaScript objects in Firestore, they are referred as maps. So we are making sure that these are map. Then incoming data dot tabs, the map has all like these three keys or these three fields inside of that map, and again has only like there could be no more than these three. And incoming data dot last update, again we are doing the same thing. Now if you'll notice that we are not diving deep inside the structure of these properties, and that is sort of the limitation of Firestore, that you cannot restrict the schema of elements inside of maps, as that's how we have structured the application. We don't have the ability to restrict the schema of the individual task, right? And that's the limitation, so we are just going to keep it the way that it is. But then again, feel free to customize the application and the structure in order to your kind of needs. And lastly, we have last updated, again timestamp, and it has to be the server timestamp. So as you can see, these are the security rules which are meant to keep everything secure. And I hope this part was helpful. You were able to kind of learn a thing or two out of this part. And I would say that would be it for this thing. And in the next part, let's finally work on deployment. Let's deploy this application. All right, so now that we are done with the entire application, the only thing left for us is to deploy it. So for that, we need to head over to the Firebase console, which is at console.firebase.google.com, and over there you need to pop open the project with which you have been working throughout. Now on the left side in the side navigation, at the very bottom, you're going to see the current plan of the project. So by default, every plan is on Spark, which is the free plan. And in order to fully deploy the application, we need to upgrade it to the Blaze plan, which is pay as you go. Now the Blaze plan, you can still enjoy the free tier, but after you reach the exceeded usage of the given cap, you're going to be charged. Now for this application, we need to upgrade. The reason is because we are using cloud functions and they can only be used if you are on the Blaze plan. And that's the reason why we need to upgrade it. So over here, you're going to see the upgrade button. Just click on that button, which will pop open a modal providing the available plans. Essentially, there are just two plans, Spark and Blaze. So just go with the Blaze one. And for that, you also need to have a GCP account with billing details attached. Essentially, you need to have your card attached with the account. So after you have done all of that, you can successfully upgrade the plan. So after doing all of that, then you will be fully able to kind of deploy the application. So Assuming you have done all of that, you have upgraded the plan and kind of followed all the preceding steps, then we need to head over to the code editor where we have the entire project. And right over here, you can pop open the terminal, and the only command that we have to run is Firebase deploy for the time being. Now, while it is deploying the application, let's head over to the console, and in the build tab, right over here, you're going to see the hosting. So we need to enable the hosting. Let's take a look at what we have. Let's get started. And over here we have, like, it's providing these steps to fully deploy the application, and we have already done all of that. Let's head over to the hosting, and there it is. All right, so now let's actually take a look at what we have at the moment. As you can see, the project is being deployed. The other side note is that if we didn't upgrade the plan, then in that case, if we try to deploy the application, it throws error saying that we need to upgrade, because the project, it has utilizing functions, cloud functions. So for that, you need to be upgraded, and that's why kind of we have to do it beforehand. So let's see. It's deploying the functions, and let's take a look at the functions. Do we have the functions over here? As you can see, the functions they have been deployed, so that's perfect. Unknown trigger. Let's just wait for the entire thing to finish, and in the meantime, let's do one thing. Let's also build the application. Let's build up the entire app, and for that, let me just pop open another terminal, and let me just try adding it right over here. So in this one, let's build the app. So in the package.json, in order to build the app, we need to run the build command. Let's do that. Npm run build, and after we have the actual build which we need to deploy, we will be able to deploy it as well. Right, now there it is, the build file. And so as you can see, the deploy is completed, so that is perfect. And if we take a look at the console, if we pop open the Firestore database, we should be able to see the rules, and there it is. The rules, they have been deployed. Perfect. And if we take a look at the hosting, well, actually we need to work on the hosting. Before that, let's take a look at the functions, and there it is. So everything has been deployed, and the only thing left for us is to deploy the actual application to host it. So for that, let's head over to the editor, and right over here in the same inbuilt terminal, we'll be running the command of Firebase init, because at the time of initializing the project, we didn't select the hosting one, which we should have done. Anyway, we can still do it. Now, right over here, we just need to select the hosting. The first one, hosting configure files for the Firebase hosting. That's what it is. And now let's take a look. Yep, that's the one. What do you want to use as the public directory? Now for the public directory, it has to be the dist folder, the folder which was created, which gets created when we build the entire React application. So that's the folder that we want to actually host. Let's go with that. Configure as single page app. Yep, that's something which we need to do. So let's go with why. Set up automatic builds. Well, in this case, let's just go with no. File already exists. Do you want to override? Nope. And now we just need to host the application. So for that, let's again run Firebase deploy, but this time, rather than deploying all the different services, we just need to deploy the hosting part. So for that, we just need to, like, we can tag along another argument by adding double hyphen only and stating the hosting in such a way. And now if we run this command, it will host this specific folder, as that's how we have configured the entire thing. So now if we just, okay, so it's already done, so that's perfect. And now if we take a look, we should be able to view the application, and there it is. So that is perfect, that is sweet. we have successfully hosted the application. And now if we take a look at the console, in the hosting part, we should be able to see that a new deploy was done, and there it is, and that is perfect. So now let's take a look at the application, the hosted one, and let's see how it goes. Alright, so now let's finally test run the entire live application. So we are going to first try logging in, and as you know that we haven't created an account, so it's going to throw an error saying that the email doesn't exist. So if we do that, it says operation not allowed. Now this is not related to the authentication, but the feature of signing in. So the thing is that we need to get back to the Firebase console, and right over here in the authentication tab, in the second tab, sign in method, we need to enable the email and password. So over here, as you can see, we have a bunch of different ways in which we can allow users to sign in, and we need to enable the email and password in such a way. So now if we try to sign in using the same credentials, this time it's going to throw a different error saying that the user is not found because we haven't signed up using this specific email. So now if we try to sign up, this time we should be able to sign in after the account gets created, and we can confirm the same in the authentication screen. As you can see, the email, the new account has been created, so that's perfect. Now let's try creating a new board. We're going to name it as new board 1. Let's go with this color, and I'm going to pop open the board right away. And as you can see, now this is sweet, this is perfect, this is exactly how we wanted it to be. Now as soon as we created the board, we kind of quickly jumped onto the board screen, and at this particular time the cloud function, it might not have kind of created the respective document, and that's the reason why we are seeing this not ready UI. However, if we go back and if we try to open it again, by this time document should have been created, and as you can see, we are indeed able to view the internal screen, so that is perfect. Let's try creating a new task, and everything is working smooth, plus the loader and all, everything is working great. Perfect, and boom, there it is. Even the last updated, as you can see, it is refreshing, so that is great. If we try to pop it open later, it should reflect the server timestamp, so that is great. Everything is working in the expected way. And now if you try to delete a task, boom, that is sweet. And if we take a look at the database, we should be seeing the respective data. Over here we should be having the users, then the user document, the boards, and the board subcollection. So everything is working in the expected way, and that is great. Now let's try deleting the document, which would be the last feature of this application, as in the functionalities which we have added. So let's try creating a board, and as you can see, the board is deleted, and even the cloud function, it got triggered and it deleted the respective document. So everything is working in the expected way, and that is sweet, that is great. All the errors and all, like, they're working smooth. Plus I assume that you must have changed the input type of this particular input element to be of password. I kind of explained the reason why that I didn't do it, because the recorder that I'm using, it kind of stops for security reasons. It kind of stops whenever the user, which means the person recording, clicks on any input element. Anyway, everything working smooth, and yep, I think that would be it for this entire series. It has been one hell of a journey. I hope you enjoyed it as much as I did, and I hope you learned a thing or two out of this entire series. Now that being said, make sure to subscribe the channel, and if you wish to support this channel, there are a few links in the description of this video, so make sure to check that. Anyway, see you next time, and keep coding.